I'm at Grace Church Road. I went to Waynesboro to bring this man down to this address. And now he's trying to force his way into a house. I'm afraid to move my vehicle. Just fighting in there.
It's inside the house now?
Yeah.
You have your doors locked?
It's open. I'm in a van.
You need to make yourself safe, okay? Even if you've got to drive away from there to get away from him and close that and lock that door. Do that for me now, please.
Okay, wait a minute.
Oh, hey, everyone. Okay, so I got my cup has eggnog. It says express yourself. So I'm
I love that.
Yeah, I'm gonna express it with eggnog and rum is what I'm probably gonna do. Or it could just be eggnog. Not okay.
Or just egg.
What'd you say?
I said, or just egg.
Or just don't get me started. Don't get me started. No. Upper Jew, I quickly gave you your rights back because when I was going through the things the other day, when I was trying to or think that Streamlabs was messing up on me for that week, about a week ago, and I was sitting there and I was like, oh, click, and then all of a sudden I was like, oh, but I was waiting for her when I seen her in the live to quickly shoot it back up there. And it wasn't actually my Streamlabs, it was me. So I kept trying to add it to the thing and realizing that Lewis there said, well, first you got to turn on the on button. I'm reading, and then I'm like, oh, that was my problem the whole time. Is that for some reason it turned off. So I was thinking, why is Streamlabs not working? So I kept going to my settings because you have to put Streamlabs in your settings on Studio. And anyways, so I kept going in there and I was like, oh, well, delete. Okay, let me do it again. Anyways, it was simply because I didn't have the on button.
Yeah, that YouTube Studio, that's like a whole new world for me. Like I was looking at it yesterday because I was like, I don't know how any of this works.
Oh, yeah, YouTube Studio. Yeah, YouTube Studio, if anyone knows, it's tons of things to look at, analytics, everything. Just right. You whenever you do a live or set up a live stream on StreamYard, then you go to YouTube Studio, and then that's where you can go over there and you can
right. Like 'cause I was trying to because there was like something, there was a comment in that video I put out like from one of those bots that was like the hot girls one, like XXX girls one, and I was like, oh, how do I keep that from happening?
Right. Yeah. Well, see, that's when you first of all have it for subscribers only, because in the customization and that you put it into subscribers only. If you want to have live chat replay, slow mode on, and stuff like that.
And since I just uploaded a video, I guess it didn't give me that option. But
yeah. All right.
Yeah.
So, Marv and Frank are still on, and they're having a drinky little party too. Is that what they're doing? You guys having a drink over there, Marv and Frank, or a couple? Isn't that what their thing said? Because you showed it to me, I think.
Oh yeah, because Frank had sent it to me, and so I said, oh Frank, I think used that. I think I used that exact one for a thumbnail one, like for a late night one, because I like the neon signs.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Christmas cheer everywhere then, eh? Anyway, we'll quickly say hi. Hey, Callie. Hey, Sharon. Parker's in the house. Ozzy's in the house. And let's see. And who else? We got Jill Moser, Purdue. Grandma Watches is in the house right now. And, it's the 23rd. We're almost there. It's almost Christmas Day. And, yeah, let's see here. Streamlabs is always in the house. Yeah, if you want to buy us a coffee with eggnog, go right ahead. No, do
you buy your eggnog or do you make it?
I don't make it. No,
I don't know. I've never bought it or made it, so I don't know.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not that creative. No. Hi all, and let's see here. Oh shit! Sorry, I said hi all. Hey Shelly. Too busy reading the comment. Honda with AR. There we go. Honda with AR. Gretchen.
I like that name.
Hey, Gretchen. Cold case reports. Anyways, welcome to who's ever in the house. What? Say it. What?
Yeah, I was yeah.
Forever Young. Hey, Forever Young. I have a great recipe, Adam. Is that for eggnog, Purdue? If you do, Purdue, seriously, you could pass that on.
Yes.
And actually, if you could put it on the Just Ask Us channel, to be honest, on the Facebook page there. If you have a famous dog lover, how are you? Hi. So,
I saw a cookbook advertised today that was it was a serial killer's bloody cookbook that was all plant-based.
Really?
You can be plant-based and be and cook in the for the gory murders. I was like, oh.
That's something. You guys, don't forget members, hit the little Santa Claus there. And if you guys can hit the like for us, if you guys could keep remembering that, if you guys can hit the like for us, that would be great. Again, for the algorithm purposes, thank you so much. Yeah, so most of you guys got blasted with snow. And same here. So what's it like where you live, Lewis?
Well, it's not so much the snow. We didn't get a lot, probably 3 to 4 inches of snow, but it's a fine powder. But the temperature dropped really quick. It went from 38 degrees to 0 degrees in half a day. And then overnight, it stayed at that 0 to -2, -3. So everything just turned to a sheet of ice. And then the powder was just blowing with the winds were real bad, so you couldn't even see anything. Yeah. I spent hours in traffic today going 20 or 30 miles just because of accidents. And everything's frozen over. It's not like we don't go through this, but it's not normal to drop this low this fast and have the first real heavy snow at the same time.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I'm sure people don't realize this, but salt doesn't work when it gets below 15 degrees. And then the other chemicals to melt stuff, they don't really work when it gets below 6. So nothing really clears the ice that's under the snow.
Right. And for anyone that doesn't know, 4-wheel drive does not work on ice. You still have to be careful.
Right.
I feel like some people get in these big SUVs and they're like, I have 4-wheel drive. And then they're
100 car pile up on the. You guys, I'm just going to, in the chat, I am going to drop the link for the StreamYard. If anyone does want to come join us tonight, you can feel free. We might see CG tonight, and Radar should make it a little bit later as well. But, if anyone does want to come join us and just to say hello or come sit with us and talk with us for a minute about either Idaho or Delphi, feel free to come on. But the only thing that we request of you is that when you are in the back room, that you do have to quickly, if you plan on using an avatar, and not showing your face on camera, that you do have to show us it in the back quickly, that only I will see, or well, we will see in the back room.
You have to show us your mistletoe.
Yeah, you shows your mistletoe or whatever, but just to show that it's truly a person behind there that's not going to try to do any funky stuff. Right. We're not into any funky stuff.
We're not trying to see any jingle bells dingling around.
We're not. No, we don't want to see any jingle bells. And Adam, where you are, the weather, I'm sure you guys don't have no snow there whatsoever.
No, it didn't snow, but I mean, and of course it's funny because I've looked at Facebook and everything today, and it's like I feel like everyone's like, here's my temperature, here's my temperature. Yeah. and it was like this morning. I woke up at like 4:30 this morning because there was like pounding on my windows, and my building's usually really quiet, and it was the wind and it was hailing a little bit, and then I heard a big like explosion, and I think the power went out down the street. So I think there's like 15,000 people like in my area without power, but it was from the wind.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then when I left this morning for work, it was 30. It was 42 degrees, but it said it felt like 30 something. And then by 2:00 this afternoon, it was 22 degrees. So I mean, it for Charlotte that's really cold, and it says it feels like 10.
Yeah.
And that's Fahrenheit.
Oh, well, I was gonna say, yeah, I know in Fahrenheit there, because I was gonna say, because I wanted to, just because my husband, he needed to go into work today, simply because he had to get his tools at the job site or whatever. Can you see that? Is that okay?
Because he's off for like 11 days now, right?
Now he is, and it's like he woke up and he's like, I don't want to go. I don't want to go. And I said, well, you don't have to. And he's like, yeah, I gotta go because I got the tools in. And so we have a Ford Explorer Sport 2017, and it has snow drive. So he's been taking our vehicle instead of the work van, which the work van is a piece of shit Mercedes vehicle. Okay.
Right. That's what you want a work van to be, right?
And so, so he did that. So, but whoops. Well, let me just quickly go back to here for a second. Vancouver. So I live in Vancouver. If anyone doesn't know, I live in Vancouver, British Columbia in Canada, which is right here off the coast of the Pacific Ocean. So yeah, this is beautiful Vancouver. If anyone has been there, they would know that it's just, it's the second largest city on basically Toronto and Vancouver are the two biggest cities. But anyways, so we live like, okay.
Show us your address.
What's the address?
Show us your address.
Yeah. Probably not going to happen. I'm going to show the actual one. But anyway, so in Vancouver, we have multiple bridges. We have the Port Mann, the Patella, and Alex Fraser, and I don't know. We have lots. We just have lots. Anyways, so normally my husband would come down the highway and come across the bridge and head on home over to Langley over here. But because of the ice rain, he had to go over to the Patella Bridge over here, and it took him about an hour and 20 minutes, even though it says it's that. But it's kind of like, we have a ton of bridges to cross. So if you want to, so where he works, he typically works in the Vancouver area over here, but today he was working over in Burnaby. So so I don't know why my mouse is being a little nipper, but anyways, so it's either that or else he goes like the long way around and comes back home. But if it wasn't for his tools being at the job site there, he honestly probably wouldn't have went into work today. And stop screen. Anyways.
Well, I think this weather has made like the whole continent like more united than it's been in years. For once, everyone can agree on something.
Yeah, I know, because my worst fear, and probably, hi Phil, how are you? my worst fear is always accidents when it's snowing. And I'm sorry, Vancouver, but you guys suck butt when it
Charlotte's
comes
that way.
to doing your roads. It's almost like I said, it's almost that feeling of well, why would we want to put money into doing that? The rain's going to take it away. But it's just ridiculous to me that they're willing to risk all these lives because of their inaptness to salt the roads, put gravel on the roads. Because my husband has not seen one gravel truck yet or anything.
So do you guys have winters when you don't get like things like this? Because I know that like for Charlotte, like they don't put the money in the budget, and so
Right.
what happens? It's like they like, and then they'll put it down like 2 days before it's supposed to do anything, and then it's all gone by the time it snows or ices.
Correct. I mean, for us here in Vancouver, we randomly get snow. We might see it a couple of times, so last year, for instance, we seen it maybe 2 times for like a day and a half. And then this year we got it, like about a week ago, like this, whatever front was coming in. So, there's still snow and everywhere, but it was ice rain today. So everything was just slick and it's usually not your own driving. It's usually the other people's driving that you have to worry about because you always have those a-holes, that no matter what, you're going, 70 or 80 on the highway and they go whipping by you at 100 like they're invincible, and stuff like
that. Or the semis, the big trucks.
Yeah, and the highway here is massive semis, because it's like the number 1 goes right from Vancouver all the way to the end of Canada. And it's like where all the semis drive on and stuff like that. And I just remember as a child, now it's a beautiful drive from here to Alberta, just a gorgeous drive. If anybody's ever been to, again, Vancouver, beautiful scenic view. But I just remember as a child, we were driving and I seen this semi jackknifed over the canyon of now the old highway, the old number 1, because then they made the Coquihalla, which you avoid all the fun. So the old number 1, and it has like about 7 tunnels as you drive, and the choo-choo track, the train track that goes across Canada as well. You could see as you were driving, and the roads are very windy, and you look down and you go, "Oh, there's my life right before my eyes." And so when we were driving and I seen this semi and it was laying on the side and its front end was jackknifed right over top of the cliff, the canyon, looking down at death. And I'll never forget that because all I could think about was whoever the driver was that was inside is literally hanging there in the front of his cab, looking down, many hundreds of feet down to his death should that thing rip apart and fall down. And that's all I could think about was what this guy must be feeling after he's looking down. It's like being on a roller coaster ride and you're looking
10-4 out.
Yeah, right. And so when I for some reason that just always sticks in my head. And just I had so I want to say this. A friend when I was very young, 16 years old, his name was Don Cool. He passed away today. They were driving back from from Edmonton to Calgary, and a drunk driver smashed into them and he lost his life. So every December 23rd, I always remember that Don Cool, when I was 15 years old, he lived right behind me. We went to high school, and on his way back home to his mom, because his mom and dad were separated or whatever. But anyways, he was on his way back home with his dad, and that was the only child.
Did the drunk driver get killed?
Pardon?
Did the drunk driver?
I don't know, honestly.
They never do. That's what always drives me crazy is, they'll be fine and then, they'll kill the whole family or something.
Well, that's the thing with my ex-husband. My ex-husband's dad died when he was 8 months old. And you could see that there was anger issues there, which I knew would implode, which they did when, but if anyone knows, well, most people don't, but if you know Newfoundland is a very, island basically off of Canada there. And where my ex-husband lived was called Norris Arm North. It was one road. It was one road with some houses on it. Like Norris Arm South had like two roads, Norris Arm North had one road. And, so his dad was literally almost home, and two drunk ladies smashed into him and killed him. So my ex-husband's dad died when he was 8 months old, and you can see the hurt and the pain because he always heard the stories of being a great fisherman and all these things. And his mom never told him who it was, even though she knew, because he didn't want him to have the knowledge of who it was that actually, took his dad's life and stuff like that. But anyways, so my biggest fear always, I have that anxiety when it comes to especially snow driving. All I today was just going, okay, husband said, I'll probably be back to the office in about an hour. And I'm like, try to entertain my brain to look at other things. And then, I think about the hour mark, I'm like, call. And then he's like, says that he just got over the Pattullo Bridge. So I'm just like, okay, I'll talk to you in a bit. Just want to make sure you're okay, right? Because I'm too busy. All I want to know is that he's going to make it home just fine. So now that he's home, because I love my husband and my, some people need to have breathing room from their partner. Me and my husband aren't like that whatsoever. I love it when my husband's home. It means that he's safe. It was no different than my son. When he's home, it meant he was safe. At least to me, he was safe and sound, and any crisis averted type of thing. So yeah, so he's off for like 10 days. But again, we had freezing rain today to add to it. And thank you, SB74. So yeah, I mean,
you're right, Sonny. It's not them; it's the other people on the road that it's like you have no control over them, and that's what's
right.
scary.
Yeah.
It's like it's not that you don't trust your husband's driving; it's that you don't trust what someone else could
like
ruin your life. Ruining your lives with their dumb mistake.
My husband drives very responsible, and plus we have a good vehicle that has snow drive to it. So like since I know that he's a good driver, but again, in Vancouver, especially, and Diamond Eyes would know this if being from Toronto, like I said, there's a lot of jerk offs out there on that road that just don't care. They drive like maniacs. There's always those people. And those are the same idiots that will end up taking somebody's life because they think somehow that they're so special, that their driving is so awesome and amazing and stuff like that. And so when it comes to drunk driving, I have no patience for anyone. Don't ever tell me that you drank and drive. I don't want to hear it ever, right? Because I find that so disgusting and despicable when people do stuff like that, because of the fact of you're risking other people's lives, and so be it. So if you end up in jail and stuff like that, like I said, so be it, because you deserved it. You never get behind the wheel drinking and driving. I mean, like I said,
I just heard a study in the last year or two. It was 40 or 50% of all fatalities that from car accidents had either alcohol or drugs in the system of the deceased person. Which I was like, that's that's a lot of people.
Yeah.
So, or you might get Miss Dog Lover there that just decides to drive on the wrong side of the road because she's used to it back at home. Because I've done it in her country. Yeah. I'm like, oops, wrong side.
I know. And Miss Dog Lover, if you want to come on and have time, feel free. Yeah. Canada takes DD, drinking ninja. Hey, Eric.
That's exactly true. Dog Lover too, because I've said that I've paid for people's Ubers before because they're like, oh no, it's okay, and I'm like, it's $10 compared to either the rest of your life or someone else's life, or even if it's just a DUI, it's thousands of dollars. So I'm like, don't take the chance. We live in a day and we're lucky enough to live in a day and age where, not that there should have ever been an excuse, but you really don't have an excuse to drink and drive.
Yeah.
In this day and age. 2 clicks on your phone and you have a ride.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I just, it was always a pet peeve of mine that I don't want to hear you being braggadocious how you got into your vehicle and stuff. Considering a lot of people I know have died because of that, and
Absolutely.
hence, it's just so wrong. Now, just to ask you, I don't know the answer to this. Open Secrets. She's in jail for vehicular, I think.
I honestly don't know. I know that I know the gist of it, but I don't remember. I couldn't give details enough that would that I would feel factual about.
Yeah,
I don't just her last name, so I could look it up, but I don't.
I was just curious if it was because of drinking and driving, or if it was just simply one of those accidents. I don't know much about the story, so don't take that as gospel either.
And that's something I feel like is so sad that with some people, I feel like they do it and then nothing bad happens, so they do it again, nothing bad happens, and they get to that point where they're like, oh, I'm fine. They feel like because when you're in an altered state of mind, you don't realize that you're in the altered state of mind. You feel like you're fine, and so they think they can get behind the wheel, and they don't know that they might make one mistake and ruin countless lives.
Absolutely. And I also want to just quickly say that it's coming up Christmas in a couple of days, and I want to give the biggest prayers to any of the missing and murdered, the Delphi families that have had the impact, of course, that are going through another Christmas. The Idaho case that's going on, again, another very, very sad case. There's so many out there, but I just want to say especially to all those families out there that have lost their loved ones, regardless if it was the missing and the murdered, because I've seen a few Facebook posts too where some husbands passed away, or and I know Frank lost his mom recently as well, so just prayers and
his brother.
Belinda
lost her husband. I mean,
it's the holidays make those things especially hard, and they just simply do. There's no.
We lost Deb.
Pardon?
We lost Deb.
But that's a different story.
I saw the message from Ashley today, so I finally responded to it because I hadn't seen it yet.
Oh, okay.
That was so sweet, and I thought your response was really sweet too.
On there, So Ashley was Blaine's other half with the children, the 3 children. 2 of them were Blaine's, and 1 was the child that Ashley had with another gentleman, but they were like most stepdads, right? They take on the love and care of the other children as well. So it will be nice to see when she makes a nice little video for us to share, and of what the kids got themselves. So again, thanks everyone for those donations for those children for Christmas. Children are, like I said, innocent little victims and everything. And for me, I just love children. I know some people say, like, why did you only have 1? Well, it's just the way it ended up working out, to be honest. I never thought that I would just have 1 child, and a little shit at that. But anyways, it's like my twin has 4, so her children were always spoiled by me regardless. But, I love children. They're just innocent. They deserve the best.
As that Athena girl, that little girl in Texas, like what her family's got to go through this year. And there's there's that girl that's still not been found in Charlotte here in Cornelius. And that's not going to have a good outcome, but I don't think.
No.
So many.
It's very rare that there's a good outcome.
Especially when both parents are in custody now.
Yeah. Now, this is something I thought was rather pathetic, but this is somehow is that someone is pretending to be Autumn. How do you say the last name? Goncalves.
Oh, you're talking about Callie's or Kaylee's last name. Gonsalves. Gonsalves is just pronounced the C like a like Gonsalves.
Gonzalez. Okay.
Gonsalves.
Gonsalves. Okay.
Yeah. Gonsalves.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, it's just the fact that people, and there's other people that have done this for other cases and whatever, but the fact that somebody literally makes a Facebook account and pretends to be the sister of one of Kaylee,
To Olivia, right? That they're trying to pretend to be.
Yeah, pardon.
They're trying to be Olivia, right? Or pretend they're Olivia.
Autumn. It was Autumn.
Who's Autumn?
Autumn's Kaylee's sister.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, the younger one. The younger one.
Yeah. Because I was gonna say, because hers has the picture of two girls on it, which she said that she only had one Facebook, according to. I'm just going by what was on Jonathan Lee Rich's. That guy pops out videos like every freaking hour. Thank you, Stephanie.
My favorite thing is when he turns his camera around and he just for like a half second he doesn't catch himself and he's looking at himself in the camera and he goes.
Well, he obviously
every time he turns his camera on, he does it.
Do you know where he's from? Because obviously I could tell the difference between snow and then no snow. So I'm not sure where he's actually from.
Yeah,
but
I've seen him before.
You know what? I keep watching his videos though, because I find them little tidbits informative. But
yeah, I appreciated him walking from like the corner club to where the food truck was. Like that was the last one I saw.
Well, I mean, he pretty much drops one every couple hours on the hour. So, there's at least, you can at least hit about 7 videos in a day that he drops, and I'm just like going, okay, I'll fall for it. I mean, hey, like in all fairness, if each video gets you many thousands of views per each video, which gives you more money, blah, blah, blah.
And if you're out there showing the scene, like that's why I liked the Chris Madonna, the Chris Madonna guy. I liked that he was the first one I saw that went out there and drove around and shut. Because I got a bird's eye witness of where things were, and you learn so much more about an area when you see it.
Ooh, Diane's looking to fight you.
And I know everyone's even said that about the Brit, about Delphi, that when you're really out there, it changes the whole way you look at kind of what could have happened and how it, things are. And then having been now to Madeline McCann's, where that, the condo where Madeline McCann went missing from, it changed my whole perspective on that case. So just to be there in person and to see how close it all was, it really just changed the whole way I thought about it.
Yeah. Well, as Diane Jones, despite being only 150 pounds, I can probably kick Adam's butt.
Diane, why are you trying to kick my butt? But you probably can.
Yeah, actually, Diane, but I could kick yours. Like, seriously.
Did I do something to offend you?
So go ahead. You kick his, I'll kick yours. How's that fair?
If I did something to offend you, Diane, I apologize.
Yeah. We'll just block that user.
Well, if she legitimately goes offended by me, I would like to know why or apologize.
No, we're definitely not going to apologize to that. No. And plus, Deb said, "Can you block her?"
Yeah, but Deb's like ego for that. Now that Deb's got a channel, her ego is
through the roof. Stop it.
Right.
Deb.
I messaged her and she goes, "Who are you?"
Yeah.
Sorry.
But I did have to kind of laugh because I'm always forever making stupid typos and thumbnails, and she's always correcting me, and I'm like, "Is that how you spell Keegan?" No, it's not. I don't know why everyone keeps spelling Keegan wrong with 2 E's.
Mine autocorrects it to my phone autocorrects it to 2 E's. I still have to change it every time I type it.
And Hazy D.
It changes Kaylee's name to Cayleig.
Yeah, I was.
And changes your name to Sonny.
Right. I was legitly spelling the word ho, like
And it changed
it
to
turned
Adam.
it to no. Yeah, yeah. Well, no, it actually at first it changed it to dab, and then I was like, stupid freaking text. And I was just like,
when I type in CD, it changes it to Siri.
Siri. Yeah. Diane was trolling in Marv and Frank's channel area. Well, I think we should give Diane a break. She's probably doing a lot of this, is what's probably going on. And then she's coming out thinking she's really tough. And it's probably a guy hiding behind that female name and stuff like that. Anyway.
Christmas cheer.
Because I use the same, it doesn't make it right, Deb. Doesn't make it right. So I use the same spelling as the newspaper. That was kind of like when I was looking up that Jack Decor. Like these newspaper people, I don't know if it's just me, but why is it that there seems to be just a lot of typos?
Oh, I've seen them spell Abby's name wrong before in news articles. They'll put Abbie.
Yeah. Right. Oh, yeah. And that too. Anyways. Yeah. So, Lewis, have you been looking up anything or anything like that? Come on, Lewis.
No. Today was a extremely long day outside, so traffic was not fun.
Look at this one.
Steph, I did that once. Remember when I donated on someone else's channel thinking I was donating?
That was like the most funniest thing ever, you guys. That's when Adam, he's like, you guys don't see my donation? No. I think you donated it in Sleuth's chat. Remember?
I was in Sleuth's chat. I had it pulled up on my phone still.
Yeah, he was sitting there thinking that he made a donation to like this channel at the time. And we're just like, me and Deb are like, we can't see it. Like, what are you talking about? And then he realizes he's totally donated in his Sleuth's chat. And then
so I'm glad I'm not the only one that's ever had one chat pulled up on my phone and didn't realize it closed out yet. Hey, Cordy.
Hey, there's Cordy. Cordy, we know you're always hiding from us. And then Cordy likes to go peekaboo.
Yesterday, I popped into Mel's live for a minute on Cold Truth, and I was in the chat, and she didn't realize that she was muted, and she doesn't always look at her chat very, like sometimes when she's saying something. Mel.
Oh, Mel, yeah.
And so people were messaging me, and they were like, "Can you call her?" And so I tried to call her. I was trying to get her attention. So I finally just sent her $10 on a super chat, hoping it might get her attention.
Oh,
because she was talking for like 10 minutes and no one could hear her.
Nobody can hear her, and she wasn't. Oh, hey, McDougal Tree.
And we've all done it, but I was like, I felt so bad for her.
Yeah. Merry Christmas, you guys. Anyone that's coming in and all that. And again, I'm not sure what people are doing. However this live goes, again, I'm going to drop the link. And if people want to come join us, as long as you just show us, even if you use your avatar, you just have to show us that you're a real person behind there,
right?
Because Cordy, if I'm fed up with all these little, dick rolls that you keep doing to us every time I drop the link there, because there's Cordy in the back, and he's like, I'm just like, no, can't happen. One day, Cordy.
Yeah. So you don't want any surprises?
No.
No.
No, we don't need no jelly bean pop, or we don't need no.
We don't need any jingle bells jingling across the street.
Yeah.
No Christmas tree ornaments hanging low?
No, nut sacks, no nothing. No.
Yeah.
We're good with those.
Yeah, I don't know, Cordy, I don't know if you've ever gone over to the other channel, like to the channel that I have, but I just put out like a video for the first time.
One second. Miss Dog Lover, can you just show your face for a sec? Thank you. Are you going to put your avatar on, Miss Dog Lover? Because I can see your roof. I'm just not sure if you want to hit your avatar. Miss Dog Lover.
Did she turn off mic instead of the cam?
Well, no, we see her roof, but I thought maybe she just would like to have her avatar on instead of seeing the top. Well, you know what? I'm just going to add you to stream.
Actually, I can assign her an avatar.
Yeah.
Can't we? Can we not do that?
Yeah. So that's a nice avatar, Miss Dog Lover. How are you?
I wonder if when she went to turn the cam off for the avatar, she hit the mic by accident.
No, she's not muted.
No, she's not muted. Miss Dog
No?
Lover.
Hello.
Hello, can barely hear you.
Oh, right.
You're having some eggnog with rum, aren't you, Miss
Oh
Dog
my
Lover?
God. Can you hear me?
I feel like I'm watching the Joey Arias video.
Yeah, we can barely hear you.
Oh no.
Let's see here.
I'll try again.
Yeah, the volume's really.
I could have played with it.
Yeah, well, I know I was just about to do that too. Anyway, so we'll hopefully hear her in a second. McDougal. So he said you. So did you get the job? Are you that confident? Did you walk out of there saying that you got the job? I mean, what?
No, nothing.
No. And I've just been trolling tonight. Hey, CD, hopefully CD can make it on. Do.
I sent Steffa an interesting article today, and the only reason I sent it to her was because it was her state. It was in Ohio. A woman got arrested at Walmart for trying to shoplift a Christmas tree. And she tried it by trying to conceal it in a certain part of her body.
Was it a 1-inch Christmas tree? What the heck?
No.
No.
So I sent it to Steffa, and Steph was like, "I would never do that." I was like, "Okay, well, that's not why I sent it to you."
Let's try this again. There we go. That avatar.
And then we had a good giggle about it.
Hey, Miss Dog Lover.
Hey, hi. Can you hear me?
Can hear you better, but I think we're still going to turn you up a little bit here. Are you playing with that, Adam?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Merry Christmas, Miss Dog Lover.
Yeah. Merry Christmas, everyone. Sorry about that.
Can you hear it better now?
She's still a little. Let's see. Miss Dog Lover, 10-4. Come in, please. Merry Christmas. Miss Dog Lover.
It says the host has unmuted your mic.
There, that's better. We just wanted to hear your
okay.
voice. Yeah. So how are you doing?
Yeah, good, thank you. Yeah, well, I've just woken up. I actually went for a lie down for 10 minutes.
Now, did you say lie in or a lie down?
I was just gonna say, Adam, get the hell out of my brain. I was gonna say because my husband always said I was just supposed to say the same thing. Because my husband was going, I'm gonna go for a lie-in. Yeah. And you said a lie down.
A lie down, yeah.
So do you say lie in ever, or do you always say lie down?
I'll go for a lie down during the day, or like when you're not supposed to be going to bed, and a lie in like in the morning when you're supposed to actually get up for work.
So do you have to work tomorrow?
No, not tomorrow. No. So I had a half day today, because tomorrow is Christmas Eve. And usually on Christmas Eve we have a half day anyway.
Yeah,
so,
half day. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, remind me, Miss Douglas, which part of the country are you in? You don't have to say the city or anything, but are you in where are you in England?
London.
You are in London, okay.
Yeah.
So so tomorrow someone will show up at your door with the cards in Love Actually, and they'll
Yeah, Love Actually.
Joking. No, oh God, no. It's not like the romantic kind of Christmassy scene.
It'll be
here,
True Crime Bloke. True Crime Bloke will be out there
True Crime Bloke. No, it's just raining here. We had snow a couple of weeks ago, and it was we had a couple of inches, and everything just ground to a halt. So you guys must be really suffering at the moment.
I've lived in snow places all my life, so this is nothing. Thank you, Callie. For me, because in the States, I really don't know who all gets snow over there. I just laugh when people talk about it because come live in that stuff for 6 to 7 months of the year, you know, that type of weather. It's like ongoing. So when you live in it, it's like it seems it's nominal to me when somebody talks about certain weathers and stuff because I've lived, like I said, in Alberta, and that's like a normal thing. I'm not drunk yet, Callie. I'm not.
Well, so, like saying, I know like a problem that a lot of people have here is they'll come from other places.
Oh, 1 sec.
Thank you. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Thank you,
Like,
Callie.
if someone moves down here from the north, they'll think there's no big deal to have an inch of snow, but they don't realize that we don't treat the roads.
Oh, Miss Dog Lover, I can hear you echoing. I can hear your. Do you have 2 things open?
I've just closed it. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Just because I was giving off the echo, I can hear Adam twice, and that was too much.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, is it okay now?
Yeah, now it's beautiful. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, Adam. What did you just say there?
Well, no, I was just saying, I think, like when people come to the south, like from, like the north, they'll think, oh, I can drive in an inch of snow or a half an inch of snow.
Yeah.
But they aren't used to doing it when there's no salt on the road. So they're, so then it just messes everyone up.
Yeah. And up in Alberta, and that it's what we call dry snow. Like here is wet snow, slushy, slidable snow, and colder, like, so we could be minus 30 in Calgary and minus 10 here, but it still feels like it because this is a bone chilling cold versus a dry cold. And so like the snow is more, I don't know, just crunchier and drier and,
So what's the temperature where you are, Sonny?
Right now?
Yeah.
Let's see, actually. Weather in Langley. It is -1, whatever that is. And
that's Celsius?
It looks like we're getting rain the rest of the week. Bye, snow. Have a good, see you next year, snow. Yeah. -1 Celsius, whatever that is to you guys. So yeah. As to, hey, there's something in my hair here. Can you see it? I can see it. I don't know. But anyways, yeah. So, we're used to the rain, like England weather, pretty much. Sort of like I said, my husband's from England, and so he must feel right at home when it rains. It's funny. I was talking to him today. Kind of talk to him once in a while, and
who?
when I was talking to my husband today, I'm like, I said something about his mom or whatever, and then he's like, oh yeah, there's a couple parcels that I was gonna, because what I did was I asked him, I said, did you check the mail recently? Because if we don't need to go check it, like there's no reason, because he comes from the parkade up, right? And if I would have to actually leave the apartment, but again, we always go down to the parkade if anything, and bypass the main floor. So I'm like, have you checked the mail lately? And he's like, maybe a week ago. And he's like, oh yeah, right, my mom sent a parcel for each of us or whatever. And I'm just like, oh, you're just telling me that now? Like, good fight going into your, store. So anyways, so he just told me. And apparently Canada Post put the wrong address on 2 of the packages. Like seriously, right. Canada Post, really? Yeah.
Yeah, Austin, I agree. I love snow. I love seeing the snow. It's beautiful. I just don't want to lose power.
Yeah.
I don't want to not be able to watch TV. And look on the
internet. Thank you, subscriber. Subscribe. Jubu. Boo, boo. Jubu, 1974. Oops, there we go. What were you asking there, Adam?
Well, no, I was agreeing with Austin there. I was like, I love the way. I mean, I think it's beautiful if you don't have to go anywhere and you can just look at snow. But I just don't want to lose power. And like the idea of like not having like internet and not being able to watch TV,
Yeah. Does your internet ever go down, Miss Dog Lover?
No, not here. No, luckily not.
Why does that Diana? Was it Diana or Diane? Because it had a brown D as well. The person that
It was a
got
different
booted.
one.
Yeah. All right, you're safe. You're safe as long as you're saying Merry Christmas, Diana.
So what have you all got planned for Christmas?
Oh, yeah. What do you? Okay, I'll go last. What are you guys all doing? Yeah. Ooh, don't start. You guys not all at once, okay?
I'm kind of waiting for someone to invite me.
Yeah.
So Miss Dog Lover would invite me over.
Yeah, I like how Lewis just turns off his thing and he's like, "Yeah, I'm not answering that." Yeah.
I'm going to my parents on Sunday. Like I'll go up there Sunday morning and I'll spend the day with my family. And just all get together and do our thing, and I'll come home Sunday night, and that'll be it.
Lewis, what about you?
I'm sorry to hear the question. I had a phone call that came in. That's why I went on the
That's
screen.
what I was saying. No, okay, hold on. Okay,
She asked what you're going to get us for Christmas.
Yeah.
I already sent the picture that you took to Sonny. I framed it.
Air fryer? Did I hear? Did somebody buy us an air fryer? Did you say? Feel like an air fryer? Yeah. So the question actually truly was, what are you doing for Christmas?
For Christmas, probably going to my sister-in-law's house and opening presents with her kids and all that. I think that's the plan.
Yeah.
I hear an echo with Lewis now.
Oh, do you?
I have an echo.
I don't hear it. Huh.
It's way more just feedback than anything.
Yeah, it's maybe a little bit of feedback, if anything. Oh yeah, I hear it. Oh wait, is it coming from Miss Dog Lovers or is it coming from?
Oh no, is it me?
Because I kept seeing her thing moving. Let's try it. Well,
I've not got anything on in the background, so
it's good now.
Yeah, well, it seems like it's good now. So, okay, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I hope my sister's not watching this, to be honest with you. So I was gonna go. I said to my husband, like, my sister's gonna be my twin. Okay, I have a twin. She's gonna be lonely on Christmas because the kids are in Vegas. Oh, that's a story.
Oh, they went without her. They went without her.
Okay, yeah. Let me just say this. I'm not even gonna tell it. I'm gonna let my twin. I believe my twin's gonna come on Christmas night. And she can tell the story. Let me just tell you this: those kids are not in Vegas.
Oh, they're not.
No.
Where are they?
And WestJet, you guys suck. Okay, WestJet, you guys really truly suck. You guys are the epitome of sucking for airplane. Suck. You guys suck. Anyways, WestJet totally screwed them over. The kids are in Calgary, and they never got to go to to whatever. And because my sister can tell the story, but let's just say delayed. Oops, they had to transfer onto a flight. Stupid lady tells them, "Oh, I'm sorry, your plane left." But no, it was delayed. Customs closed at 8:00. Well, their plane was still sitting there on the runway, but they couldn't get to it because customs was closed because the stupid lady at WestJet told them that they missed their flight anyway, even though they didn't. And the notification didn't even come in until after 8:00 when customs is. Who closes customs? Right. What state of mind is these? Like, seriously, WestJet, you suck. I hope we see you guys.
I have a friend flying to Barcelona tomorrow, and they have to fly through JFK, and they're a little worried about their flight getting,
Well, it's just like it was just the most ridiculous thing. But my sister can tell the whole story. I think she'll be joining us on whatever. But anyways, so bottom line is, I said to my husband, maybe we should take over, like we'll go make dinner at her house type of thing, and but Ryan's here, and Ryan is kind of antisocial. Okay, so I'm like, well, whatever. Anyways,
he's not.
He's antisocial. Okay, very antisocial. So anyway,
too adorable not to be
I
antisocial.
know. And just this is what
So
happens.
they didn't step in and fix the issue with the plane or anything, the tickets?
Oh, no, like I said, I'll let my sister explain that one on Christmas. I don't want to tell the whole story because I want kind of her to tell it because it's just a tragedy. Like seriously, it's not even funny. It's a joke. Like these kids should be at Shim Lim and frickin' Chris Angel, my freak, and doing all that stuff for Christmas.
Yeah.
So piss off, WestJet. Seriously, you guys suck. All right, it's just really, it's just customer service and things nowadays. It's just honestly, you literally like this is one of those things that you call into the news station to tell them how pathetic WestJet is, and to tell your story, and then everyone's gonna be like, I get, these 4 kids, well, 3 kids, I should say, and Haley's other half, which was taking over my sister's ticket. Literally, thanks, WestJet, piece of shit. Seriously. But anyways, we were gonna make whatever. But my sister's. Remember, Lewis, I was talking to you yesterday, and then all of a sudden, my sister's like, "You don't know what kind of day I've had for the last day and a half. Call me when you have a moment." So I'm like, yeah. Anyways, Lewis, so what's going on, Lewis? All right, I better call my sister. I know it's going to be a couple-hour conversation, right, Tan? At least. And so then I was like, yeah, I better call my sister. Then she proceeds to tell me the whole story, not even about her kidney stones, but about the kids and how they didn't get to go to Vegas for Christmas. And so then she's like, so screw it. I'm going to the movies for Christmas. And I said, well, fine. Can I come with you? So that's what we're going to do. We're going to go see is it Mariah? No, hold on. Is it Mariah Carey? So you think you can dance? Something like that, or some sort of
J-Lo? Is it?
No,
her?
No.
Yeah, that's Mariah Carey then, I guess.
It's Mariah Carey, I believe. Yeah. And so anyways, so I'm like 12:30 time because it's at 12:30, 3:30, whatever. So I'm like 12:30, and then she's telling me about the dinner that she's ordered herself from White Spot for Christmas. And I'm like, okay, cool. So we'll go to the movies. You'll go to your house and have dinner, and then you'll join me on the live Sunday night or Christmas night, right? And she's like, oh, maybe, I don't know, maybe. And I'm like, no, you will, right? Yeah. And I'm like, she's like, well, what do I have to do? Don't worry, I'll show you. I'll show you tomorrow if you're watching this right now. Dan, I'll show you tomorrow.
Right.
Anyways, so we're gonna go to the movies. If I told my husband.
Tomorrow or Sunday? During the
Sunday.
day.
Sorry, Sunday. So Sunday, yeah, Christmas Day.
Funny, I sent you something in Messenger. It was regarding how much snow Lewis said he got today that I thought is funny if we play.
Oh, let's take a look. You sent it.
There's no music in it or anything, so it's just someone talking.
Okay. Is it the Goofs on TikTok? That one?
I just sent it to you.
Is that the right one?
Yes. Yeah. So how much snow did you say you got, Lewis?
What's that?
How much snow did you say you guys got?
Depending on, we're right off the lakefront, so you had anywhere from a couple inches to, I think, 4 or 5 inches. But the drifts are horrible when you get further to the east.
So this is a TikTok of a guy talking about it's like young kids talking. He's talking about how much snow they got, and it's funny though, just hearing a man's assessment of what's a lot of snow.
This one?
Yes.
Okay.
4 inches last night. Is that a lot, ladies? Or no? You need like more. That's nothing. That's like no snow. It's average. Is it average? It snowed 4 inches last night. Is that a lot, ladies? Or no? You need like more.
Oh.
That's nothing. That's like no snow. It's average. Is it average? It snowed.
Okay. You little dirty perv. I'm sitting here going. Wait. What? It's already.
Well, you knew it was going to be dirty somehow.
I should have known. I should have known. He's such a perv, isn't he, Miss Delphi?
That's very cringe.
So what are you doing, Miss Dog Lover, for Christmas? And by the way, thank you for all your donations for supporting the channel to us. I want to say that.
Oh, you're welcome.
So
You're very welcome.
Yeah. So I know that it's like anyways, very generous. Thank you so much.
That's
so what
okay.
are you
It's going through a good cause.
thank you so much. It honestly, being a jobless hobo does help. Does help pay for things. I did have to cut back on a few. I had to stop.
No, I know, but the thing with Blaine's children was
yes.
a good cause. So yeah, hopefully
absolutely.
they'll have as much of a good Christmas as they possibly can.
Absolutely. I know that Ash said that they were excited, and of course, right? I mean, at the end of the day, children, everyone handles things their own way, and that they're like they'll be fine, hopefully, but they're not fine really because obviously their dad's not there, but
yeah.
I don't know. Each to their own how they handle things.
That's kind of what I said to Ashley in the message tonight.
Yeah. But
well, I mean, I obviously I know because I lost my brother, and my nephew at the time was 18 months old, and my niece was 3 months in the womb. So yeah, totally understand that, and we've got to look after the kids.
Yeah, like I said, love kids. They're just, I don't know. They're just gifts, to me. It's too bad they don't remember that when they get a little older and stuff. But to me, it's just, I don't know. I just, as a mother, as a person, children, like I said, they're just so innocent. It's they're just.
They're not.
It's just. I don't know what else.
Yeah, exactly, Adam. Yeah, I mean, my nephew is. And I asked what they wanted for Christmas, and they just said money. They just want money.
Money. Yeah. I mean, honestly, sometimes it's the easiest way to go on there. Look and see. Thank you, Sloopy. Merry Christmas, Sloop. There's another person.
Sloopy.
And I hope you're feeling better, Sloops. Sloop gets some really bad migraines and stuff like that. Don't see her as much as we like to anymore, but Sloop's always been.
I messaged her earlier today and offered to send over some hot firemen if she needed someone to come to her for anything. And I said I won't send those ones from Carroll County because the ones I've seen didn't impress me.
Oh. See, Deb, every time you hear that.
Guitar, super chat. $49.99. Thank you. Merry Christmas.
You,
thanks, Sloop.
Kissing face.
Thank you. I like how it says Sloopy guitar. And on that thing, who was it? Was it you, Miss Dog Lover? Somebody put a lot of trees the other day, and it was like, or was it trees? But it was like tree. I find it funny how it actually says the emojis on there as well. But thank you very much, Sloopy. And Sloopy has always been a nice, again, always done and helped out whenever there's been a donation either for the channel and stuff too. Thank you so much. But anyway, so
yes, Callie, I'll send you firemen.
Callie, don't be desperate. Okay?
Everyone's so generous on this channel.
On there. I was just talking about this with Lewis yesterday when I was talking to Lewis, actually. And, I could never be fake if my life depended on it. Like sometimes you listen to channels and they're just like, hey, how are you? So great to see you. Oh, you're just so wonderful. And I'm just like, and you're just so fake. Even though, but whatever. I could never be that way myself. Like, meaning, hey, like nice to you. But there's one thing I was saying to Lewis yesterday. Like, I cannot stand fakeness. I just can't. Doesn't matter what form it is. Can't stand it. It just turns me off, pisses me off, actually. Can't stand fake. And so I was saying to Lewis, like what Deb has said multiple times, is the one thing I really like about the chat is that there's really good people with really good thoughts. And just like I said, that family feeling. So when I say that the chat or whatever is, got some really great people in it and stuff like that, that's with sincerity, because it's true. There's very little drama that goes on here and stuff like that. And everyone is, for the most part, very respectful. And the chat is just nice and flowing, but I just like very caring people, and I don't got the time of day for the ones that just come in here to try to troll and stuff like that. So it's kind of like when I see that, like, that's probably for me,
Right.
like sincere it is not probably when I say that this is a good group of people and stuff like that, it really truly is. I appreciate the fact that people come in here and they can have their opinions, and
Right.
and it's just a bunch of caring, kind individuals we see all the time, which I think of like family.
This is actually the first channel that came up on the Delphi case.
Same.
So that's why I subscribed. So it came up on my recommended.
Yeah. Well, I mean, probably at the time. Which reminds me, and that's the whole point, is the algorithm. If you guys haven't hit the like, if you guys can hit the like button for us, that will be great. I'm just going to take a boo. See how many likes we got. We got 65 likes and over 166. Thank you. Somebody else just hit the like.
Hit the like button, please.
Hit the like button, please. Yeah. Who's the new ones on screen? You talking about? That's Miss Dog Lover. So we talking about Trucy?
Right.
Hey, Trucy's
Trucy's not been in here in a while, so Lewis might be new as well.
I'm not new.
No.
So we have, whenever I take this down, then it will pull up. We have Miss Dog Lover. We have Louie. Of course, Sunny Claus. And then, of course, Aspen Connor. So Miss Dog Lover's been in the chat for quite a long time. Trucy is from the Suzanne Morphew case. Trucy knew Suzanne Morphew. And so there's, like, again, always another case right there that you just want justice. Barry Morphew is guilty as heck, and you just want to see the justice, for Suzanne, for all these families of the missing and murdered.
Yeah.
But that's where Trucy is from. And she has a son that has a podcast, Shane, as well. And I seen that message, and I did answer you back, Trucy, because out of sight, out of mind. Totally forget.
Trucy, what's the podcast?
Yeah, what's the name of the podcast? I see. I out of sight, out of mind. I always forget. But I think
you're not a podcast person, really.
No.
Like it took forever to get you to listen to one of like the Down the Hill one, and then the Murder Sheet.
Oh, the Down the Hills. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hey everyone, putting my skincare on and listening. Be right back. Nice.
Oh, hey, Nicole.
Yeah. Sorry about the loss about
I thought that was really sweet. What someone I think it was Truth Liquid just said, this is probably the only Delphi group that cares about what their viewers are doing. I mean, I'm sure other channels do. But thank you. That was really sweet. Because I generally.
Marvin Frank just care about drinking. They don't care. No. I'm a little blurry right now. This is probably the only Delphi group that cares about how their viewers are doing. But thank you for saying that. There's probably a few more.
Right.
Maybe. Anyways, I
sorry, go on. Sorry.
No, I'll be right back because I'm just gonna go get a refill on my eggnog.
Go on, Sunny. Go for it.
Thank you. Bye back.
Try not to stumble.
Oh.
Not yet.
Adam, how was your holiday? How was your holiday in Portugal?
Oh, it was wonderful. It was wonderful. It feels like it was 5 years ago at this point, but but no, it was incredible. I'm ready to go somewhere else now. You know,
Come to London. I'll look after you.
well, I was in London for one night on the trip, but it was freezing rain and cold, and I just didn't want to do anything. I was tired.
Yeah. Me too. Like every day.
And this time of year, it's so dark. It's so dark so early, and then if it's cold and raining,
Yeah.
I don't want to do anything.
It's dark at 4:30 now.
Yeah.
That sort of kills the day when you get there late.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even just in every day, I mean, like I know, like there's days I'll look at the clock and it's 5:45, and I'm like, it's got to be 8 o'clock at night.
So how many refills before she can't make it through the rest of the chat?
Now, Miss Douglas, what are you doing for Christmas?
Yeah, so I'm going across to Mum and Dad's tomorrow. Well, tomorrow. I say tomorrow. It's actually today. It's actually Christmas Eve in England already.
Yeah, it's almost 3 a.m.
Yeah. Well, nearly 4 a.m. So going across to Mum and Dad's, and we've got the 2 dogs there. And we'll see the nieces and nephews and my sister-in-law. And yeah, I've been making canapes actually today. So I've been making sounds very posh, caviar canapes and smoked salmon canapes. So yeah.
Is that
we'll
a for your family?
Sorry?
Is that a traditional meal for your family, like that you do every Christmas, or just
not really? No, not really. I just felt like I wanted to do something different this year, so yeah, we'll be doing that. Yeah. So yeah, just a very small family Christmas. Just
do you have any
into the big Christmas thing, to be honest?
Right.
Sorry, what were you saying?
What are your family traditions like that you kind of have to do every year? Like that you kind of is there anything unique that your family likes to do, or anything that we wouldn't know about in America?
Not really. I mean, in the UK, I mean, people tend to have for breakfast on Christmas Day, it would be smoked salmon and scrambled eggs. And then have the big meal about 3 o'clock, but that varies depending on what people want to do. And have it's like a roast dinner we would usually have on a Sunday, but with the turkey. But right. I don't like turkey.
And then do you celebrate Boxing Day?
Yeah, so Boxing Day we would usually do another meal.
That's a bank holiday too, right?
1 sec.
Yes, yeah.
Shooting.
We'd usually do another meal, another roast dinner or something, or just cold cuts.
Okay. Yeah, someone had to explain to me what Boxing Day was once, because I had no idea.
Yeah, I still don't know, to be honest.
Well, I was like, leave it to the British, but a holiday to return the gifts they don't want.
Oh, right.
I'm playing.
And I'll be back in about 10 minutes, Adam.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And apparently there's a shooting at so we'll take a look at that in just a second here. Or maybe we'll listen quickly now. 1 sec.
He's working to get more information.
Let's see what happens. Let's see what's happening here.
At the Mall of America again? We've had 2 at our malls this week.
Well, where did it go? I clicked on the thing. Hold on.
That's one thing you don't have to deal with in England, Miss Dog Lover.
Okay. What the heck?
Oh, Adam, unfortunately, we do have a lot of terrorist stuff going on here, especially in London.
You can't even hear their stupid thing.
Can you boost your audio?
No, it has nothing. My audio's boosted.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I was just saying what's happened in London over recent years is absolutely terrible with terrorism.
You don't seem to have the gun violence though that that we seem to have over here.
Guns, knives are the main thing. But yeah, I mean the London Bridge attacks and everything.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's horrible.
At the bombings, 2005 bombings on the London Underground, terrible. Like, yeah, we've had lots of stuff going on.
It's just sad. I don't think you can
you've got to keep going on, and you feel very vulnerable, but you've got to keep going because otherwise they'll win.
Right. I just don't go to the mall.
I rarely see the inside of a mall anymore. Why? I got
so we've had 2 shootings in Charlotte at the mall this week.
Really?
Yeah.
Christmas time obviously is the time that if people get very desperate, everything, whether it's that it's depression that kicks in, whether it's people that want to rob places because they need money, whatever, everything just picks up around Christmas time, and stuff like this, like it's just all sad all the way around. Christmas is, it's, what I mean? You just want it to be lighthearted and full of cheer and, people caring and that, but, right around this time, it's just everything.
And sometimes people target happiness. Look at that Christmas parade in Wisconsin that, the guy drove the car through, or the Christmas market in Germany that the guy drove the car through.
No, I know. It's just, I can't, my mind can't even go to how people just decide that they're going to do that. Like, I get the fact that there's people there that are mad at the world and they want to take others with them because of their own anger. So although I don't understand, I do, you know what I mean? You understand that there's people that just, like, I'm going to go shoot up a school because a teacher pissed me off or somebody pissed me off and I'm going to go shoot up school and stuff like that. And it's just so devastating because it's just like, take your own life. Okay. You want to take your life?
Well, that happens. Yeah. Sadly, that happens a lot around Christmas too.
Yeah. And it's just so sad.
Totally agree. If you want to kill yourself, fine, do it.
Yeah.
Don't take other people with you.
Yeah. It's just, and that's what makes it so hard is that in my head, I'm always thinking of this, these people were just having a regular day. And just like Idaho, just like Delphi, just like any other case, just like I'm pretty sure Suzanne Morphew didn't expect her husband, even though, whatever, I don't care. You're guilty as crap, Barry Morphew.
I used to tell my ex that I said, if it ever comes down to you killing me or leaving, just leave. I was like, I want to ask you a question. I was like, you don't have to tell me anything. You don't have to kill me. Just leave. I'll get over it.
Yeah. And right. I just wish I always liked the movie when it came out was Pay It Forward. Again, it was to me how I always did things, and that movie came out and I thought that it was a great movie for people that would watch it and that it could change maybe a bit of people's thinking, that people could be more helpful and kind and nicer and stuff like that. And you guys know on the channel, I really don't have the patience for ignorance and rudeness. And when I dish it back, it's because the person deserved it. Almost 99.9% of the time, because I don't have the patience for it. We're not here to try to hurt people or, put each other down and stuff like that. But yet never fails. Everyone wants to mind everybody's businesses all the time. They want to insert themselves. And it's just like, hey, if your life is so miserable, why don't you just do you? Worry about you. Maybe if you looked at your own life, you wouldn't be so miserable and need to say these things or be this way and whatever. So I have no patience when it comes to that stuff because, again, I like my energy to go to try to helping people, or caring about people. And I just don't have a time of day anymore for people that just want to, be little, shits basically, and try to always cause, drama and stuff like that. Like, it's just the opposite of who I am as a person, but I just don't put up with it because, like I said, why should I have to? I don't have to.
Can I just ask, and sorry to change the subject, but what are your thoughts on Idaho? What's going on?
No, that's fine. Fair enough. Talk about Idaho. Yeah, go ahead, Adam. What's your thoughts? You want to talk about your thoughts first?
Well, I'll let you go first. I'm actually going to get sweat. I'm going to get my sweater. I'm cold.
You cold? Okay,
I'm never cold, and I got chilly all of a sudden.
So my thoughts on Idaho, as in which, because as in which way are you referring to it?
Yeah. So, do you have any POIs?
What? No, I don't. If there's one thing I'm not doing at all with Idaho, it's trying to even guess or try to think of who the person is that did it at all. I've not even.
I'm the same.
I've definitely no.
Yeah.
The only thing I've done with Idaho is I've kept up to date on what's going on with it. Like that Richard Lee Investigates. I keep watching his because he was doing a lot of up to date. Oh, I still hear feedback coming from your thing. I still hear feedback coming from you, Miss Dog Lover.
I haven't got anything on in the background.
No, but there's something because even as I'm talking, your avatar is moving. That means that there's noise coming from it.
Right, let me take my iPhone into the other room. Hopefully that will help.
Yeah, I'm not really sure always what the issues are. But so either way, I've just kept up to date with it. No, here, let me just mute you for a second until I finish. Just so I don't keep hearing the feedback. 1 sec. Okay, yeah, so I keep watching, like I said, that Richard Lee Investigates, just because he was right there in Moscow showing us a bunch of things. I honestly don't know, I feel like it had to be somebody that knew the girls. Not necessarily that they knew him extensively, this person, but that somebody that knew them or stalked them or one of them. I'm thinking still Kaylee. It was the target myself. I could be wrong, totally wrong. But it's just a matter of, I keep just thinking to myself, like, for this white Elantra, I mean, there has to be somebody that knows that their friend owned an Elantra and that they were in Moscow, or at the very least that somebody knows that their friend owns an Elantra, and they're from that area. So there has, like, I wonder if they know by now who does own that Elantra.
Right.
Because it just seems so unlikely at this point that somebody wouldn't, like, because no matter what, it doesn't matter if it's your friend or not, you're going to get those anonymous calls going, look, this person has Elantra.
Right.
I know that so it just seems you got the whole, like, in a sense, you got like this whole big community of people that do watch true crime. It's on the news. It's pretty much everywhere, this story.
Right.
So you would just think that, anyone that had an Elantra, that somebody, it doesn't matter, a friend, anonymous one would have said, hey, look, this person lives over in Idaho or whatever, So I don't know if I'm still believing that they don't know who owns the Elantra.
Yeah.
Or who's in the Elantra yet. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah. I mean, I think that they now have, like, a ghost town there too, because everyone's home for Christmas. So I mean, like, CD had mentioned that the other night. as far as, like when we were talking about the case, probably hopefully being solved in the next month, like I hadn't really thought about the fact that, if they want to re-interview people that are involved at the college, I mean, they're all out of town now. So, I mean, there probably won't be as much going on with some of that. But it also might give the LE more of an opportunity to work behind the scenes. And I think they know a lot more behind the scenes than we know.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah.
And then they've made some statements with about the Atom guy today that I need to look more into.
What about the Atom guy?
I've got a quote here somewhere from it. Because I guess they've been putting out their own little interviews. I guess the police department house.
Okay.
And where was it? I barely had any time to read anything today, so I just was trying to grab some stuff, and then I was like, "Oh, I'll look at that later." And
I just think, regardless, Deb, that any person that had a white Elantra, somebody's going to be calling that person out, regardless.
Right, and and Jack and the boyfriend's dad did have a white Elantra. It was a 2015 Elantra. They do look very similar, So I mean, I understand how people can make that, can make that connection.
Wait, Callie?
No, I think, Callie, aren't you referring to the one in Eugene, Oregon, the female? The one that they found wrecked?
When they found falling asleep at the wheel?
I think that's who she's referring to.
Yeah, well, if so, because that's the one where the driver supposedly fell asleep at the wheel.
Right, it was part of the property owner.
Yeah. Anyway, what's your thoughts on it, Miss Dog Lover?
So can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Good. Okay. I think it might be my VPN.
Oh, maybe.
Okay. Yeah. So hopefully that's okay. Sorry. So it cut out. So what was the question?
Oh, the question was, what's your thoughts on Idaho?
Okay. It's really difficult because I had my suspects in Delphi. And it turned out to be no one.
Super
So
chat.
I thought,
$4.99. Thank you. What is Guy saying before cases? Why did you say to Adam?
Oh, thanks, Jeff, by the way.
Yeah, thank you very much.
can I just answer that? Actually, yeah. I've listened to that. The audio, I can hear one of the girls saying, arseholes. And then I can hear arseholes. One of the girls said arseholes. And then hoodie guy, or whoever it was that was with them, said, what you did to those guys is an insult. And I've listened to it, and I've listened to it without earpods in, and I've listened with them in, and I can hear it all.
So this is before they say, what did you say to Adam? What did you say to Adam?
Yeah. Just before they said that.
Okay, so say that one more time. So you're saying before that was said that you heard.
So I heard a mixture of one of the girls saying arseholes and the guy saying, what you did to those guys is an insult.
Okay. So,
but you need to listen to it. You need to listen to it with your earphones in.
All the way up, yeah.
And out. Because you'll pick up different things.
Right, because Jeff is saying, I hear you're going to ditch those guys and you're inside. So
yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Well, you know, this is. Okay. Thanks, Jeff.
But also, it might have nothing to do with it. I mean, we've all been out. Sorry.
Yeah. I've had nonsensical talks on my way home from a bar before walking home.
Yeah, exactly. It might have nothing to do with it, but
yeah,
I found that just quite interesting.
Well, I was going to say, let's see, Jeff. You said you cleaned up the audio on your YouTube channel. Let's see here. Can you email or just? Jeff, can you tell me the name of your
super chat? $1.99. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
My YouTube channel.
Thank you. Tell me what the name of your YouTube channel is, Jeff, and I will go find it. If you did a video on it. CD says, guy who lived there last year came out and said, you can hear anyone walking the steps on every floor, that they creaked heavily. Too many things are questionable. Okay. Yeah, CD, if you can make it on, that will be great. Love to hear your thoughts. Rejection. One of my favorite songs now, I want to hear the whole thing. Yeah, it is one of mine too. So yeah, Jeff, if you can just put your YouTube channel there and I'll go play the video. And because honestly, I personally haven't spent that time with it. I heard that, people were trying to make things out of what was being said, like on Plunder, I believe it was, and stuff like that. But I personally haven't tried to listen to what was being said before the, what did you say, the Adam part? Miss Dogler, are you there?
Yeah, hi, I'm here. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I was going to say was, I remember that there was this, I can't remember what her channel is. Sarah something spirits, I believe it is. Can't think of it exactly, but anyways, and I remember she played something and she was asking if any of us could make out what the person was saying. And it was just amazing to me, all the different things that people thought were being said. Nobody actually really knew, but it was one of those things. Your channel is Jeff H. Okay, you don't need to donate every time to do that, but appreciate that, Jeff. Or support with Steffa too.
Steffa.
Thank you, Steffa.
Jeff H. Super Chat. $1.99. Thank you.
Oops,
my channel is Jeff H.
All right. Well, let me just go quickly look over and see if I can find that for a second.
Right.
And then
I'm really confident in what was actually said in that. Mm-hmm. Usually I'm not very good at hearing things, but I listened to it with my earpods in and with my earpods out, and I heard everything.
Yeah, and I personally need to really, I really need to sit down and examine it more, because I've listened to it several times, and then I've also heard several people say what they hear in it, and so that sometimes can taint a little bit, because I'll then I'm just trying to listen for what other people have said they heard, and then I always try to look at the context behind things too, and then I'm like, okay, at what point was this then before the other footage takes over that we see them walk onto the food truck with, and so there's just so many unknowns about in the situation so far.
But it might not have nothing to do with it. I mean,
exactly, that's what I mean.
If there was some kind of altercation in the club between the girls,
right?
Some guys. I mean, it doesn't mean they're involved.
There's so much rumor. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because when I listened to it, I did not feel like that Jack and
$1.99. Thank you. Merry Christmas. Love you guys.
Thank you, support. Thank you, everyone that's been donating tonight. Merry Christmas! Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Hi, Lisa. Hey, Alexa.
Yeah.
And then when another one's going to go off here in a second.
Aww.
Yeah, I found your channel. I just put in Idaho Jeff H. Not gonna. What? Hey, Deb.
I love that song.
$5. Thank you. The YouTube search for what was said just before. What did you say to Adam with titles?
So let me pull that up. Thank you guys so much. Steffa, thanks for breaking your bank for us. Merry Christmas. Thank you so much. We're going to reach that $1 million by the end of the night. I can feel it, Adam. Maybe it's this Adam. What did you say to Adam? Huh.
Can I just say, just watch that video back?
Which one?
Yeah, just watch it back and really listen to it.
I mean, I was out of town that week.
Well, I'm gonna play this one, so put myself on mute here, and then we'll hit play, and then let's listen to what this one. Listen to this one. So be right back.
What did you say to Adam? I told Adam everything.
Okay, so I'm not gonna lie, I didn't make nothing out of that right now.
I heard what you did to those guys is an insult.
Yeah,
I've listened to it over and over again, and it might not mean anything.
Yeah, and I've had people, other people,
an agreement in the club like everyone does when they've been drinking. I don't know. I think people can make anything out of it that they want to.
Right. And then there's rumors he was kicked out of the club for that night for being, for creeping people out. And so, could it have been egged on by the girls? And that's what they were alluding to. But something, because isn't Adam a bartender there? Or is that the other guy?
Adam was a bartender.
Right. And there's rumors that he got kicked out of the club that night. And so they could have even been talking about that, and like maybe one of the girls was the cause of that. And he mouthed off and got kicked out. But I don't know. I mean, I'm just
I think what people are concerned with is the connection between Adam and Jack, Kaylee's ex.
Right. Well, I mean, they're roommates. Or were, right? Didn't he live at that house?
So, Adam and Jack D lived together, apparently.
Yes. Yeah, and they were friends with Jack S, kind of.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of the evidence that we don't know about that police probably have up their sleeve is, I mean, think of all the stuff that's going to be on those girls' phones and the stuff that's going to be on that 911 call. Because I mean, I'm sure there is some explanation between the Jack S thing and like why the girls left and then he took off. Like, I'm sure there was another text message sent after that. Where even if it was him being like, why do you guys leave? Or, so there's going to be information on those cell phones.
Exactly.
Because then just as much as we're talking about this, there's also those rumors that, Ethan got into a fight with someone that night at the frat party. So and there's that there's a whole other conversation going on where people are saying that Ethan and Xana were the targets, and that and Maddie potentially, but so I mean it's a very baffling case, and sadly I think we're all doing what we can because we're discussing the information that we have available to us. But just like I always, especially now that Delphi has kind of come out with what it's come out with, I'm like, look at how different our conversations would have been about Delphi if we had known about Richard Allen in 2017.
Right.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's also we need to keep an open mind because everyone zeroes in on lots of suspects with Delphi. And
with it
rightly
now.
so. And now, and Richard Allen just came out of nowhere. Right. And that's not to blame anyone.
Right. Little did we know, Doug Carter had that piece.
Yeah.
Doug Carter had the piece. He just wouldn't give it to us.
Yeah. You guys, let me just quickly play this one with the subtitles to it. For the, I don't know, the Adam conversation one, okay? One sec.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Jeff, did you put these subtitles in?
Yeah.
Well, no, because I don't know how they would be on there without it, like and with that font and everything. So I'm just asking if you put these on in there.
Well, Jeff did.
Jeffy. So this is what you hear from it. So you put the subtitles on. Okay.
Yeah. Exactly. Okay.
Jeff H. Super Chat, $5. Thank you. Oops. I need the noise reduction in the subtitles. Free description.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. It says, I added titles showing what I'm hearing and when I'm hearing them. I hear you're going to ditch those guys. Pause, and you're inside. What do you hear? And let's just see what other people hear or saying that they're hearing. I hear we're going to ditch those guys when we're inside. We're going to ditch these guys and then you can go. Danny Vansicles had found you, brother. Okay, so there's only eight comments on there. So, I mean, I did drop the link there for your channel there, Jeff. If anyone does want to go check it out. And again, sorry, Miss Dog Lover, what is it that you heard again?
So I heard what you did to those guys is an insult.
Okay, that's quite different. Okay, couldn't remember. Yeah, I just my thing is this. I know for a fact that what we hear or what we think we hear, 100 different people are going to say different things for the most part. So just like what you think you heard or believe you hear, again, it's one of those things. I'll have to listen to it myself, just to determine what I think I'm hearing, and then I'll let you know what I think I'm hearing, and we'll see. Like, chances are I won't remember what you actually just told me right now.
And it has been different if you put headphones in, So I always try to listen to things in different ways to see if I hear different things.
Yeah.
Agreed. Listen to it without earphones and with.
Well, I have programs that I use So I'll probably take it into the programs and try to clean it up a bit as well. And then just because I try to do it always too, with headphones, without headphones, and then clearing it up to see. But, you know, again, it's one of those things. Those they can be so tricky. And again, once somebody tells you something and then you have it in your head, then it's hard sometimes not to, you know, it's kind of like in a picture.
And someone circles it.
Right. You know, that sometimes you can't unsee it once you've seen it, or once you've heard it in this case. And then, it just sounds like that's what it sounds like. But the reason why I actually didn't bother, because I knew I could easily bring that into a program and try to hear it. I just didn't care enough to know what they were saying.
Has Ikmel? I'm just curious. Has he broken down with his try to clean up the audio? Ikmel, whatever.
I don't know actually.
And I'm not saying he's better. I'm not saying that he would be better than anyone else at it. I just I know that the equipment that he uses is he has some really good equipment that he uses. It's expensive.
Yeah, I honestly don't know if he has.
I don't know.
I mean, even if there was an altercation, it doesn't mean it's necessarily connected to the crime. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
Just trying to take a look here. Well, sticking his foot in his mouth again. Oh, it's somebody else. Oh, Ryan Upchurch.
Did you see that that one YouTuber or that TikToker is getting sued? The TikToker is getting sued by the professor.
Yeah, I seen that. Ikmel played my clip. Oh, did he now, Jeff?
Oh, did he?
Nice.
She deserves to be sued, in my opinion.
But well, you know, I mean, I seen it, and I was going, yeah, do I bring it up? Do I not? Whatever. And I felt that. Yeah, and I just felt if somebody brought it up, maybe I'll talk about it. But
Jeff Bates super chat, $5. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
Played my clip.
Yeah, that's really nice. Cool. I watch it. Yeah, he called out Joseph Morris, and well deserved on that as well. But anyways, so yeah, so this person's being sued on TikTok. Her name is like something Gillard, Ashley Gillard or something like that. Yeah. I believe it is. And so Ashley basically is accusing this teacher of, I think that she having a relationship with one of the female students actually. And so
she got a college guy to commit the crime because she couldn't have her.
And so
and I don't have an opinion on it. I just thought it was interesting that I was just bringing it up that it's happening.
Well, I mean, I seen that she put up a video saying like, look, this person's suing me. That's not going to stop me. Like what you need 3 lawyers to whatever. But in saying that, it's like, yeah, I mean, you know what? You guys have the right to sue. Everyone has the right to sue. Slander is a very hard thing to prove, regardless. So I'm just one of those things is like, I mean, the thing is that it's, I mean, I can sit here and say, guilty of saying KD was the person on the bridge. Almost every sleuthing channel can be guilty of using people's names and stuff like that. And to be honest with you, it's only
he didn't sleuth. God told her. That's the difference.
Well, what'd you say? God told her?
Yes. Yeah, she's the information she's putting out there as fact is things that she was told from the Lord.
Oh.
So it's a little different. So I'm kind of like. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I agree. I see both sides of it.
I didn't listen to it at all. I got bored after the first.
I'm like, so you see the Lord too? Like, I don't know, where do you send that letter?
I mean, at the end of the day, you know, if the lady wins, she wins. I mean,
Yeah.
like if like is you know, all I think about is the internet in general. Whether it's Idaho, whether it's whatever, you know, it's very loosey goosey. It's people are accusing people all over the place. Idaho murders, I personally haven't even tried to think of who actually was behind it. Besides of, was it someone that knew them, or was it a stranger that wanted revenge because they felt snubbed by them? You know, then there's part of me that goes, hey, was it a girl that was jealous of all the money and stuff?
Yeah.
You know, like how girls are, they're so petty that way. You know,
and
like
then why did they go get Kaylee's car today?
Right, they went and got Kaylee's car, and then they also showed Xana's vehicle as well.
Right.
The blue one. Anyways, I guess Jay for Justice got sued for like $1 million. I remember when she was asking for money for her lawyer's fee. I didn't know that it was $1 million suit against her or whatever. So I'm not even.
And some people do it they just do it for the principle of, you know, they want them to stop talking about them, and so they do, you know, they'll take that action even if they don't expect to win, so that, you know, they hopefully get the person to stop saying, you know.
Yeah.
And it publicly shows that, you know, going out there and saying this person is saying something that's not true about me, even if you don't win in court, you can you know, say that you've defended your name.
Well, I mean, see where it goes, and
absolutely, and it probably won't anyway. I just brought it up just for the fact that it was happening.
Yeah, maybe God will have to make her pay out $75,000 in restitution. Who knows?
I mean, she can't help what God tells her.
Yeah. But y'all know when that happens, people just claim bankruptcy and whatever anyway. So, you know, it's like most times it's like, great, you won, but what'd you really win? You won the fact of someone at court saying that, but, you know, no one's going to pay that bill. It's just not going to happen, you know, especially if you're a YouTuber.
Right.
I guess I don't know. I'm in Canada. I don't know exactly how you guys all work for that stuff over there. I just know that slander is one of the hardest things to prove. I've read it multiple times. So
it is. Yeah, it's very difficult. Usually,
you know. But anyways, yeah. So, you know, see how that goes. I guess we'll keep an eye on that. See where that goes.
It probably won't go anywhere.
Yeah, it probably won't, but well, no, who knows? I would like to know what happened with the Jay for Justice one, because I didn't know she was getting sued for $1 million. To be honest with you, I'm sure she didn't have to pay it because, like I said,
right.
You're not getting.
I mean, really, a cease and desist, you know, is pretty much, you know, worth about the paper it's written on. So.
Yeah. But I mean, the thing is, though, I guess on the internet, I mean, it really is just a free for all. You know, people just think that they can get away with whatever they want because, for the most part, they can. I mean, look at the trolls in here that come in and say, "I'm going to slice your, you know, throat" and stuff like that, and they just get away with it. YouTube.
And is it any different than a spirit box telling someone who killed someone?
Yeah, you know, right. I don't know. Like I said, honestly.
Hey, Alexa. Lovely Alexa.
Oh,
yeah.
We don't know her.
Yeah, well, kind of. Not really.
Lovely Alexa. Yeah.
Yeah. So it must be like what, 4:00 in the morning over there, Miss Douglas? Like
4:27, and I'm absolutely exhausted.
You going back to bed?
Staying up for you guys.
Yeah. I know. I love it when you always say you're going to bed and then you're still half an hour later and you're like, yeah. Don't even believe it. It's like the kid that cried.
I'll just sleep until like midday tomorrow. Don't worry.
Yeah.
You have caviar to get together.
Yeah. I've got caviar, lobster.
Ooh.
I want baked
seafood. Yeah.
I immediately want baked brie.
Just to ask you, what do
nice
you guys
gut
have?
shot. What's that shot?
What? Nice gut shot at Aspen. Yeah.
Did I show my gut?
Yeah, I was gonna say, nice. Was it?
I was
Was it
like, there's
more?
not the one there.
Oh, oh, look at that. That's a Santa Claus right there for you. Yeah.
It hasn't
Hey,
been fed in a while.
yeah. Um, girl, you know who sued you? No, tell me. Tell
Yeah.
me, Steffa. I want to know who was it that sued Jay for justice?
Lana.
Oh,
Mm.
Truth and Transparency. She's putting out all the Idaho videos. She helped Chris Watt's dad go
Oh.
to Denver to get an attorney last March.
Oh, Chris. Yeah, I didn't even realize I was doing it. I wasn't directing that person, but yeah, thanks.
Well, who helped Chris Watts go to Denver to get an attorney? Jay for Justice?
I think a lot of women have been helping Chris Watts at this point.
So as for the videos, you know what was funny though was that Plunder.
Mm-hmm.
I remember one of the days that the Truth and Transparency, Lana, had put out her first video,
Mm-hmm.
and I think it was. And then anyway, so then Plunder said, "Hey, does anyone know what happened? I was watching the Law and Order Network, and I was watching one of Lana's videos there, and it just disappeared. She just said it just disappeared." And I'm like, I wonder if Law and Order Network got something that said, you know, like you're not allowed to do this type of thing. Because I just remember Plunder going, yeah, like take it down. Lana, she got tore down.
Now, did you see the newest Plunder video? Because I was sent that twice today, and I was told I need to watch it tonight, and I haven't watched it yet because I just haven't time. But I was told that by two different people that they feel like there's some relevancy in it.
It's a crime and shame. Can you do me a favor? Local missing girl Ariana Smith, age 13, from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Her family is desperate. She's not known to run away. No problems at home. Ariana Smith. Oh, let me go.
Yeah.
Let me go pull it up and see if there's something there.
Is there a missing poster out there for already Crime Sleuthen? Or if you wanted to email us her name or anything, we could look it up. Oh, everyone's got so quiet.
Here, I'll play this video.
I was going to say...
Oh, I'm blurry. Oh, my goodness. 1 second.
It's an eggnog.
Yeah. 1 sec here. Take us off screen. Take this down.
Oh, it's the Plunder video.
So, like, sound?
Good morning. I am bringing you today a missing child alert in Tulsa, Oklahoma. This is Ariana Smith. She's 13 years old. She's approximately 5'0", approximately 100 pounds, with blonde or red or strawberry blonde hair and blue eyes. She was last seen on December 10th, 2022 in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Her parents and her family and friends are beside themselves. They want Ariana to be found safe and come home. So if you've seen this girl anywhere, please, you are asked to call 918-596-9222. You can also call 1-800-THE-LOST or 911. Please share this post. I'm sure her family would appreciate it. Get this information out there, please. If I hear any updates, I will be back with more. Thank you, everybody. Let's get Ariana home safe and sound for Christmas for her family. Thank you.
So there you go. Yeah, that's very sad. 13 years old. So hopefully she'll be able to be found and make it home.
No.
Hopefully it's just a runaway situation or something like that. But you know, so prayers to that family, and yeah, thank you, Crime Sleuthin. Let's see here. And so sorry, Adam, as well. And you had said something about Plunder's video.
Yeah, and I was told by two different people. I was sent it by two different people today, saying that they think that it could be some real relevancy in it. But I've not listened to it yet or watched it. I said I would do it tonight before I went to bed.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
About the night. What was it? Something about underwear.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So basically, what Plunder's video was about today was she was showing. So basically, Lana from Truth and Transparency had gotten the video footage for September 1st, and
yes, that we were talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, and then Plunder put in foyer or whatever for other videos as well in the area. So that one was, I believe, in
July.
I think it was March.
Was it March? Oh, you're right. It was March.
Yeah, and so basically, what happened is that you could see the home of the girls that were murdered and the gentleman, Ethan, that was murdered in the footage there. And her home was just, I don't know, right in this cul-de-sac thing. And so she got home at about 5:30. She went back out to her vehicle about 9:30 to grab some pillows and her small TV or whatever it was. And then the next morning, her friend came over and found her luggage sitting outside, like a little bit on the road there, right in front of her house still. So she had called, the police and had them come over and basically said that things that were in the front of her vehicle, it's like they took the stuff like paperwork and different things and put them inside the suitcase and did it up and then placed the suitcase out. And the police were kind of like, well, do you think maybe it's a prank? And she didn't think so. But so they thought maybe it was because there had been some vehicle thefts going on recently, that perhaps it was somebody trying to do that. But so there was a footprint inside, and then something about her underwear was stuffed inside one of those like coffee
drink holder.
Yeah. And so that. Yeah. And so
Ethan was in the video, or
no?
Oh, you said Ethan's name. You said something about Ethan there, so I was like,
sorry. When I said Ethan, I was just referring. I said where the girls were murdered, but Ethan.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yes.
So,
okay.
Was that opposite to where Jack Z was living?
Yeah, like
that's a cul-de-sac. There.
Yeah, like because it's kind of like where Jack lives
on King.
Yeah, because you could see the house almost identically the same way. To be honest with you, you could see it right through the other homes. But I feel like his home was like a street over, closer to where the girls were. The
right. This house was more in the cul-de-sac, right? Which was like just middle up that hill.
Yeah.
And there's a white car there that everyone's investigating. Yeah.
You talking about Jack's house, Miss Doglover?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's two things, because there's a white car that Deba did a short on, where the guy's on the roof, but that wasn't a Elantra, that vehicle that was down on the ground. Now, I think what the Inquisitor showed on his video was that Jack's dad, Scott, owned an Elantra, and that's kind of what Adam was referring to, that it was like a 2015 Elantra.
The 15, yeah.
So it's kind of like there's two different vehicles. So there was a white vehicle that was parked in front of Jack's Decors or whatever, however you say his last name, Decors place. But that one wasn't an Elantra. At least it wasn't a 2011-13 Elantra. It totally had a different look to it. different headlights at the back, different thing. But then,
yeah, to me, it looked more like Dylan's boyfriend's car, but
yeah,
but I didn't really look into it.
So, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, I guess it's kind of one of those things. Like, I just think in my head, like, that people would have been turning into launchers left, right, and center.
Right.
To anyone.
Sonny, do you think that it would have even gotten to the point where they would have asked for the public's help if the launcher was connected to someone that close to the murders? I mean, because that would not have been hard for law enforcement to find out if, Jack's parents owned this, or if anyone had a close relationship with those girls drove a white log truck.
I mean, my thinking was, unless the cops in LA are total idiots, I'm sure that they would have ruled those out already and wouldn't have asked for any help from those.
Right.
Because that would have been one of the first things to be looked at. Right. I don't think that they would have come to the public, because they said, hey, sleuths, quit talking about crap you don't know about. Here, go find out where the Elantra is pretty much what they were doing. Like, if you guys want to be useful, instead of blah blah blahing about all these people and speculating, go make yourself useful and see if you can help us find this Elantra.
And there has to be a very specific reason that they. I'm sorry.
Can I just ask you what I think is the most important question? What is the motive?
Well, then that, I think that's something that what I was actually saying there was, I mean, I feel like, law enforcement may have a lot of pieces of this puzzle already. And that, the car might just be something that, they know some very specific things about, but, they might not have the proof of who was in it at the time, or what the motive is to why it would have been there at that time. But I mean, they have a very specific reason that they want to know about that vehicle.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Now, do any of us...
Sorry. I'm so sorry to interrupt, Sonny. Just thinking about the motive for the overall crime.
I don't think that anyone has the information. I don't think anyone has it's all just speculation. I think, it could be obsession, it could be revenge, it could be, we just don't know.
Like, I mean, I get, besides theorizing. Yeah. Jealousy, revenge, rage. It's either that or somebody that was stalking the girls. But I just feel like with the timing of it, like, meaning like that they were out, go to the bar. I don't know. Did they piss somebody off? Did they piss somebody off?
Just easily with the stalking thing, you can be like, it's so easy to watch the back of that house. And, what an easier time to make your move than when they come home drunk. And, everyone's inhibitions are lowered and going to bed. Because, a lot of times when people drink and they go to sleep, they fall asleep hard. But I just don't think we have the pieces enough to answer the,
I mean, it just seems out of anything that, and that's just guessing.
I would say it's not a murder-suicide.
No, definitely I wouldn't say that. Nope. Yeah. I mean, I think it's, I think we could rule out probably some things that don't seem that, that fall within that criteria.
I don't think it was a hitman. I don't think it was a paid-for thing. I don't think, nothing about it was that style.
I was going to say, what did Profiler Alexa say last live? Can't remember.
It just didn't match any of the things that would normally lead you to think of those things with, Same with like cartel and same with like a gang. It's just, it doesn't fit those patterns that they would normally, do if it were to be that if that would be the motive.
I mean, they could even just be random victims that somebody picked and stalked and planned this well in advance, but had no connection to them other than a chance meeting or location.
Right. They may not have known him, but he may have known them.
Yeah.
like BTK or Ted. I mean, we just don't know.
It just seems that it had to be more planned to do 2 different floors and 4 different people.
Yeah.
It's not, like you just had that lady that got convicted in Indiana for 2020, and she just had this thing where she wanted to stab somebody. So she picked a house, knocked on the door, walked in, and wound up stabbing 4 different people. One of them survived, but that was just a random thing from a person that had a calculated plan for a long time in their head.
Right. When I was trying to remind myself that, they tell us all the time, pay attention to what you don't see and what you don't hear just as much as what you do hear and you do see.
Exactly.
And when I, when you hear certain questions that, about the crime that they won't put out, there's got to be a reason to that. So to me, like one of the questions that they just say they won't talk about is the 911 call. They won't give. So I mean, to me, I think there's probably something in that 911 call that might allude to something that could give motive or point in the direction that they of where the investigation is going to go to. And the other thing is, no one will confirm or deny 100% about the locks on the bedroom doors. And that could be completely insignificant if there aren't them, but if there were, it could be very important, because then how would someone have to have known the codes to those doors as well?
And the front door.
Can I just ask a question?
At one point, they were saying that each bedroom had code like locks on them.
Yeah.
That with the keypad.
Yeah. What Miss Douglas?
Yeah. So is it normal to not have your doors and your car doors not locked
in small
that
town?
Area?
In
a small town. I'm in London, so
you would never.
Everyone locks everything. We've got cameras everywhere. So is that normal?
Yeah. Like the way my husband, thank you, Dan. The way my husband talks about England is that you got to basically pretty much tie everything down, or else it's going to be stolen or vandalized.
Right.
The way my husband speaks, from him living in England, well, at least in part that he did, but usually in smaller towns, so even in Whitecourt, Alberta, where I was had lived for many years, a small town of about not even as small as Moscow. It was like, well, no, I think it was about the same size. Wasn't Moscow like about 11 or 13,000?
No, 26. But half of them are college students.
Okay, so 2,600. So something like that. 26,000. Okay, so and Whitecourt was whatever, and people just would leave their trucks running unlocked in their homes, and because it was kind of that feeling of that you're in a small town, safe feeling, and then when something like this, because even I've heard people speak about Moscow, that they would, leave their doors unlocked or this because nothing happens. Like the crime rate was so low in Moscow.
Even 7 years, 7 years since they had a murder.
Yeah, so that's kind of like a very normal thing in smaller towns, especially until something bad happens like this. Now everyone's locking their doors and locking,
My God, that is so alien to me. I mean, being in London, like, Jesus.
Right.
You can't. I mean, I've got fully locked cameras everywhere.
Same.
Yeah.
I do think it's important. When you're in college, you might live a different lifestyle than you would normally otherwise. Especially if you have 4 roommates. Because you might lock the door every time, but that doesn't mean there might be one person that lives there that forgets to lock the door. And then the other thing is, we don't know that the front door wasn't locked. Like the front door could have been completely locked. Because I still think that the killer came back in and out through the back sliding door. And those doors are notorious for being easy to pry open.
So why do you think that the front door was locked?
Because I think that the front door was. I think they have camera footage of the front of the house, and I think they would have seen the killer go in and out.
Yeah.
I'd just like to say one thing. When I was at uni, we had a ladder against the back door because the lock didn't work. And the landlord didn't seem to care at all. Yeah, we had loads of security issues.
Have you seen the footage of the backsliding door with those 2 bar stools wedged in the door frame? Because they weren't there on the first couple days, so they've been put there.
And I hate sliding doors.
Is it? Yes, to me that shows that door
I've lived in an apartment on the ground floor with sliding doors, and I got the locks changed, and I still felt really unsafe.
Yeah.
So easy for people to break in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, the experience of what you feel is the same thing like what's in Vancouver. You don't leave your doors unlocked, and you don't leave nothing unlocked, or else it's going to be guaranteed to be stolen and gone. I'm always amazed when I go downstairs and Amazon and UPS, but Amazon especially, they just leave all the parcels in the foyer of where the mailboxes are. And for the most part, thank goodness for good people that live in this building.
Right.
You know, like those parcels are usually there. But it pisses me off to no end that they just leave them right there. You like, I've literally seen like $300, like TVs and, sitting down there. And I'm just like, what day and age is this considered normal here? But so in certain places it is. It's just a more open your doors, don't lock, like I said, in Alberta, they were just known for doing that in Whitecourt. The minute something bad happens is when everything changes, but it always takes for that to happen before.
And that's been the case for look at Adam Walsh, look, I mean, it takes something like that to happen in every town, Yeah. And I know some people that live in cities that leave their car unlocked. They won't leave anything in their car, but they'll leave their car unlocked. Really, mainly just if you're broken into, that they don't break the window.
Right. Right. But yet, by the same token, they go around checking car handles, and they might have overlooked that vehicle, not took it, right? But because you left it open,
right?
The
amount of men I know that leave their wallet in the car, I'm amazed by that. They'll leave it in the center console in their car, And it's always men that leave their wallets in the car.
Mm-hmm. Crime Sleuthin says, I noticed on the new footages released, there's no ladder in them.
Right.
Didn't you say bar stools though?
Yeah, it's those 2 bar stools. They put them together so that they fit into the track of the door, of that sliding door. They weren't there in the very beginning. They weren't there like the first couple of days or 2, and then police added them there when they would leave the crime scene at night. Because that the security is always around the front there, so I'm sure they just don't want anyone creeping in the back door either.
Yeah. I guess
Austin.
What did Austin say?
I need to go get my wallet now. Every man I know leaves his wallet in the car.
Mm-hmm. No, ask Kyle Davis if he can help you, Lisa. On there. Joshua McDougall. Hello, yikes, that's sad because it takes.
Lisa, I'll help you. I've got my outfit ready to go and everything.
You get a little Santa, a little elf outfit?
No. Lisa wanted me to wear a naughty elf outfit, and we're Santa's helpers. But so we have to wrap gifts.
Amazing. She's such a lovely girl.
No, she's not. Deny it, Lisa. Deny it. Deny, Lisa.
She's always got my back.
Yeah.
Love Lisa.
You gotta watch out for her. She can stab you in it that way. I'm kidding. No, I love Lisa.
Aspen is the naughty elf. Yeah. Lewis, are you a naughty elf?
I'm not an elf.
Sure
maybe someday. That? Maybe someday, Lewis.
Yeah, maybe Sunday.
It's on my list.
Yeah.
We're working towards elfdom someday.
Oh, YouTube drama. It can be absolutely brutal.
That's what happens. That's what happens when you get men with egos that try to get their little feelings hurt and go to attack each other.
Or ones that love to attack females all the time.
So what are your plans for Christmas Eve, guys?
I haven't put much thought into it. That's tomorrow.
Right.
Today for me.
It just snuck up on us.
Yeah. I'll be wrapping presents. Christmas Eve is always like I like to be by myself on Christmas Eve because it's the day my grandma died. And so I'll wrap tomorrow. I've got there's a movie that I watch every year and like some things, you know. And it's usually the first day I get to like kind of relax after the rush of December. So
yeah,
I'll just do that. I'll get all ready for, and then Sunday morning I'll go to my parents.
That's right, Lisa. That's right, Lisa. You got it. I'm going to be watching a movie with a friend. Do tell, Josh.
Is it the same one you're going to see?
Yeah, I don't know, Josh. Is it? Are you going to go see Mariah Carey? Are we going to be like connected? Is that, unless that's too manly for you?
I'm going to watch Matilda on Christmas Day night.
Matilda?
Yeah, the musical version of it that what's his name is doing on Netflix. You remember the movie Matilda?
No, didn't watch
the
it.
Cute like kids movie with Danny DeVito and Rhea Perlman and I can't remember the little girl's name.
Vaguely, doesn't stick out. I've heard.
I've got a question.
Okay.
Nope.
What is the best Christmas movie?
Oh, Debbie Does Dallas in Christmas. That one. Yeah.
You mean the best little whorehouse in Texas? No.
Yeah.
That's my favorite Christmas song. Is from that.
Do you is Die Hard a Christmas movie for you?
Sure. Absolutely. Love watching people get shot up. Love Bruce Willis. Yeah.
Right.
It's just, you know, that things that make you go hot and cozy like hot chocolate. But yeah, Die Hard was always one of those movies that no matter what, I could watch it at Christmas and whatever, right. To be honest with you.
Some people don't consider it a Christmas movie and some people do, so.
Yeah.
And then like some people think Mean Girls,
right.
that, you know, there's that scene in Mean Girls where they do the Christmas song. Mm-hmm. And so some people are like, that's my favorite Christmas movie. I'm like, it's not a Christmas movie.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, do you know what my favorite is? It's
what?
The Holiday.
Oh, that was just on the
Holiday.
night.
Absolutely. That's when we're
love that.
Yeah.
And Bridget Jones.
Yeah. But you know what?
Miss Tuckler, right? But why don't we do that? I'll come to your house. You come to mine.
Yeah.
That's the whole premise of the movie. Let's swap houses for a week.
I have too many that I like myself. Like I love Holiday. But
The Family Stone is mine.
But I was gonna say my favorite all-time one, and if somebody could send me with the air fryer some Moosey cups, that would be great. Love Moosey cups. National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation will always be an ultimate favorite of mine, regardless of whatever other movie comes out. I love Holiday. Holiday is one of my favorite Christmas movies. In fact, I remember seeing that one at the movies. I didn't go to the movies a lot, but I saw that one at the movies. I've watched it every year. Honestly, sometimes I just pretend like I'm living in that movie, to be honest with you. And I'm, you know, because I love cozy little movies. And that I like fireplace going. I just, you know, I mean, yeah, it's just a really great movie. But 34 Miracle on 34th Street, I love. You know, I'm so.
Meet Me in St. Louis.
You know,
what's that?
Meet Me in St. Louis.
Oh, I thought you said Meet Me in Lewis. Okay, yeah. I was like, wait, what?
With Judy Garland at the end singing that.
Yeah, Meet Me in St. Louis.
Yeah. My favorite movie, Christmas movie, is the Family Stone.
The Family Stone. I never even heard of that one.
You've never heard of it?
Nope.
Got Diane Keaton. Dermot
have
Mulroney's in it. Sarah Jessica Parker.
It's like maybe I do know it, but I just the name's not captivating me.
It's I don't know why. It's just it's kind of a sad one, but it's my favorite Christmas movie.
Yeah. I feel like I'm just ultra menopausing right now. I am so hot. I don't know if it's because the frigging rum and eggnog is attacking my system right now. because when I got up from my last to go get the refill, I was like, oh.
Oh, God. Sunny.
What?
I've got all of that to look forward to. Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah. Jesus has everything to do with it, right? Right now, I'm just sitting there. All I want to do is wave my shirt in front of my face right now, but I can't because then my taco bells, my jingle bells will. Nobody needs to see those.
Get them hormones in.
Yeah,
What?
well, it's just like so warm in here today. Yeah. Anyway, I'll be right back. I need to go get a refill. Be right back.
I need to go. I mean, if you're gonna keep that, I need to go get a drink then.
Yeah, well, you should be. To be honest with
I'm having tea.
You guys should all be like going cheers. And if you don't drink, well, it sucks to be you. First of all, secondly,
well, I'll just chat with Louie then.
Yeah. And like I said earlier, when she went to get her first refill, how many refills of eggnog before she can't finish the live?
And how many before she came on?
What?
I said, how many did she have before she came on?
Who?
You.
Oh no.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
But
no.
I guess the question is, how many liters are left? Because you bought 3 liters, right?
Correct. And I have 1.5 left. 1 3/4, actually.
And how much rum to eggnog?
Oh, I don't actually measure.
Right.
Yeah.
Betty, I like that. I love that. I love that movie. It's not a Christmas movie, but I love that movie Clue. So that's a cute tradition.
Anyway, we're back.
She's gone to top up.
Someone was telling me about a Christmas movie last night that I'd never seen before, and I can't remember what it was called now.
Older or newer?
Is there a Christmas movie where Ryan Reynolds goes to his hometown and falls in love with a girl?
Sounds vaguely familiar, but I can't place the rest of it.
Yeah. And then I heard there was a good one a few years ago that came out called Last Christmas with a girl from Game of Thrones in it, but I haven't seen it.
I've not seen that either.
One.
Yeah, newer movies just aren't
as
enticing as in the past,
And I heard that the new the sequel to A Christmas Story, because they did a new one with I heard it was not good, but I've not watched it.
I've not either. It's called A Christmas Story 2, but it's the third one. So
yeah, and Austin, no, it wasn't The Proposal. I love The Proposal, but Just Friends. That's it, Mandy Ray.
Was it Just Friends?
Yeah, I've heard. Yeah, I've heard a couple people say that was in one of their very favorite Christmas movies, and I've never heard of it. So, but it's hard not to like Ryan Reynolds. He's one of those guys. Even straight guys are like, I like Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, most of his movies are well done.
Yeah,
he plays his roles well, so you have to enjoy something when the actor actually can fit the part.
Right.
Not like a lot of people where they're just typecast and they can't really do much else.
Right. Yeah, and Deb, no, Sandra Bullock, that's The Proposal, that's what I love that movie.
So what was I know I had to leave before for a little bit. When I came back in, what were you guys analyzing? What video recording was that?
Ms. Dog Lover, you brought it up. Do you want to tell him or I don't know if you're there, but no, so there was
I can't even remember.
They have released some surveillance footage of the girls with that hoodie guy walking from the corner club to the grub truck that they went to that food truck.
Yeah.
And you can hear them talking for a brief part of it. And so people are analyzing what's being said because, they're on the street. So it's hard to make out some of what they're saying.
Gotcha.
So people are kind of what they think they're saying.
Listen to it. You need to listen to it with your earphones in and out, Basically, with your ear. Well, I listened to it with my earphones out, and I heard.
You said with them out.
One of the girls say, "Arseholes." Okay.
Yeah.
I couldn't hear what hoodie guy was saying, so I put the earphones in.
Yeah.
And I heard the guy say, "What you said to those guys, or what you did to those guys, is an insult."
Okay. And it's just that
I'm really
clip.
tired. Sorry, I'm really tired.
Oh no, you're absolutely So I mean, it could, it's one of those things that it could have no context whatsoever. It could have been about something.
I'm confident. I'm so confident about it, but I'm just very tired because it's 5 o'clock in the morning.
Oh no, I was just saying to Lewis, it's like we're not saying, no one knows that it has anything to do with the actual anything significant. They could have been saying it for anything.
Right. Yeah. It might not be relevant, or it could be 100% relevant.
Right. Yeah, because
I'm so confident. I'm so confident in what I've heard.
Well, I'm not questioning. I'm not questioning what.
No, it's fine.
I was just questioning I was just questioning the meaning of it.
Yeah.
And what did you?
I want everyone to listen to that.
Yeah. What was?
But I want everyone to listen with or without earphones.
Right. Yeah, and I'll be interested to talk about if you go and listen to that. I think his name was Jeff who done that. Because he's cleaned up some of the audio. I think. So I would like to know if you still hear the same things when you do the headphones in and out. Then, just I haven't listened to all of it both ways, so I'm curious. I'd like to know, if it sounds different to you then, or if you hear it better.
I've got a higher end.
Just try it. Yeah, try. Sorry.
Absolutely.
Sorry, Louis.
No, you're fine. I know with the delay, it gets kind of hard. I've got a higher end Bluetooth speaker that I pair up to that cuts out a lot of the tinniness and a lot of the highs, and it gives you more vocals and then bass with it. And it clears up so much stuff without me even going in and changing settings on it. I found that to be pretty, telltale when I've tried listening to clips like that. But it actually cleans stuff up better than the earphones do. So I don't know if you guys have any of those, if you've ever tried that instead.
I know personally, I just send my stuff off to NASA and Disney, and I have them do it for me. And then they send it back, and then I make my mind up.
So you send it to Gray first, then he sends it out?
Yeah. No, I send it straight to NASA and Disney.
Yeah.
Thank you, Charlie. That's so sweet.
Things happen in clubs.
Thank you,
Things
Charlie.
happen in clubs.
Wait 1 sec.
27 Canadian dollars and 99 cents. Thank you. Merry Christmas.
There's my Canadian.
Happy holidays and Happy New Year, you guys. I hope you all have the best 2023 XOXO.
You guys obviously know I'm a little drunk, but I don't really need you. But I love you. Thank you so much.
That's so sweet, you guys. Thank you.
Love you.
Thank you.
Just to say, things happen at uni. I can't even remember what I was going to say.
You were saying before, you said things happen at clubs.
Yeah, women meet men.
No.
It's just,
well, men would never take advantage of that.
It's just obviously something could have happened at the club.
Yeah. This is where Canadians do me proud. So sorry. Diamond Eyes, thank you. And Charlie, fellow Canadian, thank you so much. You guys do me proud considering there's some Canadians out there I'm not so proud of. Right, asshat? Okay. Good
night, Crime Sleuthin'.
Waves, Crime Sleuthin'. Have a little bedtime. Busy day coming tomorrow. Merry Christmas, all you.
Merry Christmas, Crime Sleuthin'.
Yeah, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. So, oh, and if anyone, Crime Sleuthing, did you give a thumbs up before you leave? Chop, 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 chop. Let's just check that out for a second. I do.
118? No.
Pardon?
Nothing.
No. There is something that I forgot that I wanted to show you guys last live, just because we were talking about Christmas movies, and think of Home Alone. Okay, so
there's the hoe.
We'll come back. Who this?
Ho ho ho, she said.
Who's that? Oh, as above, so below. His nickname, he loves to be called Asshat. So if you ever are in his channel, just make sure you call him Asshat because he likes that. Okay? It's
never heard that.
You know, it's just kind of like, ooh, look at the fuzzies all over. They're Deb message for you incoming.
As above, so below. That's really not very nice.
Well, hold on a second, Jeff. Jeff, let's
that's why Jeff can't.
I was gonna say, Jeff, dude, it is. I mean, no one's forcing you to donate $5. You know, you could do the $1.99.
Poor Jeff.
Okay, but see,
Thank you.
I'll do
super chat. $5. Thank you.
I don't know.
I need to wait 4 more hours to be a chattable subscriber. Gonna go broke here. Smile.
I don't know, Jeff. Here, I don't know. I mean, some of those other channels that are trolls, they'll call me Money Justice for a reason, and obviously, yeah, I'm forcing you here, dude. No, I put it on, Jeff, because honestly, I couldn't be asked to deal with the trolls that kind of try to come in there. But I will take it off. Let me see here. I will take it off.
Have you seen the movie Above, So Below?
No.
As Above, So Below.
I'm afraid if we keep saying that name, he's going to show up somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay. Just don't look in the mirror and say his name.
Horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I took it off now, Jeff. So I still expect donations throughout the night, though.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, no, thank you so much, Jeff. I wasn't. I was wondering, like, why you keep super chatting all the time, but I guess in order for him to say something, he has to super chat. Okay, so this is what I wanted to show you. So when we were grocery shopping the other day, okay, I mean, I literally felt like I was looking at the Home Alone van here. I was like, really, dude? He's got his Santa outfit on. And he just looks like that Home Alone freaking van thing. So I'm saying to my husband as I'm grabbing my phone, and I'm not the fastest person in the world because I have to type in my code on my phone first. And I'm like, and he's trying to turn because we're obviously about to, turn left, and he's about to turn into the shopping thing here. But anyways, so yeah, I was like, dude, I gotta take a picture of you because you're totally reminding me of the Home Alone movie.
Yeah,
it's all I could think about. And so I'm sitting there, yeah, with my camera. I'm like, husband, I gotta get a picture of this guy. I don't care. And I'm pretty sure he even saw me like going, like, what the hell? Take pictures of me? Yeah, I am. And I just kind of giggled, but I just thought it was like so Home Alone-ish when I seen that van on there. But anyways, yeah, normally I'm like, oh, crap, couldn't get my phone open. but because he couldn't quite turn because traffic kept coming, I finally got him on there. But yeah, my nephew looked exactly like Macaulay Culkin. Yeah, Macaulay. Yeah. Even though I'm sorry, but Macaulay Culkin did not age well.
His brother did.
But Macaulay Culkin didn't. He was cuter as a child.
I saw a few years ago I saw a meme that it says, the older I get, the more I want to know, what did that dad do where he could afford to take all 16 people in that family to Hawaii?
What'd you say, Adam? Didn't even hear his shit.
I said, what did his dad do for a living that he could afford to take 16 people in that family?
Oh, I know.
To Hawaii.
I know.
My first class.
Yeah, right. I know. My still favorite one is not the original. It's number 2, Lost in New York. I'm sorry, but that toy store sold it. If it wasn't for that toy store that I love every single time I see it,
it's like, not there anymore.
It's not?
After Schwartz?
Yeah.
The big one, yeah.
Oh, it's not there no more?
Not the big one. Not the same as it was.
You didn't need to tell me, to be honest. Could have just left me believe.
It's there, Sonny. It's there, Sonny.
Yeah. Anyways, I just thought that was really cool. Oh, I'm feeling a little bit hot. When I went up to get eggnog, my husband's sitting there, buttering bought these triangle buns. And I'm just like, oh, what you having?
Just when I think you're going to say biscuits, you say buns.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to think of what he put on it. It's these little cubes of cheese. 1 second. I gotta get that.
Well, you have me at cheese. I don't care what form it comes in. I mean, it can come out of a squeeze jar for all I care. I'll eat it if it's cheese.
Well, what's your favorite cheese?
All of them. The one in front of me at the moment. No, it depends. I probably
cheddar.
I like cheddar, but
cheddar.
Oh yeah.
This one here, really, he brings in my thing and he goes, can you turn it down?
That's like a soft cheese, like a semi-soft cheese.
The laughing cow.
Yeah.
Yeah, he likes the laughing cow.
No, that's not real cheese.
Well, you know what? It's the best stuff we have. He was before buying this Applewood stuff.
No.
But yeah,
crap.
He likes it. I like Philadelphia cream cheese.
I like Gouda. I like
Philadelphia. Yeah.
I like a block of Manchego.
Yeah.
Any cheese.
What's your favorite cheese? Oh, all of them.
That's why I said Sonny. All of them. Put them together.
Yeah.
I've never had a bad combination.
Oh, don't tell me this, Diamond Eyes. I drank some eggnog. Now I love it. Now I'm sick as a dog.
Uh-oh.
How to handle your eggnog, huh? Have some marshmallow. Anyway, sorry to distract again. We can go back. I had cookies with whipped. Oh.
I even had cheese the other night that had it had blueberries in it. It was so good.
What
it was like one of those that would be like so sharp that like if by itself you were kind of like but it had like it had blueberries in it, and it was so good.
Yeah, I picked up a wedge from Aldi that had the blueberry in the sharp cheddar, and then they had one that was infused with wine that was really good too.
Oh, like a port?
Yeah.
Right. Have you ever had beer cheese?
A little bit.
Like let people dip it like they'll dip like pretzels and stuff in it.
Yeah.
In blue cheese?
No, beer cheese.
Oh, beer cheese. Never heard of it. No,
or
never
pub cheese. It's called different things some places. Some places call it pub cheese.
Okay, I've got to go to bed.
Why is the sun coming up?
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Miss Dog Lover, for joining us.
No question before I go.
Nope.
Sure. Idaho suspect. Go.
Idaho suspect.
I think that she was asking if you guys had a suspect.
She did earlier, but I don't. I literally don't.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I thought to me the most suspicious person has always been Jack S, the hoodie guy. But I mean, if law enforcement is as adamant as they are that he's not involved, then I mean, until I hear otherwise, I mean, I have to assume they have information that we don't.
Yeah.
But he fits the bill in every way.
Unless that's just a ploy to get him back to the United States.
Well, I think he is back. I think that was.
Are we talking about Jack Decor guy?
The Hunter guy. Yeah. See, Jack Decor has never been a suspect of mine. I know he has been for a lot of people. The boyfriend.
So wait, who's the guy that you're speaking of?
Jack S is the hoodie guy.
Oh, that's the hoodie guy. And that's
the Hunter that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That loves those knives and.
Yeah. Alexis said Lewis, I made peanut butter cookies. I'll send you a pic later.
Miss Doglover, do you have a suspect?
I'm thinking Jack D.
You think so? You because I know a lot of people think it's a lot of people suspect the boyfriend. He's never seemed suspicious to me, but I know he is to a lot of people. So
yeah. But I'd just like to say Happy Christmas, everyone.
Yeah,
Time.
Merry Christmas, Miss Doglover.
If you are around late Christmas night, we'll be on.
I probably will be. Yeah.
Yeah, my twin should be here too. I'm hoping that
maybe I'll bring someone too.
Yeah. Lewis?
And just love you all, and thank you for welcoming me into your chat.
All right, now. Well, get off and have a Merry Christmas. No, just kidding. Thank you very much. Thank you, Miss Doglover.
Love you all.
Have a good Merry Christmas.
Thank you so much.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miss
Merry
Doglover.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bye. 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 Bye.
Bye.
Good night.
If any other
Cheerio.
staff wants to come, cheerio, bip bip, cheerio, cheerio.
These two, how did I ruin Sonny's Christmas? I was waiting I was gonna wait till tomorrow to do that.
What?
I don't know. I don't know. How did I ruin your Christmas?
Who?
Sees through says Adam just ruined Sonny's Christmas.
Oh, he does that anyway. He ruins my
I didn't
date.
tell her I was sending her the stripper.
Oh, Alexa, your present is awesome. It's Callie. The present you sent is awesome. Middle Michelle, Mama. The Christmas present I got is awesome. Oh, wait. I haven't got them yet. But they will be awesome, I'm sure, when I do.
Well, in advance, if I've ruined your Christmas, I apologize, Sonny. Even if I don't know how I did it.
I need information from Sonny's twin. Oh, my twin won't lack talking about me. That's for sure. Right now? It's almost one of those things. Do I tell her to filter her mouth before she comes on, or do I just let her speak? Because whatever she says is not truthful. I just want to get that out there now.
Oh.
Very little's truthful. It's what she sees and what the difference. Yeah. I mean, if she says something nice about me, then it's real.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
And if things get interesting, I'll just mute Sonny, or I can boot her from the show. I can just boot.
Yeah.
Rainbow Wolf, but that's really sweet. But I'm pretty sure there are a lot of people in my family that could probably each pick up different years that I may have attempted to.
Lewis, are you a twin?
Yeah. Am I a twin? No.
Well, I mean, I kind of always felt like Adam and Lewis kind of looked alike. They're kind of very similar. Yeah. Adam's just the anorexic version of Lewis.
I'm not anorexic.
No. Yeah.
And Lewis is a twin. He's conjoined, and the other one's behind him. He just never shows us.
Yeah, that was attached to his butt.
You're not supposed to divulge those things.
Yeah. It's so crazy when I don't even want to get on that subject, but when I've seen conjoined twins and you're just like, how do you sleep? How do you it's just so awkward when they're attached.
When one starts dating.
Oh, it's just so strange to me. Like how, especially when you're facing each other and you're just, right. I don't know. Just weird. So I don't, you know what? We should talk a little bit about Delphi because we haven't talked about Delphi. I don't know. What do you guys want to talk about?
And Lisa, I like how Lisa worded her comment to either not be a compliment or a diss.
His dog lovers, did she go to sleep and she's still here? Or is this one of those fake things where she's like, I'm leaving and then she's staying?
Mm-hmm.
She's contemplating it.
Yeah. She's thinking about how to log out. Is that what's going on? If we hear snoring, it's definitely not coming from any of us three. All right.
Right.
Yeah.
So, Lewis, are you a twin, Lewis?
No.
No.
Do you have siblings?
Yeah, I've got one brother that's younger.
Does your twin have dimples? Yeah, if his butt has dimples, then sure, his twin does. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I've got those.
That's called the reach around. Yeah, I don't know. What do you think we should talk about with Delphi? I'm watching all your videos, boy. Do you guys?
I've not looked at anything with Delphi in the last day because I've been at work. But
the last day. Well, actually, you know what? Sorry, guys. Yeah, go ahead, Adam.
Well, even just like even the Keegan Klein court stuff. I didn't look into any of that myself. I just watched that video on it and talked about it.
Yeah.
But I just didn't have the time to research anything over it.
Hey, husband. What you need? Oh, my husband's gonna make me.
He wants his cheese back.
I'll be right back. He gave me a laughing cow one. I gotta try this. I'll be right back. So Richard Lee investigates. It made me laugh so hard. He's doing a video and he's like, I'm just gonna eat pizza and we're gonna talk. And he has this big pizza in front of him. Crispy as shit though. But anyway, so he has this big pizza in front of him. Okay, and I have to kind of pretend what he was doing.
Yeah.
He pretend like that's a pizza. And he kept going. And if Kaylee's are but you just gotta check it out for yourself. And then he put this piece of pizza to his mouth like 5 times, and I was thinking, that crunch.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, and then he started showing videos, and I'm like, okay, all I can picture in my head is now he's wolfing down some pizza. Then I come back and I'm like, dude, you didn't even get very far from this pizza. But he kept ripping it apart. And then I remember he ripped this one piece off, and then he went to eat it. Then he put that piece down, ripped another piece off. And all I could think about too was, weren't you ever told that you're not supposed to eat when your mouth's or talk when your mouth's full?
Yeah, it's pizza. And then you're on the keyboard, so it's greasy.
But he's like, I'm not talk, and I'm just like, I respect that people are just being themselves, but dude, I don't really want to listen to you munch on pizza and talk while you're still got pizza in your mouth. I don't know. That's just not how I was raised. Yeah.
I can't stand when people have ice in a metal cup. It's by the I've told Sloot this. Sloot used to do it. And every time it would clink right next to the microphone the whole time. And he doesn't do it anymore. But
it's like you heard every ice cube in there.
And I get it. People like to chew ice cubes, but
I roll up my pizza like a bread. So you guys go ahead and talk for a second.
Why do you go to the bathroom too? So hurry up.
Okay.
See, you can solve that. All you need to do is use a straw.
Well, some people a lot of people like to eat, to crunch the ice. Like I know, I know a lot of people do that. It's just, I think it's that in the metal. Maybe it's just a pet peeve of mine, and it's always right. It was always right with the microphone. And a lot of people do it, not just him. And I'm just like, oh,
it resonates on the metal, the water bottle, and it makes noise.
Yeah,
it does amplify.
It's like when you're in a completely quiet room and someone all of a sudden takes a bite of potato chips, and it's like you hear every crunch.
Yeah. That's one of the worst is chips. They're loud and crunchy, and
right.
Or the bag. That's what gets me. It's not the chip; it's the bag.
Yeah,
it's such a noisy thing to get the bag open and get in there. It's like.
And then people try to be quiet. People try to be quiet to do it slow, and then it takes longer, and it makes it louder. Actually,
exactly. It's a crunch.
I'll always do that with nachos in a movie theater. I'll pick the exact wrong moment to take a bite of a nacho, and then it's like this. It'll be like the one time the movie's silent. And then I'm like, I'm afraid to chew.
You just need to eat quiet foods.
Well, I mean, that's like the one time I eat nachos if I'm in a dark movie theater by myself.
No, I don't mean you in the movie. I mean, like if you're on, if you're doing a live or a video, if you're going to eat.
I don't ever eat on here.
No, but I mean, the people that do it that annoy you, that eat something quiet so it doesn't pick it up.
Right. I don't see a ton of people eat on here. The ice thing is the only thing that I really ever noticed.
Yeah.
I can tell when people smoke, on their lives, but again, that doesn't bother me.
Yeah, that's something certain people you can pick it up, especially when they're on the phone.
Yeah.
You get that inhale and that pause, and then the words come out.
Right. There was someone I used to watch that chewed gum, and they did it. They would just do it really loudly, and I was like,
That's another one that you can keep quiet. It's just, the way you do it makes noise.
Some people just don't. You just when you don't hear what the microphone picks up. So if I'm sitting here and there could be something I'm doing that the microphone's picking up that I have no idea is resonating loudly.
Yeah. That's why I'll hit the mute if I'm refilling my cup or anything. That way it's not making noise.
Right.
I drink a lot of liquid.
Because you get those monthly cups.
I probably drink 2 gallons a day.
Right.
Between tea and water.
Yeah. Friends, plastic sandwich into.
Yeah, that's a little crazy. $14 for popcorn at the theater you take out. Walk in there 30 minutes before they close and they'll give you a big bag for free.
Right. I don't go to the movies hardly ever anymore. So the once a year I go, if I spend $60, I don't care because I know I'm not going to do it again for a while. And when I go, I want all of it.
I don't like the larger theaters.
Popcorn. What?
Yeah. I was saying I don't like the larger theaters. We used to have some really nice small, independently owned theaters where they had 2 screens or 3 screens, and it just was always that nicer feel. You go to the big ones now, and it's just so commercialized.
Right.
It doesn't feel right, and you're so far away from the screen, or you're right up on the screen. It's
Right.
It's not the same experience.
I do like some of the ones that you can pick your seat out with, or they have the reclining seats and they serve alcohol and food and everything like that. It's not just not just your AMC.
Yeah. In Chicago, they've got some of those sit-down ones where you can order your food beforehand, and they come and they bring the meal out, and then you can watch the movie. And
the only thing I don't like is if I went to one of those ones where they brought, and so the whole movie you're trying to look around the people that are bringing food to people, and then they would bring everyone's checks 15 minutes before the movie ended, which is the climax. And so you're trying to watch the end of the movie, and the waiters are all trying to make everyone pay. So.
That's just poor planning. Yeah, that's just poor design and poor planning.
Yeah.
Say good night to Charlie, people. Charlie, good night.
Oh, good
Merry
night.
Christmas, Charlie. Thank you.
Right. Oh, thank you, Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff. Adam has my mic. He does. I'm gonna get me one of those.
Alexa has it too.
Yeah. Alexa, she's all pink. She's a lady in pink.
Yeah, hers is. She has mine in pink because I think it came in pink, blue, or black. My new computer will be here on Monday, Sunny.
Yeah, will it?
Yes.
Nice. I was going to ask you that actually.
It could have been here today, but I wasn't going to be home to be there for the delivery, and I didn't want to take a chance with
Adam, tell everyone what Santa's bringing you again.
I'm getting just a new Apple desktop.
Apple?
So, yeah. I use Apple everything.
Ooh.
What's wrong with that, Sunny?
Apple. No, I have Apple everything, but not.
But their computers.
Never.
I've always had their laptops and their computers.
Yeah, sucker. Okay. Yeah. Not a fan.
We'll see.
My twin had Apple.
For the fact that I've been doing this for a year on my iPad, I think I'm okay. I think it'll be okay.
Yeah. Absolutely, we got Little Caesars. Little Caesars, pleasers. They have actually the best. Crazy bread. Little Caesars.
They even call it that, yeah.
Call me crazy. Some do.
Right.
I love some of them. Now, yeah, the movie theaters are crooks for their popcorn. And then they're like, and would you like butter for $2 extra?
Are they charged for butter?
Yeah, fuckers.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah. Yep. Charge.
That's a little different.
Basically, I don't know about you guys there, but if I want a drink,
they basically have the self-serve things now.
Popcorn, not here. But if I want a drink, a popcorn, you know how they have the bundle. So a drink, popcorn, large popcorn, and a snack thing, whether it's Twizzlers or recess cups or whatever.
Yeah,
Anyways, it's like $27.99 for.
Most people don't know that you also live across the street from a movie theater. So Sunny has the movie theater right there anytime she wants to go.
True that. And it's actually,
Cool.
I'm gonna hold on.
It's got a UFO on top of it, right?
What?
Is that the one with the UFO on top of it?
That's the UFO.
It's a really cool looking movie theater.
Yeah, let's see if I can zoom it in on. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, I think I can zoom it in. Like, one sec. I'll show you. Present. Share screen. Okay. Yeah. So.
We're showing us that where you live, Sunny.
Pardon?
Are you just going to show us your house?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think which way. Oh, there's the old spaghetti factory. I live in this vicinity here. I just live somewhere right here.
On Sunny Lane.
Yeah, Sunny Lane. And this is the UFO. This is the Cineplex, Langley Cineplex. So you guys can see.
Isn't that cool?
UFO. Yeah. You know. How do I actually do the stupid Earth thing? I don't even know. I always get mixed up with this stuff. How you go down into Google.
I think it's when you first launch the program and you put the address in, and it comes from like the globe.
Well, I mean, there is the regular.
Or are you on?
Drag to enter.
You put it on the satellite one.
There we go. Whoa! Yeah. Hello.
There you go.
What the hell? Where did it go? We're sitting right on top of the roof. Hey, let's get back out of there. How to get back out of there?
Right.
I don't know. Let's go over there. Boston Pizza. Happy early learning. Yeah. I don't know what I just did.
Sven, people have accidentally doxed themselves many times.
Yeah. Well, there we go. Anyway. Yeah.
Right.
But anyways, isn't that cool, guys? A little bit big UFO out there.
I'm sure no one could get your address from that picture because you couldn't even see it from there.
It was considered doxing. Don't dox yourself. Don't worry. You know, honestly, if someone can find out where I live, all the power to you. To be honest with you, I don't really care. I'm not going to literally give you guys my address, but I live in Walnut Grove, Langley, which I've said multiple times. I'm not really one of those people that sits there and frets. If somebody wants to dox me, all the power to you. Like I care. Come through the gates, come through the fobs, come through all that shit first. Then you can come up to my apartment.
my private security, my bodyguards.
So anyways, yeah. So that's where the movie theater is. All of probably might take me 5 minutes to walk there because I do have to go over the little bridge, past where I used to work, right through the gap. There it is. So when my sister was like saying she's going to the movies, I'm like, well, which one? Because she normally goes to the Surrey ones because the Surrey ones have the bigger seats and stuff like that where you get the more experience. But then she was just like, well, the Langley one. And I'm like, well, it's not usually you're always too busy putting the Langley one down because the Langley one's just your generic seating. I mean, it has like the 3D stuff and stuff like that. But, nowadays, a lot of those movie theaters have the bigger seats and stuff like that. So she's like, well, I got 4 tickets, so I'll get one for me and one for you. And I'm like.
And yet you don't know what you're going to see, though.
Yeah, we are. We're going to go see Mariah Carey.
Oh, it's Mariah. It's Mariah Carey.
Whatever that one is that you can dance or something like that.
Okay.
Whatever it is. I love movies like that. My husband, he'd be like, I don't even bother to ask because he'd be like, yeah, me and Ryan will go watch something else.
Right.
That's pretty much what I'll hear if I say I'm going to see some Mariah Carey movie. He doesn't care.
I like to watch a movie at home. But there's certain movies that I like. Like I went to see Top Gun in the movie theater because I was like, that's a movie I felt like I wanted the experience of being in a theater to watch.
Yeah.
Because of the sound and same with like Jurassic Park. Like so, there's some movies that I think do really well in a movie theater, but then other ones I'm like I feel like I can actually focus more on if I'm at home. And I can pause it.
Yeah.
And go
I mean,
talk to Sunny on Messenger and then come back.
yeah. I mean, I'm like Adam. For the few bucks that I put out for the $14 popcorn, I mean, I actually literally will go watch a movie randomly here and there just to have the popcorn.
I like to go by myself too. Like, I know
Why?
that's weird, but I like to go to the movies by myself, like without anyone else with me.
Yeah. Well, I've done
During
that a
the day.
couple times. It's
Like-
not something I normally do, but yeah, I've done that a
Yeah.
couple times myself.
I probably wouldn't do it like a weekend night, but like a matinee, like during the week if I'm off. Go eat popcorn and nachos for lunch in a dark theater and see a movie you want to see with no one else to talk to you. It's wonderful.
Yeah.
It's like taking yourself on a date.
I know this one day I just went over there. I didn't even know what was playing. So I just said to the guy, well, what's playing now? And then there was this movie and it ended up being a cartoon movie. And it was actually one of the best darn movies I watched, actually.
Right. Well, no, that would have looked weird if I had done that. Because you never want to be the middle-aged guy at the cartoon movie by himself.
Yeah, Pee Wee Herman went to the movies by himself, didn't he? Good old Pee Wee. Hence, yeah, I remember that. But anyways, let me
talk about
hired couples.
Talk about ruining your career.
Oh, I know, right? You guys all remember that, the whole Pee Wee Herman thing.
You know what's funny though is if that happened now, that would have been in the news for about 2 days and we never would have heard about it again.
I know.
That would have never ruined his career now.
Yeah. So, but yeah, you guys, let's just take a look at this story.
Yeah.
Let me take this off the screen. Let's just read this because
look where it's from.
Hey, or it's the Daily Mail.
I'll be right
we
back.
all know that the Daily Mail is as accurate as it comes when it comes to news sources and reporting. But let's see, and this is so sad because I never even thought about this person or knew about this person really. I didn't even I thought that they had just walked home. I didn't realize that they had been in a
Yeah, they got picked up at the grub truck. I saw this.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So it says, my job was to get these girls home safe. Private taxi driver who drove Idaho roommates Kaylee and Madison home hours before they were murdered say he is haunted by his role in delivering them to their deaths. The private taxi driver who drove Kaylee and Madison home the night they were killed broke his silence in an interview with dailymail.com. He is believed to be the last person to see the pair alive after picking them up from the grub truck in downtown Moscow in the early hours of November 13th. I had known Kaylee and Maddie and Zana too. They would occasionally get rides home, and there was nothing out of the ordinary about that night, he said. The driver, who spoke on condition of anonymity, said he replayed that night as a million times over, but can't recall anything that was amiss. Let's see. So, speaking for the first time, it's not lost on me that my job was to get these girls home safe, but that didn't really help this time. I'm not going to read the whole thing because I think we all get the picture there. Yeah, it's just so sad. And honestly, you guys could all go to Twitch and watch the actual video as well. And yeah, it's just so sad. Just a couple hours before, they're just laughing away. So sad. Just kind of scrolling through here, see what they got. He says, I picked them up about 1:45 a.m., said the driver. They had their food, and they were super excited about the mac and cheese, as the girls are after they go to the club. They sat in the back, and they chatted. They were normal, just like any other night. They weren't upset about anything or talking about anyone. The driver said he was familiar with the surveillance footage in which one of the girls appears to be talking about somebody called Adam earlier in the evening, but he said they didn't talk about him or any boy on that ride. Moscow police have contacted Adam, who has been described as cooperating with the investigation. According to the driver, sometimes the girls would talk about boys, but that night they were just excited about their food. There was no apprehension, no weird feelings, no upsetness. There was no nervousness about them. They weren't afraid of anybody. There was just nobody following them or following us. There was absolutely nothing about the ride that was different or abnormal. They were just typical sorority girls talking away, and half the time they didn't pay a whole lot of attention to us drivers. We just kind of do our thing. The driver said he didn't pull up to the door of the girl's house, stopping instead on the street out front. You know what it almost reminds me of in some weird way? Reminds me of Amityville Horror now. Like, that's the house where all the murders happened. And if you guys remember the movie The Amityville Horror.
Yeah.
You know.
Do you think it's because of the flat front?
Yeah. It's just, there's just something about it that reminds me. Like, whenever I see a house without windows or whatever, like, or weird windows. And this house definitely had a very boring front structure to it.
Yeah.
You know, it's just an ugly front structure. And then they built.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, because it almost makes you wonder if, like, when it was first built, because I know it was just the front half is all it was at first.
Right.
And I wonder if it had an awning maybe in the front, because it would have given it a little bit more normalcy looking then.
Right.
Because the entire back was built on.
Well, it looks so funny when you picture that it was just a straight up and down, home.
Right.
And then
it might have had a deck or something on it. You never, might have had something little on the
right.
back,
Yeah, it might have had a deck probably on the back, but still, it's a very weird structured home.
Yeah.
Still, at the end of the day.
That company owns a lot of houses around there, so I mean, they're making a killing of those college kids.
What I thought was actually quite strange was that the purchase of the house, I believe, was the same owner that owns that one.
It's a property management company at the Jack's house.
Yeah.
The boyfriend.
Yeah, and November 13th of 2018.
Mm-hmm.
November 13th of 2018. What's the chances? When you're
apparently pretty common, because it happens in every case.
Isn't that crazy though? November 13th, 2018.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just a very weird thing. And 13, I mean, even that Twitch guy, remember the one from Alan's show?
Yeah.
Like, I think
my favorite number.
Like, I think he took his life on the 13th as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Jeff, you're right. November 13th. Yeah, that was Amityville Horror as well.
Oh my goodness, right, Jeff?
You are right.
Yeah.
You are right. Yeah, it's also my niece's birthday.
Yeah, it's so. I mean, there obviously is, I think, something about the 13th in general. It is known to be a number that's where sinister things are meant to happen, in a sense. It's just amazing to me. And then, it got me thinking too, like, how I put out the video of the hat and I said, well, look, you can kind of see this heart shape on it. And then I was really thinking about it today and I'm like, well, wait a second. I mean, it was Valentine's Day, meaning the 14th was Valentine's Day. So I don't know if that was specifically that a heart on there for the purpose of Valentine's, like because we don't know why Libby and Abby were actually murdered. We just know that they were murdered, but we don't know if it was anything to do, with anything, to be honest. Like, we don't know why they were. And then I thought to myself, I'm seeing this heart image, but then I think about it and I was like, oh, right. The next day was Valentine's Day,
Right.
So maybe there was a heart design on the hat because it was, maybe one of the reasons they were murdered was something because of something to do with Valentine's Day, In a
It
sense.
could be,
I don't know.
it could be unrelated to them, but related to the person that did it,
Right.
That date could have a specific meaning.
Yeah.
That no one's aware of.
And if there are stuffed animals at the scene, Valentine's Day is a bit easy day to buy stuffed animals.
Yeah.
What's Jeff asking there? He says, who was in what room when they died? And survivors, same room for them?
It's been alluded to both ways. I mean, originally it said that they were, each in a bedroom on the first floor, but I think most likely they were also probably in the sharing a bed on the first floor.
Thanks, Carol. Mm-hmm.
Because I've actually, I've been very curious about. There's a lot of social, like if you look at social media, there's a lot of pictures where Dylan, one of the surviving roommates, she lived on that second floor at one point. And so I'm like, they moved in August or whenever it was in the summer. Like, why then did she move to the first floor? Because in the body cam footage that whatever that channel's name is that played from that police call on September 1st,
Truth and Transparency.
You can see in that window, there's nothing in that Dylan's bedroom except a set of golf clubs. It was being used as a storage room at that time. So Dylan was not living in that room at that time. So I'm like, why then did she move from the nicer, bigger bedroom on the second floor to that little bedroom on the first floor with the giant utility thing on the wall?
Yeah.
I found that very odd.
Right.
But I mean, there could be nothing to it, I mean, I know a lot of like, especially females that like if they go out at night and they're like, oh, just come snuggle with me,
Well, that's on here. Let me see if I can find it. Give me a sec, Jeff.
Yeah. That's truth and transparency, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's inside and the reason it's the red curtain. It's that side. And Dylan, not Dylan. Bethany was already living on the other side. I've heard it alluded to that people said, that because that was a shared living house, that that if you were coming in as a freshman, you had lived on the first floor, then like there was kind of a hierarchy in it. But I mean, I've seen Dylan's things on that second floor bedroom that was vacant at the time. So I don't know if maybe the only thing that made sense to me was I was like, well, maybe it was loud when they would be having parties and stuff, because that bedroom would have been right off the living room.
Yeah,
so
that would make for loud.
Yeah, so maybe she moved downstairs just to get away from, the main party area.
Yeah.
Or maybe Bethany didn't want to be down there alone.
Well, what floor was the common area on?
The second.
Okay, so yeah, I could see the lower level being a more quiet, more private room.
Right. Once the people, because I mean, anyone that came through the front door, you would have had to walk up the stairs. But I mean,
yeah.
Other than that, like everything would have been above you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but late night noise, people getting up, getting something to eat, drink. That's.
Yeah.
That's
whereas
not
like
the floor.
Xana's bedroom was on that second floor, like right off the kitchen and the living room, and so I would assume that she probably got a lot of noise from it. But I mean, I don't think they had like huge parties. I think they were really popular, and I think they just had a lot of people over all the time.
Right.
But that's common in college. I don't,
Yeah, let me just play this, you guys, quickly, and I just pulled it up and brought it here. So let's just see what it shows. This is from Truth and Transparency, Lana's channel.
Right, like you can see, there's no bed in the room or anything.
So
and this is on 9/1/22. So they'd already been living there for well over a month.
Yeah, September 1st. This footage is from prior to the murders there. So I'm just gonna hit play here.
School starts August 22nd. These girls do their pictures on August 11th, August 17th. Yep, these are the new roomies. You guys, you would be moved in before August 22nd would start because you have classes that start on that day. It is September 1st here, and this bedroom is not at all occupied by somebody that's sleeping in this bedroom. Okay. So this was September 1st, which was a Thursday night. You would have all of September, October, and then just 2 weeks in November. So 2.5 months. These girls should have been moved in already. I strongly question where people were in terms of what bedrooms were really their bedrooms. We're just being told things. Yep, the first floor roommates didn't hear anything. They were down there sleeping. Well, you guys, this is not occupied. There's closets that are not being used. There are golf clubs just in the middle. There looks like to be like some type of, I don't know if it's an exact mattress or if it's like a blow-up mattress. But this room, without a doubt, okay, is not a bedroom at this point. This is not. So this is the first floor. And so everything that we've been told, there's 3 levels. There's 2 bedrooms per level with a bathroom on each level as well. With the second level having your kitchen and your living room. Okay. They said the 2 surviving roommates, okay, the 2 surviving roommates were on the first floor and they didn't hear anything. And then there's allegedly that the bedrooms were locked and things like that. Okay. But when did they make this into one of their bedrooms? Because this was not a bedroom. This is just not a bedroom. On the second floor, there would have been an open bedroom. Xana has one, but then there would be an open bedroom. Who did actually one of the roommates have a bedroom on the second floor? Okay. And then you have upstairs on the 3rd level, you have Kaylee and you have Maddie's room. So please see the video for what it is. And right now on September 1st, that is not a bedroom. Okay. That's all. Right here, right now, everything that we're going to see, and they're going to look at this inside one more time. You're going to see golf clubs. Now, do any of the girls golf? I know that guys golf.
Dylan does.
I know I'm a big golfer. I played golf in college. Did any of these girls golf? Whose golf clubs are those? Okay. Also, Ethan's Jeep is all the way to the left. Okay. Where it was parked actually the day of the murders. We have a RAV4. We don't know who that belongs to. We have the blue car, which is Xana's. We have this white car, which we're going to get to down the road. But right here, whose bedroom is this? Because right now, this is not a bedroom. And who would ever move in only to then, okay, I want to move down. I want my bedroom to be down here. And if they did do that, why? Why would you move down? Why would you move your bedroom down there? So these girls moved in, okay? And if this ends up becoming someone's bedroom, whose does it become? And when did it become their bedroom? Because it's not at the beginning of the school year.
Whoever lives here needs to come talk to us, or we're going to start doing a lot more than just deal with noise. I will go tell them. Yeah, just tell them to come to the front door. We'll deal with the noise complaint, and we'll leave. Yep, thank you. Yep.
We'll stop it there. So that's pretty much all you're going to see is some golf clubs. And you said Dylan golfed.
I think Dylan did. I think I've seen pictures on back before she privatized her VSCO, whatever that thing is. That social media thing is that she did. And there was a 6th roommate on the lease. But I mean, it's also not uncommon for someone to like back to move out and still have to and still be on the lease.
Can I share
She
my?
might have been taking. She might have been abroad. We never know. She might have transferred schools.
Oh, Jeff. So if you're talking about a Google project where I've like put on like with Delphi, where I put on thumbnails and the pictures that you can add and stuff like that. So I've done that with Delphi. If that's what you're referring to.
Right.
So you said, can I share my Google project? You guys should really be using this amazing tool. I mark my map and stores and all my links, notes, photos within it. Yeah, you can share.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
If you wanted to reach out after the stream, we could schedule something, and that way you can show it to.
Well, I mean, honestly, if he has it now, if you have it now, where is it? Where do I check it out? Do you need to email it to me? And if so, then is it email? I think is it email? On there? Is that I can't remember. I haven't done it in a while.
Alexa, while you're doing that, Alexa says I think the 13th was intentional. The killer wanted to make a statement.
Hey Daisy.
Could be, I know. I mean, I feel like one of the leads I would have been going on to really strongly is that, I would have wanted to know everyone that was at that party on Halloween.
Mm-hmm.
That was in the home on the 31st.
Mm-hmm.
Because they went on fall break after that, and then Callie was gone for a week after that. So this was the first weekend Callie was back since that party.
Mm-hmm.
And it was going to be the last weekend she was going to be back.
Yeah. Jeff, just quickly, if you wanted to join the stream, and then just share your screen and do it that way, that's fine. If you wanted to do that, it's up to you. On there, all I know is, Sonny's getting a little bit tipsy here. Just saying.
All I want for Christmas is you.
Yeah.
I don't want a lot for Christmas.
Yeah, I just want you. Dirty Birdie keeps sending me TikToks. When I wake up and I'm looking at my favorite. So what? If I didn't LOL to them, I meant to.
Who, me?
Yeah. So your little dirty TikToks keep sending me.
I only sent you the one. I sent you that commercial. And it was sweet. It was sad.
That you sent me a couple TikToks after that.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, those were.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because I started to feel emotion, so I had to send you something like inappropriate. Yeah. So that my heart didn't melt all the way.
All right.
Okay, no. I was like, harden back up.
So yeah, let me know, Jeff, in the chat there if you just want to join the stream and share your screen or what. Oh, it's so hot in here. That's okay. I gotta turn this fan on because it's just too hot. Tell me if
another refill, and she's gonna be taking stuff off.
Oh, I want to take it off right now. Oh yeah, there we go.
That's for the other channel.
Can you hear that fan too much?
No. It's actually kind of relaxing. It's just like that perfect little background noise.
But
the dog should bark soon.
I just emailed it. I could join your screen. It's a Zoom call, right? No, it's not Zoom.
Nope.
You just follow that link right here. The one right here that I just put. I'll put it again. You just follow that link in.
Yeah. It's easiest to copy it into Safari. I know you said you're using a Mac, so it's easier to do it into copy and paste it into Safari.
Yeah. Yeah. And then just do that, and then you can share, and then you can talk with us.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
there's 71 people in chat now. We lost a few. I guess people have to go to bed. I guess some people do have to get up.
Yeah, I guess it's coming around Christmas time, eh?
So, and this kind of, who goes? Does it do? I mean, you don't have to answer if you don't want, but do either of you go to church on Christmas or Christmas Eve?
No. No.
It's one of those services that I always think is like the candlelights on Christmas Eve and like and the hymns and everything.
Yeah.
If I were to go, that's always one that I think is so pretty.
It's more like, if I was to go, which I will, not to say I can't ever say I won't ever do that. I mean, I think it's, I find it very pretty in the movies when they do stuff like that. And I don't do church. Not that I don't think that there's some really pretty churches out there, because there is.
Right. I went to parochial school, so I had to go every day. We had an hour service every day, and then we had to go twice a week, and then we had to light the candles and
Well,
Joseph in the nativity.
Like meaning like in school, like we had to do like the nativity thing, that like the shepherd, and my mom sent us to the Pentecostal tabernacle, but it was really just to get us out of her hair. But one of my favorite things to do was on Wednesdays we would have King's Corner, and then we would make crafts, and so we would make like little Christmas houses or Christmas things when it was Christmas time. So it's not like I didn't enjoy it. I just it's nothing I ever think to do. Or nobody, let me put it this way, nobody I've been with is church going. If they were, I would, like respect them and honor that and go with them, but they're not. So
like Lisa, like I said, I went every day of my life at an hour of church, and then twice on Sundays and once on Wednesday nights. I've been to more church than a lot of people.
Well, if church is chicken counts, and I've been to church many times.
Adam, what denomination are you?
I went to a Lutheran school. So for 12 years, and we had an hour church service every morning, and that didn't even count then religion class.
Yeah.
So
69 people.
Well, where I grew up was heavily Catholic, and so Catholic that going to public school, you would leave early every Wednesday to walk up to the Catholic school for religious instruction. It was almost part of your public school day. But,
and I was raised Missouri Synod Lutheran, which it's probably the closest to Catholicism, because they were the first to break off from it. So I said we're cheap Catholics because we didn't want to donate.
Let me just. Hey Jeff, how are you?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good. Living the dream. I'm just turning off my fan now. Actually, one sec. Let me turn it off. Oh, wrong way. Oh, there we go. Okay. Alrighty. Well, thank you for joining us.
Yeah. Hopefully, I remembered to cut off my my YouTube's audio so I didn't feedback.
Yeah, we're not getting feedback.
We would know. Yeah, we would know already.
Yeah. So I'm enjoying your show. I just discovered you guys tonight, and then when I saw I had to wait 5 hours to be a subscriber, but I felt like, I want to say this. I got to say this.
Let me just revert that back to this.
Sorry, we don't give refunds.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't asking.
I'm playing.
No, I know.
Again, it just limits the trolls, so that way,
I hear you.
So basically, it's one of those things: is that if a troll wants to come in the night, well, they gotta wait 5 hours before they can try troll. Some trolls join earlier, but we don't get very many. But I've just always kept it that way because it just stops them. Because before people take these cases ridiculously crazy, and it's amazing what people do. So it just became habit to make it subscriber only.
It's kind of crowd control because it keeps the right people in here having the good conversation. Regardless of if people differ on opinions, it's people that use reason and logic when they talk to each other and respect. And we schedule our lives. We're pretty structured as far as the Sunday nights, Wednesday nights, and Friday nights. And so if someone wants to subscribe, they can they pretty much know when we're going to be on. So
you've been doing this how long? How long has your show been around?
Oh, for a couple
39 years.
39 years.
Yeah. Well,
since November 13th, 39 years ago.
Yeah. So I would say, so when I originally brought up my channel, it was because of the Suzanne Morphew case. I don't know if you're aware of that one. That's one with Suzanne Morphew. Anyways, basically, Suzanne was a mother that disappeared on Mother's Day of 2020. And so it was probably about the September, October of 2020 that I had Delphi. The only reason I'm sitting here today, to be honest with you, is because I happened to click on a link called Delphi, the Delphi murders. And I try to stay away from this type of thing because being very deep empathic and stuff like that, it just hurts my heart to the core to even listen to these type of stories. And so, but anyways, so about that September, October mark, I thought, you know what, Suzanne's case is going okay right now. Barry Morphew's in jail, and I came back from yeah, right, exactly. And so so it's been about 2 and something years, and I'd say probably about a year since Adam joined and Deb at the time as well.
January,
it was simply people that were watching me do Delphi. And so it's one of those ones where we just like to keep it chill and laid back, but yet talk about the cases, but not to be one of those stuffy channels. Really, it's just welcome friends. You can always feel comfortable here to kind of say what you like, as long as you're not ignorant and rude and disrespectful, then you're more than welcome. But if you are, get away, go away, shoo, I'll block you, because it's not about how fast you can grow. It's about the quality, not the quantity of the people. And I will always stay true to who I am as a person on this channel, with regards to that. So it's become like a family to us. We see the consistent names all the time, and either you like the channel or you don't, or you move on, and but we care very deeply about and with honesty and truthness and genuineness, behind these cases.
And we do like to laugh every once in a while.
We like to laugh. We like to. You have to have the balance.
You spend so much time covering stuff that you got to find a way to be able to break it up sometimes. Not at the expense of anyone. Of course, it's a victim, but you've got to be able to laugh about it sometimes.
Yeah, so we just like to consider ourselves, like a more of a balanced type of show that way. It's just not structured in the sense of boom, here, let me pull. You might be that way. I'm not sure, Jeff. You probably are, right? You pull out the thing, and you probably have your dictation line for line, like some channels. Are you like that, more of a structured person?
No. Oh, you mean when I go from channel to channel? And
no, just in general, like for on your channel, would you consider yourself of a structured person? Whereas we're kind of like, me and Adam and that can go on a live, and we don't even know what we're going to talk about that particular live. We just can go on and easily talk to people.
No, I don't even have I mean, my channel has about 10 videos. I don't do any, the only thing on there I posted a video of the Bethune video, that captured Gabby Petito's vehicle.
Oh.
And I did some motion stabilization in Adobe After Effects, and I zoomed way in. And when I did that, I didn't hear anybody talking about that you could see somebody going in the door and then closing the door. Everybody was talking about you can see somebody closing the door. And when I motion stabilized it and zoomed way in, it's like, wait, you can see the back, just the back just a little sliver of him going in and closing. And that's got like 23,000 views, and that just blew my mind.
Oh, right.
I probably watched that.
But that's
Oh, you froze, buddy.
A turtle that was laying eggs in my backyard. So I don't know. Maybe I should really consider doing, but it wasn't until this case that, I was just listening, I was commenting, and they, just like you just did now, I don't know if I can say other channel name. Okay. Yeah, some people don't like that, but it was a Mommy Ramblings. I've been on there past couple nights till like 6 a.m., just like we're doing right now. And they were the first to invite me to hey, you want to call in and come on the show? And I was like, okay. Next thing I know, when we sign off, I'm jamming, playing guitar with her husband. It was awesome. It was.
Oh, wow.
This whole thing has been a really cool experience.
That's kind of how Sunny and I came to fruition. She invited me on one night. And
and then it was just kind of like, And then some
but I think it also feels good to, see something, say something, sure. but when you can feel like you're trying to do even just a little bit more, and trying to help with whatever you can. I mean, I had a son that was in college not that long ago, and I cannot imagine what,
absolutely.
It's awful.
Yeah.
My thing is this. Oh, go ahead.
I have a niece. I have a niece that's a freshman in college, and she's blonde, beautiful. Like, she's in a sorority, and I'm like, oh, like there's so many things right there that are like, just like these girls, in this Idaho case that I'm like.
Yeah. See, luckily my son is ugly like me, so no, I'm just kidding. I'm just sorry.
Jokes. He's got jokes. Okay.
Dad jokes.
Yeah. We like jokes.
I bought her a taser for Christmas. She doesn't know it yet, though. I did. No, I really did. I did. And pepper spray.
That's how you can tell if she's watching the show, right?
Yeah.
Well, she's the freshman in college. She's too cool for this.
Yeah. She'll open it up and fake surprise. Oh, wow.
So, Jeff, is it the Idaho case? Like, do you follow Delphi, or is it the Idaho case?
Oh, I've been following Delphi too. Yeah, my mom got me into following Delphi. She'd keep talking about it, and one day I finally looked more into it, and it's like, wow, yeah, you can really. I mean, because you first you imagine what it must have been like, and then you imagine like there's got to be a way to figure it out. There's got to be, you know, what is it? Do you guys ever watch the movie Raising Arizona?
Yeah.
You know, when he's got all the cops in his living room, and it's like, everybody leaves microbes and whatnot, and it's your reason. What's that word? Reason d'etre. It's your reason for.
Yeah.
What you do.
I don't know the word, but
it's like, what do you say? All I know is that my boy is not. You're in the one house that I know my boy ain't.
Yeah. But yeah, actually, I haven't even heard that movie was from quite a long time ago.
Yeah,
right.
I've seen that. There's like I got a handful of movies that I can say I've watched like 60 times, and I just still love them. That one, Pulp Fiction, a bunch of others. Those are probably my top
classics. Yeah.
Was it Holly Hunter? Who was the woman in Raising Arizona?
Holly.
Was it Holly Hunter and Nicolas Cage?
Hunter? I think it is.
I just remember they have that fight out on the street, and he's like, "Taking my baby."
Oh yeah, give me my baby, you warthog from hell.
He's so like kind of like subdued and like passive aggressive. I forgot about that.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's been a long time since I've seen that movie. I just remember the name. Does that count?
Yeah.
But yes. So the Idaho case comes along. It takes basically over the internet by storm. Huge case. So you said you have a Google Maps there, Jeff?
Yeah. Can you open it there?
No. Well, you would have to share your screen with me.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let me close a few windows. I don't have anything incriminating. But
okay.
People have made that mistake before, not on our channel, but
sometimes we like those unexpected pleasures.
Self-doxing,
I know, yeah.
Who was it that did that? And and you could see their messages, and there was stuff in there like that you would not want people to see. About like, oh yeah, send me a picture of your.
Yeah, let me get the Google Earth document up. So it doesn't like lag or anything when you show it this way, because I sent the Google Earth document to Mommy Ramblings and T-Rev. But I thought T-Rev told me that his whole thing would just really lag really bad if he tried to open it up.
Oh.
Well, some people depending on their one Wi-Fi and then their system they're using, it can. Yeah. You just overload it.
But yeah, let me okay. Sure. I don't think there's anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
yeah, I can share screen if you want.
Yeah, whenever you're ready, just do it.
How do you do it? What do I?
Do you see a button that says present screen or anything?
Oh, okay. Oh, so it says it's kind of similar to
And so then Sunny will have to add it, and then so you hit that, and then she'll add you to it.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready, Hedo.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of like Zoom and the rest of them. Hit share screen, blah, blah, blah. StreamYards is a pretty simple program.
Did it do it? Wait, it says
no.
Unlock this. Go to System Preferences. Unlock the screen by selecting the lock button. Check Google Chrome.
Oh, it's a permission thing, probably.
Yeah. Lock the lock. Put my. I think that I'm glad you're allowing me to do this because I see all the YouTube channels that I watch, almost all of them. I see everybody, they're in the conversation like, oh, wait, where was the gas station photo? Where did I put that? I'm thinking, well, all I got to do is go to my map, click the gas station, and then
right,
the link there.
I am guilty of having 72,000 pictures that I have in no order.
It says Google Chrome will not be able to record the contents of your screen until it is quit. Wait, I don't need to record the contents. I just need to show them.
Yeah. Well, did you say you emailed it to me? Well, mind you.
Yeah, I could just walk you through it. It's not like it has a billion, items on it. It's mainly it's kind of broken out into like where the house was. It's got the food truck area, the corner club. It's got we were talking a whole lot about that wrecked Hyundai in Oregon. So there's a bunch of stuff there. Seems like, because I live somewhat out in the country now, but I used to live just outside of Washington, D.C. And we were just down in that area today. And I was like, wow, there's so many cars. And like, oh, look. Elantras. Oh, that's okay. Now I can see the difference really clearly up close between a Prius and an Elantra. Very similar, but I see the difference now.
I had never noticed how unique those taillights were until it was pointed out. Now every time I see that, I'm like, oh, like you can easily tell an Elantra from another car just from the taillights.
What is the distinction? Like how they kind of wrap around the sides and then
right? And it's in an S, and it was only those couple of years.
Okay. I don't think I noticed that. I kind of go by the back window, the side back window, how it comes to a point, but with an upward slope, like a 45 degree.
Yeah. Unfortunately, here, the only difference is that obviously normally you'd be able to click around and share, click on the things that you wanted to, typically. So I'm not sure how you want to do that. Do you want me just to click where you tell me?
Click on that. See how I've got it in folders: murder house, mobile gas station.
Yeah,
but you could click on that first item, murder house. It'll take you right into that area. Or maybe double click on. Is it going? Okay, it's moving. It's slow. It's lagging just a little bit, but
okay.
So that's thank you, Boost Mobile. Thank you. Merry Christmas to you as well.
Maybe double click where it says. Oh wait, it's coming closer.
Do you want me to click Idaho for murder house?
Double click that, and then that one I think is a little red marker, right?
Yeah.
Okay, what's showing it? I just thought it was cool. See the little box on the right where I can save my pictures at the top, save my link at the bottom, and my notes.
Yeah.
And even I know it's easy to do distances that way too. You can be like, okay, it's from here to here,
Yeah.
Right.
Pull it right back up.
Okay, so I'm not teaching you guys anything new. You already know this.
Well, let me put it this way. I'm sure you're more familiar with Google. I just play around with it, and then I figure out things as I go along. And once I kind of can do what I'm able to want to do, then I'm good with it. Even though I'm sure there's a lot more I could do with it.
And it's really nice that you got you see the little guy down in the lower right corner. You can just
Google
drag the guy icon just anywhere onto the map, and you're there.
I think it's Grizzly Prime that calls him the little Google.
Yeah, you just drag him over onto the map where you want to go, and it just
So like I just did there. I think it says select or drag and drop to enter Street View.
Yeah, you get sometimes when you're in a different view, you have to go into the Street View to do Google Man.
Oh, no Street View data is available here.
Oh yeah, you might have to actually go out onto the street in front of the house, where anywhere where there's probably that blue line that appears. I bet.
Oh, but right. No, they've Google themselves have blocked out the house on Google.
Mm-hmm, they have.
Yeah, they've literally done this themselves. They've blocked it out like this. I remember going to it the other day.
If you close down the folders so that you just see the folders, click the little caret arrow to the left of the folders.
This?
Yeah. And then you can just do that with each of them. You'll see just the folders that I have.
Yeah.
I have the murder house, the gas station, corner club, and grub club.
Well, I was gonna say, like,
I promise I have nothing hidden underneath that's embarrassing or gonna oh, you.
So,
and because with Google Earth and Google Images, there's when these were taken, because like some were like 2018, some were 2019,
well,
that information I think I've seen more readily available on like Google Maps, because I think isn't there something where you can actually look at the maps like a year earlier?
Anytime they've gone through there, but you can reference them from Google Earth as well. I just can't remember how to toggle it so that you can do both. I don't look at it that often.
I didn't see a way to do that in this particular.
Okay.
Maybe it is.
You have to use.
You have to go out of it.
You have to use a different Google than this.
Right there, it does say newer at the very bottom of that window. It says 7/115. I've never seen that before.
Where?
Yeah, I would say I've been out in public a few times and seen like those trucks driving around, and I know what they're doing, and I'm like, I don't want to be in some random person's footage for the rest of my life. Just walking down the street picking my nose.
So there's image of you hiding your face,
right?
It was really kind of cool though. Before my uncle that had passed away, I just went kind of using Google Earth going down the road. There he was in the yard.
Was he?
I saved those images. It was like, oh man, yeah. He just so happened to be out in the yard. I don't know what he's doing. Just it ended up being like in 2 or 3 photos as the thing moved down the street. So that was really.
Someone's probably done that before and been like, whose car was in our driveway that day when I was at work?
I bet a lot of people get in trouble.
Yeah. So Jeff, I use Google Earth Pro Desktop, which allows you to use the timeline thing. So when I do Delphi, I have it set for 2017 because at one point during 2017, Google Earth was there. But it's different than this one. The one that I have allows you to use. It's got the timeline where you can see the different years. I don't know. I mean, I tried to find it on this one before, this version, but there's a distinct Google, like mine's Google Earth Pro, the one that allows you to use the timeline to change what it looked like. But is there anything particular that you wanted me to click on that you wanted to talk about?
Actually, before I forget, because I keep forgetting to point it out, see where it says present right in the upper left?
Sure. Let me just take down this banner first of all. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, say that again.
Right under the big letters, Moscow, Idaho case. There's the word present is in a box in the upper left. You go up just a little bit with your mouse, just a tiny. You go back down. It's right under. Yeah, there you go. And when you click that, that's kind of cool because what it'll do is it'll allow you to you can use the arrows down at the bottom left, and let's see. I think it might. Well, right now it's probably just going to go from folder to folder. Actually, go
ahead.
Yeah, or click on table of contents, and then let's choose like one of the specific items.
Yeah, which one?
Go inside Murder House. Can you double click that? Will it open the folder?
Right. Is this the one where you can just like show the exact distance between things?
No, it's just that you can, instead of double clicking each one, you can just sit there and hit an arrow. I think because we closed the folders, that's all we're going to see is the folders. We'd have to go back to previous.
Yeah, like I keep clicking on it, double clicking, but where did it go?
Try clicking. Click the probably that right in the upper left corner, that arrow pointing to the left. I think you probably have to go back to that. So then now.
So tell me what you want me to click on, and I can do that.
Double click on Idaho 4 Murder House.
Okay.
And then now click present. Does it allow you to just go through?
So it just opens it up bigger, huh?
Well, it was actually, you just didn't need to move your mouse. I don't know. Wait, let me see.
Go back there. So when I hit what you said there, my bad if I'm not whatever. But when you said when I hit present, all it does is simply open up the window screen to see it better.
Let me see if I can figure out how did I do that?
So what is it that you did that you're trying to do?
Well, just so that, I've got like, I don't know, like 20 different little markers. So instead of clicking on each one of the individual markers.
Okay.
Yeah, for some reason.
Can you not share those files in Google Drive with other people? Like if you wanted to share that,
Yeah, this is when I shared it with you, when I came up with the link, this basically is the same process of what I use to share anything that I have on my Google Drive.
Yeah, because I found that can be an easy way to share things like this. Like just when you want to give someone that kind of a file, with here's what I found.
Yeah, Google Drive really killed my use of Dropbox. Dropbox is kind of gone for me. I still have it. Still pay them. I pay for a lot of things that I don't need to be paying for, like when I go on wait 5 hours or.
I just had something come out of my bank account the other day, and I was like, "What was $79?" It was some like annual subscription to some video editing thing that I used one time, and then forgot about.
Well, what was the name of it? What was the name of it? Because I did that too with a photography site.
That one was it was not Filmora because I liked that one. It
like
was
Motion Array or something like that.
No, it had the box on it. I think I can't remember what. I can't.
Yeah, there was one. I can't remember the name of it, and it probably wouldn't be nice to name them here. But
was like, and it's not that there was anything wrong with
$200, the subscription renewed, and I was like, oh my gosh, I meant to cancel that. I don't use it, and I haven't used it. And then I emailed them, and they were silent. They did not return a single email. Except some of these automatically generated ones that said, "Thank you for resubscribing." But
was it through Apple?
No, it was
for the Google Store.
Shoot, it was something photography. Started with a C. I can't remember.
I've always found the best luck I have is if I reach out to the store I bought the app from. They'll usually, help. But
with this map, you were asking like, is there anything of interest? That if you go to the mobile gas station, I thought that we had a lot of interesting discussions about the that photo from the gas station, or the photo that you could do to that one, gas station camera at car wash exit. That was one of the first things I started looking into.
This is one on Troy Road.
Everybody was saying the car was driving down Highway 8, and I just could not make it make sense. It's like you'd be looking at the passenger side door in the photo. If they were, so.
And it was heading west, correct?
Yeah. So my understanding is it's the yellow line. It was heading west. Was picked up by the gas station exit camera, the little red dot there.
Yeah. And that gas station had a ton of cameras. When I've seen other pictures of it that people actually took themselves, not from Google Earth,
they've added some, right? They've added a bunch.
I'm sorry?
They've added a bunch that don't show in Google Earth. Is that what you mean?
Well, no. They're from the angle that's on Google Earth, there are several you can't see that are there. Like, you can see like the little black one, the little black circle on the one side of the, like on the corner of the side of the building. Then there's another one that's kind of on the, if you're looking at the front door, it would be on the left side. There's the equal amount of them on the other side as well. that you can't see from the Google Earth image.
Yeah, I don't think I added the newest one I saw. I've actually seen 3 images because one thing I noticed, I don't even notice that the picture that they showed that the gas station employee took of the car. I've seen 2 pictures, and I know they're different because you can see the reflection of her iPhone in it, and it's in different positions. So one was taken, and then
I think she took it one upside down and one the other way.
Oh, there's multiple.
Well, no, I think she might have taken 2 because sometimes if you'll take it one like with your phone and it'll flip it a weird way. So I think she might have turned her camera and done it the other way.
Yeah.
But
it's for the longest time I thought that's all we had to go on was just the one photo. Also, too, the second photo or the one that I saw most recently.
Or someone could have just edited it.
No, because it's in a different position. The reflection of the 3 lenses in her phone, one is down like under the car, and then one is up above the car. So clearly, you can tell they were taken at 2 different, heights,
or from different camera image angles. And we know that they got 8 hours of footage from them. So
what do you think? Do you think that's an Elantra, and the one that
I think that looks like an Elantra?
Yeah.
Okay, where's the picture? Where's the picture of the vehicle?
See over to the right. See the picture of the gas station? Yeah, right there. Yeah. That link will take you.
Yeah, and you and I've shown the picture, Sonny. It's the one where she took it of the with her phone, and the cops came that morning and got it.
Oh, it doesn't show it on here.
No, this was like the night of the murder. She took it. She was reviewing the camera footage.
You can double click that link there.
I did, but what happens is that it opens up in a whole different window.
Oh, okay.
So give me a second.
I see what you mean. Yeah.
So it opens up here. In there.
Yeah. Now I feel like some hot cocoa.
I guess I always took that as being reversed. But.
Now that to me is a white Elantra. Because of the window shape.
The back. You're talking about the back window, the way it comes to a right there.
And then you can see the S coming around on the corner of the way that it does on the taillights.
Yeah.
Do you have the other photo? See, this is where Google Earth is supposed to make it so I don't ask a question like that. It should be in there. The fact I saw it and didn't put it in there, shame on me. Unless I put it in a different place.
Do I have which other photo, Jeff?
The other photo of the
Elantra?
that she took with the phone.
So the other one you feel looks different than this one, but they're of we thought there was just the one, but they're both of her taking of the screen watching the camera footage.
Yeah, so it's what the reason that the other one I think is interesting is because the taillights, the taillight is kind of stretched and elongated in its kind of like its blur, I guess. But one of the things that I was using to try and figure out if this truly is an Elantra is how far the red of the taillights extend and go over top of the back wheel. Because in that photo right there, it looks like the red of the taillight is back, like you got wheel, you got some white body of the car, and then the taillight. Where in Elantra, they go over.
And I think this does go further over. I think it's just the angle that we're looking at it from. I think it just extends that little tiny bit of the window frame that comes over that I think is kind of blocking it from the angle we're looking at. Because look at how much red it looks like it's in the front of the car. Yeah. That's from the reflection of the headlights, and so I think that's just a poor.
By trade, I'm a video editor. I've been a video editor for like 30 years.
Is your real name Todd? I'm kidding.
And I was going to say, is your real name Todd?
No,
I'm playing.
No, but I know I've taken still pictures to you. I did political ads for 20 some years, and we're constantly looking for stills to use in the commercials and things. And so I mean, when I look at that, like at first I think, okay, the car seems a little stretched, but that's normal if it's moving and you're taking
because it's moving, right?
Yeah. So,
and she is holding her phone like right up to to what I'm assuming is probably a a monitor, and she's doing it at a weird angle, so because you see the reflection of her phone in it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
like
it is distorting a lot of that.
this to me looks like an Elantra. When I think about, when I kind of try to peel back what's going, even though it's moving, so it does look longer in a sense.
And it's going fast.
Right, exactly. Hence the lights. But when I look at the back part here of the car, I see that same thing happening right here at the back side of the vehicle. And then the light. So right here of the vehicle.
You know, it is a little interesting though. If you look at the slope of the back window, the passenger side.
Yeah.
The side back window.
The road too.
See that the Elantra in your nice clear still picture, it's a nice slope upward. You know, it goes along the doors and then slopes upward slowly. The one in that photo does seem to kind of have a sharp cut, like it went at a 45-degree angle.
Yeah,
so I don't know if you can go to my Google Earth, and there's a link to a 2011 Prius. I don't know if that'll open it in a second window.
What I think explains that is the fact that, you know, the angle that the camera's at is and the slope of the road. We're seeing that, you know, the back end of that car is slightly elevated because the road is slightly goes down there. So we are seeing it coming in a direction that, you know, where the tail is higher. So it's going to make it look that a little different than it normally would.
Yeah.
And it's traveling at a high speed.
So yeah, there you see it said, could this car actually be a 2011 Prius?
Okay, well, let me pull up though a 2000 Prius.
Well, click the link there. That's the one
Well,
that
it takes me out of it. Is that what happens is every time I click on it over there, then it actually doesn't show you guys the window. It actually opens up in a whole new one.
But can you take that one that opens up and put it over top of what you were just showing, or is that on the same?
No.
Or how many monitors you got? You got 7 like monitors, or
No, I got one monitor. I don't have 2. So if I did, that would be great. So what do you want me to click on?
What if you right click on it? If you right click on it, does it give you an option to like open it differently than if you were to double click on it?
Like I'm showing the sorry, if I do what?
If you right click on that link, does it give you a different option to like open it in a different way?
Oops. Oh, darn it. I just
see. I could try that too on this side.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm so sorry that you can't actually play with your own stuff here and make your life a little easier than someone like my bonehead.
I have a feeling, I'd have to probably reboot the whole program. And
let's see here. Open in new window, open link in new tab, open link, save link, copy address, open link in new window, open link in new tab. Yeah, so it's not really open link in new tab. All it does is just open up the link in a new tab. Like there's no option to put it on here. So what you have there anyways, I'll just show it in its window here. Is that this? But I don't think it looks anything like that whatsoever.
Yeah, I personally don't either.
The Prius seems a little shorter. I mean, that effect of it being stretched by that, it would take.
It's the back window that you're kind of looking at.
And they said, and you have to take into account the speed the car was going at, and the way that those cameras work. You know, they take that image every. I think it's like is it one every half a second or a second? So you know, if it's going, you're seeing that little bit of a blur, which just makes it elongated looking anyway.
Yeah,
and distorts it a little bit.
But I think, the Prius does have that 45-degree cut on the backside window that seems to match a little closer. But, you know, and that's the key thing, too. I know there was, I guess, a white Chevy parked in front of the house.
The apartment complex.
Murder house. I don't know if it's a murder house. It's got to be a better word for I didn't labeling my
the white Chevy one was the one that was in front of the apartment complex down at the bottom. The people
that one came to a point without any slope on the bottom. So.
Have you guys looked at the Hyundai Elantra 5-door at all?
Like a hatchback type of a deal?
Yeah, but the Elantra doesn't really look like a hatch. It really looks like you merged those two cars together.
Right. I've looked at the one that LD put out as the stock photo to reference.
You got it.
I sent a picture to you, Sonny. That way, if you put it up maybe together, you can get a better idea on looks.
Well, I'll tell you what I know for sure, and this is that this Prius is nothing like that car.
Yeah.
In the thing, it's just not the back in itself, but the window. The window, I can understand why Jeff is looking at that window, but the back side of it doesn't make sense to me at all.
But the tail light does have, like the tail light on the Elantra you got there. That tail light is definitely over top of the back wheel. In the gas station photo, that it's a little hard to tell, but that the red of the glow from the tail light seems to be behind the wheel, not over top of it.
I see it over top of it a little bit, and I mean,
get out of there.
I guess it's it's also 3:45 in the morning. I mean, there's so many things that can distort some of that. And I'm not trying to disprove you wrong. I'm just saying, I'm like, I think it could be interpreted so many different ways. But I mean, I'm glad that this gas station attendant went through all of that footage and she did the right thing. She handed it over to law enforcement. They have 8 hours of it, and if there's something there, they'll find it. And
I wish you could have taken a little bit better photo, though. I mean,
I know, of course we do.
Oh my God.
I know. It's always, even in Delphi, it's always the case.
And I feel for her because she must be watching this, hearing like thousands of people saying, "Oh, the worst photographer ever, and the worst photo I've ever seen."
Yeah. One sec, Louis.
Well, especially I felt kind of bad
the thing about
too, because she was like, "I don't want people knowing my name," and people were like online going, "Well, I mean, it wouldn't be hard to call the gas station and ask who's working."
Right.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's so hard, to be, you want to see something, say something, but you want to be left alone as well, and that's so
right.
That's what sucks about this whole thing.
Louis, I can't be. I just looked at the picture of the car you showed.
Yeah.
There's nothing right. There's nothing actually right about the back window on that one at all.
Right.
Yeah, I can't see the pictures that you've got up because I'm on my phone. That's why I sent that to you. I just know that the 5-door looks more like a Prius than it does the back of the other.
Right.
Yeah.
I just take into account too that within the time she reported this and the time that they actually showed up to collect 8 hours of footage. I mean, it was just a mere hours later. They were there and they wanted that footage. And I think from what I've heard, they think that they think it actually could be relevant.
And did you on your show? Did you talk about the car that's parked in the driveway across the street from the car wash?
No.
You want to see that?
With video.
It's actually a Hyundai Veloster. But,
is that on your thing?
But if you go to my Google Earth, you can see that. For quite a while there, I was almost convinced that all we were looking at on that gas station photo was the person who lived. See at the very top of the screen, it's the blue marker. You can double click on that and it'll.
Which one?
That one. Yep, that one right there.
Okay.
And if you go to if you can go to the street view.
Okay, how do I go to street view again?
Yeah, drag that little man or figure character over. Yeah, and then just kind of pan to the right there. Yeah, see, from the side, that car looks a lot like the photo, but I think it's a little too sporty. I don't think it's.
It looks a little too sporty. Yeah.
If you actually back down the street, hit the left arrow, so you're looking at it more from the side.
This way?
Or no, go further away from the gas station, like back, or those two arrows on the ground. Just hit the one that's,
Am I going this way?
To the left.
Right. Well, if you think about when law
more of
enforcement,
the driver's side,
when law enforcement, when they've said that in the direct vicinity of the crime scene, so I mean, they clearly have other footage that they can then compare. One, not only the comparison of these vehicles, but also the times they were seen on these camera footage. So that's what kind of gave the credence to me of the gas station thing, because if that 3:45 a.m. heading in that direction fit with the information they already had, that to me would be one of the reasons they were in such a hurry to go get that, to collect that that footage, and then to take all 8 hours of it.
Now the slope of that back window is clearly wrong compared to the photo. Also, too, see how the red light, that one is like almost directly over the center of the back wheel. So that's what tossed it out. But I think those are valid things to toss this car out. People that were in the chat rooms, they were like, and I think one of the I don't even name him because he's one of the bigger ones that I was watching, and he was so quick to like, look, it's got a black bra on the front of it. That's not it. And I thought, how long does it take to take a black bra off a car and get photographed by a gas station?
Right. Well, I saw someone that basically said they matched Jack D's, the boyfriend's, the back of his hoodie or hat to something they can see in like that in some footage. That I'm like, they think they can see the back of the driver's, like shape, and then they matched it to his clothes. And I'm like,
in the gas station photo?
What?
In the gas station photo? They can see that?
I'm like, you cannot.
No, I didn't see that.
And they could see.
They
Sorry,
zoomed in and they added they changed the coloring and they developed, and they're like, oh, I see shapes. And
now, what did you guys think? You probably talked about the one that's across from the school, right? That's parked on Google Earth. That's like 4 blocks from Jack D's house or parents' house. Did you look at that one? Because
is that the one the Inquisitor had on? Is that on your thing here as Google Earth?
Yeah. You mean on the one on the side of the street that in the residential area?
Yeah, Coeur d'Alene area. That's the second to the bottom folder. Open that one up.
This one?
Yeah.
And there's the van. That is the one that's outside of Jack's parents' house, I think, isn't it? Their business.
4 blocks from their house, but it's also parked at the school that both his parents work at. So.
Yeah, and if you notice, there's a van. There's also a van right behind it, which they own, and you see in another when he went to get the dog. That's the van that. Those are both of his parents' cars.
If you open that folder up, you'll see the items in there.
Oh, white.
And that's in 2015.
Oh, is it the wrong year?
It's a 2015 Elantra, which is why the tail lights look different in it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we went down this rabbit hole too. Yeah, because if you were to look at the front of the car, the little things in the bumper, they look like a black boomerang, and I think that was like starting at 2014 forward.
Right.
So that kind of. But it was kind of interesting that you can see a guy sitting in the window, sitting in the car. But there's also another vehicle, 2 vehicles back on the curb where somebody's sitting in the car. So maybe this is just where people picked up people from school.
So this is a 2015, you're saying, right? This is the one that Inquisitor showed, but it's a 2015.
That's what you're saying.
Is that the one from the Inquisitor's channel? Because I mean, I'd actually look at it.
Yeah, maybe go to.
I thought the angle of that one was different, but it could be. I'm tired.
Yeah, I know it is. I can tell by the grass. But what'd you say, Jeff?
Yeah, go ahead and close that, and then can you go to the street view with the little guy?
Okay, so.
But I have a feeling we're talking about the same car. This is So drag the little street guy right on top of that big tree that's next to the school, where the road and the tree is.
Here.
It's like at the top. You keep going upward and see that big giant tree that's going over top of the blue line a little.
Yeah.
Yeah, right about there. Right about there is where it is. Yeah, there you go.
Hey, there's somebody sitting in it.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. Isn't there a van there somewhere? Oh, yeah, there's a van on the other side of the street.
Hold on a sec. Oh.
Yeah, and then we discovered that the house was 4 blocks on this same road, 4 blocks in that direction you're looking. But we discovered that was definitely the house from the photographs of where they showed that there were news articles with him and the dog, and they were working. It looked like they were working on a car. They had the hood up on the car.
Yeah, I think it was one of his buddies.
And we were trying to figure out, there was a tea kettle on the ground, and everybody was like, "What's the tea kettle all about? What's that all about?" And trying to figure out. And it wasn't that long ago I was replacing a radiator in it.
They were putting hot water in the car. They were probably adding hot water.
You got to refill the water, and maybe that's the best they could do.
And not every, at that age, you don't have a whole garage full of, like the appropriate tools and things you're going to need. So you're like, oh, a tea kettle will work. We'll bring that out there and fill it.
Right.
So are we sure that this is a 2015?
Actually, go to the front of the car, and I'll show you what I was using as a distinguishing thing to, to tell. I don't think. Yeah, see those little black boomerang shaped looking things on either side of the bumper?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That I don't think I saw that in anything except for 2014, 15, 16. And I think even in 2014, I think they were actually glass, like maybe a turn
Right.
signal
I
was in
believe
there.
you're right.
And then they went to like black plastic like that. So yeah, I think that rules that car out. And yeah, unfortunately. I mean,
Well,
it's just kind of weird that it would be parked. I mean, it just shows you the popularity and commonness of.
And Elantra's it's a relatively reliable car. It's pretty inexpensive, So I mean, they're for that kind of a sedan. I can see their popularity.
Yeah, I even just tonight I mentioned that car, and then my son overheard me and he said, "Oh, Elantra! Oh, those are the easiest cars to steal."
I've heard that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I heard that too. It's going around.
Yeah.
I'm sure they love that's getting out on these live streams.
Right.
I'm what mouse? I'm manning the mouse. Leave me alone. Some drunk that's drinking eggnog. All right.
Should I be personing the mouse or is manning the mouse?
Yeah. I'm womaning the mouse.
I do always try to make sure. I think like for someone, even if it's not the right car, if it's incorrect or whatever. I mean, for someone to take the time to go out of their way to do what law enforcement's asked, and they're like, here, I might have found something going over all this footage, and I think they did the right thing. They turned it in and they handed it to law enforcement. And now it's their job to see if it matches up with what they have.
So, Jeff, kind of like what I asked earlier in the live. So what I asked earlier in the live was about like come on, everyone underneath the moon and sun is going to turn in a white Elantra. Doesn't matter if it's a friend or whatever. Anyone that knows about a white Elantra, because you know how it is. It's like it spreads like wildfire right across the internet in a sense. And I'm not even buying this hope some people haven't seen it by now, because there's enough people that would know someone that owns a white Elantra that would have turned it in. Or at least all these Elantras. Do you think by now that they actually know who was in that Elantra?
Yeah, part of me was wondering if they weren't trying to send a signal to somebody like, hey, we know who you are. It'd be the kind of thing like using a phrase that has a line in a song in it that they know they'd be, would be familiar with, and it'd be like, oh man, dudes, they're on to us. They just said the name of your mother's car. They know,
I mean, I think it was either that or they were able to look at all of the people that would have had direct involvement that had ties to a car like this, and they were able to rule them all out. And that's why they really were to the point where they do need the public's help to find out where this car came from.
Yeah. Also, too, I saw that they were photographing tire tracks in front of the house, and maybe the width of 2 tire tracks will give you the width of the car at least, and I imagine the tires will reveal, but that could be any tires could go on any car, but wasn't it the actually, if you look on my Google thing there, under the murder house folder, open that one up, and then there should be an item 1320 Linda Lane. Oh wait, it's a very top folder you got to open.
Yeah.
My bad. Thought I was already in that.
Yeah, and click that little triangle to the left, and you go.
This one?
So 1320 Linda Lane. That's my understanding. It's the camera that was on that building that captured the Elantra going by on Taylor Lane, which is quite a distance. So I'm like, if that's the thing that made you want to. Now maybe the Elantra came up Linda Lane at some point and they got a good shot of it.
Well, if you go off of the information that Kaylee's sister herself said they saw on camera footage, that's how they knew the exact time the girls got home. That's how they knew exactly when they left, and they saw that her take the dog out the front door and then go back in. So clearly they have camera footage of the front of that house.
So what's on Linda Lane here?
So. Yeah, look. So keep turning around. See that building that's got like it's a 2-level. Actually, look in the opposite direction of. Yeah, swing around 180.
Here.
Yeah, so like those apartment
that building with the little balcony. Yeah, it was the camera that's from that building.
Yeah.
It was, but you can see it's looking like near just about a half a block down to Taylor Lane to capture a picture of it going down Taylor. You know what you could do is you click the little guy that you dragged over, and then you'll go back to like the above view, and you can see.
How do I go back to that view?
Just click the little guy, little character, whatever.
Thank you for teaching me things, by the way.
Believe me, I did it like the wrong way, a different way for like, quite a while. So you can see we'll see where it says Targhee Hall. So that's Taylor Lane right there. And then the Linda Lane marker, that's where the camera is. So that's quite a distance. If that camera catching a shot of the Elantra is a lot farther than the gas station catching the shot on East White Avenue.
Right.
So,
and there's that blue house. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I would say there's that blue house that had the staircase that goes up to it to the
yeah.
Not a lot of the houses had cameras at the time, but there is a camera outside of that house.
I think I have that one marked.
The one near Jack's house?
If you go up,
it's in between.
See where it says ring doorbell camera in at the bottom of the murder house folder.
So, to me, if they didn't have like some other footage that we don't know about, to me that would have been the most logical camera that could have seen some car going by, or how they got the information of when the girls got dropped off. Because the fact that Kaylee's sister knew the exact time.
So was it this?
Then took the dog out.
Yeah, it's the blurred part.
Because there's
wait, which one? No, this is not the house I'm looking at.
Yeah, rotate to the left, and you'll see it's the. I think you're with the house you're talking about is with the ring camera, the blurred.
It's up on a balcony.
Is it that one?
The white staircase up on the balcony.
I know the police were standing there, and I thought I'd seen a picture with it. It's got a little black camera that you screw into the light bulb.
Into the light bulb, yes.
Camera.
Yeah,
I think it's this one here. I think it's one that's blurred out.
Yeah, see, now if I'd have been doing better, I would have put the picture. Oh, you know what I could do? Maybe I can do it right here, and then if you refresh, it'll actually appear. I know I saved that picture. I was thinking of editing a little music video together of all these pictures I've been grabbing, but I just can't figure out what type of story I'd want to tell yet with these images. And
because this is the house with the roof here that somebody was standing on.
That's where Jack lives.
Yeah.
And Adam.
Yeah. Right. And just looking at vehicles now.
If you refresh that and then click on the Ring doorbell camera thing again, I think you should see an image that I added.
Okay.
You need the Jeopardy music needs to be playing right about now.
Okay, so do you want me to hit the Ring doorbell camera one again?
Yeah. Then I think if you just click once on the item in the folder.
Yeah, I have a bad habit of double clicking. So do you want me to bring the small man thing over again?
Actually, no, it doesn't look like it's. Wait, let's give it a little bit. I don't think it's refreshed yet, or I don't think it's changed from my end to you. Because see the little box in the upper right corner that says Ring doorbell camera.
Yeah, how do I turn blue? Why did it turn blue? Go away. Okay. So
actually,
here,
just click one time on the Ring doorbell camera thing on the house itself.
This thing, right?
Yeah, just one single click. It's not
doing anything.
Wait, let me make sure that I can see it on my end. Oh, you know what? Probably when I close the folder, then it saves it. Let's see. Come on. Okay, it's try refreshing one more time. It's showing up on mine now.
Okay.
I couldn't use the picture that was more close up because it's not a JPEG, but it's a WEBP, and it said it doesn't like that format.
Oh.
But at least this JPEG that I have shows the house that I think you're talking about.
Just take this down here. Okay, so let's see here. Did we refresh? And then do you want me to click it again now?
There you go. Now it's got the picture.
Okay. So if I click on the picture, yeah, and there was in here, there was the camera.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been replaced now. That's what that Richard Lee person was showing the other day on one of his videos. That
You know, I was. I'm sorry.
No, just the fact that the camera was back now.
Oh, that the camera's been returned there.
It has been returned to them.
Correct.
Now, that was making me wonder because I thought I'd seen two photos, one with it and one without it, but then I was beginning to think maybe I was actually looking at the photo that I thought was without it was actually the front of the.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was there, and the law enforcement took it, and then I think they gave it back, or they got a new one.
I was gonna say, or they simply got another one.
I think they got the information off of it, and they probably gave them the hard drive back, or the the back.
But now, why would the information be stored in something that anybody can come up and unscrew and run away with? I don't know how those cameras work. I've seen them, and I thought I'd get one, but then I need a light bulb in that, unfortunately, so it's not going to work.
Yeah, right.
Well, you know, some of them even actually have like a little light on them as well, and they have camera. You know, so they can record and they can be a light.
Yeah.
So,
but keeping like
a blue light
drive or the card that saves the images inside it, it seems like it would link up to your phone and then just be saved in the cloud. Yeah.
Yeah.
But so I don't know why would they need to take it if it's just, you know, because like, you know, they're not going to want your camera. They're going to want your disc from the camera. That's what I was thinking. Not why you don't need the camera itself.
I don't know. Maybe they needed the hard drive or the physical to access that. I don't know.
Yeah.
For their, you know, maybe they needed to know how that system worked.
Do you guys feel like where the white Elantra came from was because of that camera? Do you think that's why they were asking?
That's not what I read, but I mean,
I don't know where. Yeah,
I think that's where. Actually, let me see. I might have saved the article. You can read it for yourself in the 1320 link. I'm almost positive I put that in there. Yeah. There's a news story that tells. I think it was like this news story was a couple days after.
Where is it here?
So click on that 1320. Yeah, this article is from. It's from December 16th. That's not right.
Okay,
well, in the article, they're talking about when it was.
Yeah, I wish it would just open up inside the thing.
I have, and that's why I always have to give out to Kaylee's sister so many props, because I mean, she single-handedly was able to get some of the stuff that would be like. I mean, they're the ones that got the grub truck video before law enforcement was aware of it.
So
here, you know, I can put the text that I see in this article in the chat.
Well, I can stop screen. I guess I could share. Just that it pops up. No, that's not right. Oops. Where'd it go?
Lewis, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
It does mention that only a side view was available in the car. So that does tell me that it was the camera from that building looking towards Taylor. Because if it came from that Ring camera, you'd have gotten the back of it and the license plate, which would have been beauty.
Right.
Oh, hey. I'm looking at chat apparently.
And I don't know where the footage of the Elantra came from. That's why I always assumed the sister found out the footage of knowing exactly when they got dropped off and knowing that they brought the dog out, because you could see those things from that camera.
So this Fox News thing, I put the text in the YouTube chat, but it says the car which Francetic, I guess that's how you pronounce the name, the car which Francetic described as both white and light colored traveled west on Taylor Road sometime between 2:45 and 3:15 a.m. And I think somewhere else it says specifically that that's from 13. Wait, let me just search 1320 in that article.
Okay, yeah. So, exterior view of house on Linda Lane. Investigators request footage from a surveillance camera at his home. The car, which Fran described as both white and light colored, traveled west on Taylor Road. Sometime between 2:45 and 3:15, he says. Only a side view of the car is visible in the footage. It is unclear if the white car In France's whatever footage is the same Hyundai Elantra. Police are trying to track down. Oh, got an ad.
Now, the other thing I sometimes wonder is if you know, the investigators in this, when they come to a situation like this, where they don't have anything that they can give us to sink our teeth into, they're like, this is a problem. If we don't give them anything, it's not good. So we've got to give them something so that they can, you know, be looking for it. And it could be, I don't know if any of you watched that show Lost, you know,
I don't heard of it, but I don't watch it.
Well, it was, you know, it's a plane crash on an island.
Oh yeah.
I watched it. Yeah, I loved Lost.
Yeah, the first episode was just amazing because it goes from just like, it's just a guy in a jungle and he's like waking up and it's like, whoa, plane crash on a beach. And there's that one guy that's really annoying and he wants to help, but he's got no skills. And so Jack, the doctor, sends him, he says, just find me a pen. I just need a pen. Just to keep him busy. And then it is until the end of the episode, he comes back with like 50 pens and it's like, any of these work? But it kept him out of the way. Yeah. And I wonder if police...
I don't know if they necessarily want to keep him out of the way. I think that, you know, they know that they're going to get 20,000 tips regardless. And I think that they'd rather point people in a direction that could be useful.
Yeah.
Rather than get the, well, I think it was a UFO, you know, so I think I don't think it would be in law enforcement's best interest to, like, you know, just send people out there to look for something that's not real.
Yeah.
I think if they're going to get the 20,000 tips, they might as well try to get them towards a direction they're at least looking at.
But think of it this way, though. If they do believe that this is like the killer, do you tell the killer, and, you know, by telling the public we're looking for a white Elantra? I mean, if I was the killer, and I'm not, wouldn't you say, oh, I just heard they're looking for our car. We better get rid of this car right away.
They've been very careful not to say it's the killer. I mean, they've just been very careful to say it could have critical information.
Kind of like the BT. When they first...
And they've also then, you know, I don't know.
But like in you know, in DC, I was right here when the DC sniper was like, you know, it was kind of scary. I was one of the few maybe that didn't get into my car as my gas was pumping, you know, because people were getting killed at gas pumps just standing there by a sniper, right? And but I remember that it was at a Home Depot, and they had shot. Well, you find out later they shot across Route 50 into the parking garage of the Home Depot, killing that woman. And unfortunately, there was a witness or somebody that said, I think I saw a white van. And white vans were getting pulled over everywhere, while this blue Chevy Impala drives away, and, you know.
And what's the most common work van? What, you know, there's a million white work vans that all the exact same everywhere, especially at Home Depot.
I remember driving, especially at Home Depot. Of course, there's going to be a white van there. It seems like the police would have squashed that right away. It's like, this, you know what? It's a Home Depot. You know, white vans are
right. Well, they had a city full of panicking people though, and that's the only information they've been given about a car. So
sorry, guys, it's 11:11 my time. Make a wish. You guys don't know what 11:11 is?
No, what's that?
It means make a wish, and it also means that you're a loved one from somebody's trying to say hello to you or talk to you in a sense.
Okay.
So 11:11 is like, a lot of people know what it means when they see it. So it's kind of one of those things. Is
not the same with like 12:12 or?
Well, 11:11 is.
It's just that one.
Oh my God, my stupid fan. Okay. Oh yeah. But yeah, 11:11 is a very well-known one out there. So like, for instance, I mean, I see 1, 2, 3, 4 a lot, but 11:11 is specific to the angels.
Have you ever heard the one where there's some that believe, I can't remember where I heard it from, but it still is something I think about. Like, if you find a feather that's right in your path as you're walking, it's right directly in front of you, it's just like a sign to tell you you're on the right path, or something along those lines.
What if you shot the bird that it fell from?
He was on the wrong path.
You know, I want to tell you something really quick about that, because so my mom passed away, Jeff, in 2015 from cancer. I had to fly out from Whitecourt, Alberta to Vancouver, which where I am now. But my mom lived in Abbotsford anyway. So she was in the Abbotsford hospital, and, you know, I made it out there. My mom I remember when I walked in the room, you know, I hadn't seen her in quite a few years, so it was, it was so cool when she kind of seen me and was like, "You're here," and I'm like, "Yeah." And then she says to me, "What do you think a good day to die is?" And I said, "Well, February 14th, of course. It's Valentine's Day," because it was almost Valentine's Day. And then I forgot that her brother Rick, my uncle Rick, his birthday's on Valentine's Day. But anyways, so on the day that she actually died, like all of us were always holding her hands. My mom was never without someone holding her hands. It went from her talking to me within that same week. I said, "Mom, use your thumb, yes or no," to "Mom, blink your eyes, yes or no." But anyways, so on the morning that my mom passed, which was at like 5:35 a.m. on the 15th, because obviously her brother's birthday was on the 14th. But anyways, I had the little book called The Journey's End. And I had fallen asleep, and my twin sister was holding mom's hand. And I looked up, and I woke up, and I looked at my mom, and I said to Tan, I said, "Look, Tan, mom's eyes are clear again," because they were all foggy. And nobody seemed to notice it but me. And I didn't understand that because my mom's eyes, it's almost like they were milky, foggy. So I wake up and I see my mom's eyes, and they're clear. And so my sister says to me, "Son, I'm so tired, because I said, Tan, do you want me to look at, come sit beside mom now?" And she's like, "Sonia, I'm just so tired," and whatever. So she goes and lays down on the bed, and she's just super cold. And I decide that I'm going to go have, and this is when I smoked, and I said, I'm going to go have a smoke. I was listening. My mom's friend said, maybe your mom isn't letting go because there's somebody around her all the time, and she, you know what I mean? So I thought to myself, well, you know what, Tan, you go lay down. I'm going to go downstairs outside of the hospital and have a smoke. And I put the Journey's End in my mom's hand, and I said, "Mom, I'll be right back, So go downstairs. I'm standing outside of the hospital, and just out of nowhere, this orange feather flies right in front of me. This orange feather. Like orange. And
Like
I'm
you wouldn't see it.
No, like you would not see. And I can't remember what it was because we were talking about feathers being a sign or something like that. But anyways, and I'm not kidding. When I say orange, think of party hat orange. This orange feather just floats right in front of me. And I pick it up and I'm like, huh. And anyways, so I go upstairs. And I'm talking to the ladies at the, the desk area there. And they're talking about their hair and something like that. And I'm just kind of shooting that shit with them. And then all of a sudden, Haley comes out and says, "Auntie, Grandma just passed away." And I'm like, wait, no, what? What? So it was almost like that thing. Once nobody was actually holding her hand. Oh, there were so many signs. You guys, like I said, when like, and I'm not trying to get all spiritual.
But that one was just for you. Like that was the one she sent just for you to let you know that was
but I've just had too many things, too many experiences. Like I said, I don't ever want to be deemed as a cuckoo clock or someone that's warped and out there. I'm just not that way. But then I'm also very open-minded about things. And again, if I didn't have my own true experiences, and somebody really has to have their own in order for them to understand what I'm saying. But it was one of those things. At the end of the day, there were so many different things, whether it was the butterfly that flew right in front of me and my husband, and my mom loved butterflies, but it just one literally flew in front. But there's more signs than that are more what I would deem as unbelievable. So to me, there is the other side, and that's why I actually don't fret about dying. To be honest with you, because it's everyone to their own. But But my mom, as soon as nobody was holding her hand, is when she passed. Within that, I was literally gone for like 15 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And in that time frame is actually when she passed. Nobody was holding her hand. She wasn't holding on anymore. I gave her the Journey's End, and my mom passed. And I remember when I came upstairs, and then I had bought my mom some chocolates. My mom was a candy hoarder, but she, so I bought her this little box of chocolates at the airport. And little did I know, actually, I come upstairs and then I see this little box of chocolates, and my twin says to me, "Son, look, it's got the little butterfly on it." And I didn't even know it when I bought it, to be honest with you.
A little butterfly, what?
Just a little butterfly was on the box of chocolates.
Oh, okay.
Only because my mom liked butterflies and she liked a certain flower. So when my sister was delivered a basket from her work for my mom as well, it's just one of those things. Like when she was sitting in the hospital, Haley, was sitting in one of the chairs, and she's like, "Mom, what's that behind the couch?" And then Haley went and grabbed it, and it was somebody's cell phone case that had a big butterfly on it. I mean, I could sit there and go on and on about the whole butterfly thing. When my sister walked into a store, Yisk or whatever you want to call it, JYSK, Yisk. It's like my sister is the epitome and opposite of me. She is the non-believer, whereas me, I'm just game to whatever. I'm just that's like saying we're the only people in this entire universe and galaxy. Pretty hard to believe that we're the only people out of this never ending. It just seems too unfathomable. So, and then there's people that sit there and go, "Nope, there's no such thing as anybody else. It's just us." I kind of find that hard to believe, to be honest. This little peon of earth. But anyways, so my sister walks into Yisk, and she's this. My mom's one of her favorite songs was, like "Red Roses Too." What? Oh, I know. It's a wonderful world. That one. That song, "It's a Wonderful World." So that song was playing, and then my sister, my mom's doesn't have a very common name. So, anyways, my sister goes into the the pillows aisle, whatever, and then she sees a pillow that says Gloria, which was my mom's name, and Tanya, which is my twin's name, and the other pillow beside it was turned, and she said she was going to drop her, shit if it turned over and said Sonia. So my nickname is Sunny, off of Sonia from my mom. So my mom always called me Sunny. So anyways, but it said Tanya again. So my sister goes, "But I want to have an experience like yours." And I'm like, "But you just don't ask for it." I didn't ask for the experience. I didn't ask for this young boy to come talk to me and tell me a couple words and tell his mom that he's okay. I didn't ask for it. I just know that I'm a funnel for sure. If any freaking things are going to come through, they're going to come through me and the family, because I'm the most open-minded of anyone in our family. So it's one of those things, is that she wanted to have an experience like I did. And I'm just like, "But you can't ask for it." Like, she'll be sitting there going, "Mom, if you can hear me," and she's watching X Factor, I want to hear this song on X Factor. And I'm like, it doesn't work that way. It just doesn't,
it's like being surprised. It's like, "Oh, I saw that guy. He was just surprised. Come on, surprise me. Surprise me. Come on." Yeah. just, I like the feather thing. I almost, the thing I thought, and I don't know if, is that what you were going for or thinking, was it, as an angel took her away, that a feather, fell from, so we all assume, angels have white feathers, but maybe orange.
Well, I was gonna say, I know that when my mom passed, and my sister didn't know it at the time, but she said she had this overwhelming feeling of coldness come over her. She said, "Son, it was just the weirdest thing." But like I said, so I just couldn't believe that this orange feather, like white feather, okay, I could explain that.
I'm gonna Google like birds with orange
feathers. The thing, like when you're in a hospital, I mean, and things, you guys know that those birds sit up on those things and take shits everywhere, right? So you expect those little pigeons to, little feathers, but this was an orange feather. And
maybe there was a drag queen up there with a feather boa.
I know, right? But it was, but you know how a feather just floats in front of you, and you're just like watching it, and you're going, "Orange feather, orange," But it's just stuff like that. Even though they might be insignificant to some people, it's just like, what the heck's an orange feather? You know,
Yeah.
and then to come to find out that my mom did pass during that time while I was downstairs, and just on with the butterfly stuff. I know butterflies are a very common thing, and I know people can easily wash those things away as somewhat, but it was to the point of ridiculous. The butterfly thing, butterfly casing, butterfly on the chocolates, butterfly.
Well, just I think, like, you know, you stop and think how miraculous it is when a life comes into the world.
Yeah.
And why not be just as miraculous when, you know, when they leave? I mean, I
Yeah.
don't know if too many people that, you know, I know we all know from, like, you know, grade school where babies come from or how they happen. But I mean, I have a son. I don't take credit for, and neither, you know, as his
You gotta
mom,
take credit
we
for it a
didn't choose
little
the
bit.
eye color. We didn't put the nose where it is. And to
Mhm.
think of what we did do to make it happen.
Mhm.
It's not like we did much, you know.
Right. If I ever go, that's what I call deep thinking, is when you really start thinking about stuff like that beyond it. Like, in the most basic sense, you go, okay, well, you and your wife that did it, and you had a little child that looks either a replica like you both, or like more like one like the other. But then when you start getting deeper past that, it's just like,
Yeah.
it's just it's a little bit of a mind warp, to be honest with you.
Well, I mean, have you ever heard about, like, you know, the people that, you know, something tragic or horrible will happen. There'll be an organ donor, and then, you know, at the exact same time, something will happen. Someone needs those organs, and there's been cases where, you know, like, they will, like, all of a sudden, like, start to, like, because you don't know the person who's giving, you know, the organ, but there have been instances where they'll start to take on, like, interest and taste of things that from the organ donor that they would have no way of knowing.
Oh, right.
I've seen some of those shows.
Yeah,
Interesting.
like, all of a sudden they'll even know things that they didn't know before.
Yeah.
And pick up, like, different hobbies and interests, and it'll just so happen to be something the organ donor was passionate about. It's bizarre to me.
Yeah, because we're not automobiles where you just we swap out the radiator. You know, it's like, you know, we're much more complex. Thanks, Alexa. I appreciate that.
So, Jeff, just to put you on the spot a little bit there, I mean, each to their own. Because trust me, like I said, I don't judge. I could care less what each to their own. But do you believe that there is another side, or like, do you believe actually true that there's another side?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm you know, I'm a bit of a religious guy too. I mean, I had an experience, you know, a next door neighbor that was a preacher at a Baptist church. His name was also Jeff too. So you start looking at similarities, but I can't deny that when Jeff crossed my path, and he was my next door neighbor. I mean, my patio was here. His patio was right next door. If I was sat on my couch and just hit the wall behind me, he would have heard it in his little office. And I always said, it's like God knew that he needed to help me so bad that he put me right next door to a really amazing pastor.
Right.
And all I know is my life changed so much. Not like I'm not one of the stories where he goes from drugs to clean, because I never did drugs or any alcohol really much at all, really.
I thought you were going to say, but I'm not, because I'm not clean.
What was that? You ever see that movie Kingpin? And that guy's asking him about his recovery and drinking, and he keeps going on, and he's like, but then he stops and he says, "Oh, wait, why are you buying?" He said, "Yeah, I'm clean enough." But no. So long story short, I mean, I just learning about, you know, biblical principles and what's in the Bible and things, you know, things that make you go, you know, and you start thinking about things and your own mortality and the significance of stuff and the long path that you're on in your life and the choices that you make and the good ones that take you far and you're so glad you did, and the bad ones that take you to awful places. And they not only take you to awful places, but then where you end up, you sit there because you feel like, I've made and you don't get out of it. You don't. And that's what I think. That's what I love about, you know, I've seen it with just so many people with that have a faith that look further than I saw there was a woman at the church, same church that Jeff was pastor at. I remember that morning I woke up to go to church and I was feeling like, I don't want to go to church today. I just don't want to be there. I just want to stay home. Can't I have a Sunday and just watch TV or go do something else? But I decided to go over there, and here's Sister Thelma. Now I was like one of the only white guys in the church. Everybody was African American in the church. And I never felt white in the church. It was the most amazing thing too. Sister Thelma's there with her big church hat, Sunday hat. And she's like, Brother Jeff, come over here. And she gave me this big old hug, and it was really warm and everything. I thought, I'm glad I decided to come here. Well, later on, I found out that the night before, her daughter had been shot in the face by the daughter's boyfriend. So her daughter was in the hospital, lost an eye, but had survived. And I thought, okay, well, whatever Thelma's coming here to get at church on this Sunday it must be special, because and what she'd already received, because the way she greeted me, and I would have never known that she was going through something like that. I just thought, okay, with this, and that's the other thing too. I wanted something that will carry me through to the end. That's got to be strong enough to carry me through to the end. You give me like any car that I've ever had has eventually rusted, and I've had to get rid of it. I want something that's going to last, and I know that all the stuff that I got from Pastor Jeff, it's still cooking. It is still here. It's in everything I do. I did learn with time that you don't have to share it everywhere, because I was a little crazy. I remember my mom even said, I just want my son back. And I thought,
I just want my son back.
Sometimes those bad choices and that despair, end up leading you to the best places, because because they take you to the place that you never would have gotten to had you not gone through that.
Right.
And half of those decisions we make are completely, subconscious. We don't realize the magnitude of the decision we're making at that time.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure when you met your wife, I'm sure whatever led you meeting that person, you did not go into that encounter thinking, this is the moment that's going to change my life, by going to this, wherever you met.
Right. Well, maybe with her though. Maybe I did.
Okay.
If she watches this later, I better say that. Yeah, I saw her.
Yeah.
That's the one. No, because the story with her is kind of funny. If I could tell just a little bit of it, or I could save it for another time. I don't want to go. It's up to you. If you wanted to hear.
Say that again.
Could I share the story of how I met her?
Absolutely not.
Sure? Okay.
No,
I'll give you the short version, but there are some funny moments in it. But
sure.
Yeah, she was working as the one of the nurses in the doctor's office I would go to. So she knew me for a long time coming in there. She would often hear all my stories about my
urologist
girlfriends that I was having such, pulling my hair out about. So she got to hear all that. And then one day she's taking my blood pressure. And I was thinking to myself, I looked at her and I thought she looked like somebody and I said to her, I said, you look like somebody. I said, you look like and she said, what, your ex-girlfriend? And without a beat, just like a good comedian with good timing, that was probably the only time, I said, no, actually my next girlfriend. And, so we, then I did the doctor's appointment. She left the doctor's office, and I thought, oh gosh, when am I going to see her again? That was kind of a wonderful moment that we just had there. Yeah. And am I not going to see her again until my next doctor's appointment? So I came out of the doctor's appointment, and I was talking to a guy at the front desk that I became friends with. They were all nice people. And I'm talking to him, and I'm really just trying to extend the conversation. I'm asking him questions so I can stay there and wait for her to come by. And he's talking, and he's running, he's going on and on. And then I see her slip out the side door into the hallway, and he's still talking. And I'm like, I remember I was like, oh, Kelvin, I got to go. I didn't wasn't looking at the time.
Yeah.
And anyway, I saw her in the hallway, and we were talking. Luckily, I got her before she got in the elevator. We had a nice long conversation, and I asked her out to dinner that night, and we went out to dinner to a Thai restaurant. And anyway, so the funny thing was, I've always told that story, and I thought, and it was so beautiful, where she said, I said, you remind me of somebody. She said, what, your ex-girlfriend? I said, no, my next girlfriend. Okay, so years later, her and I are sitting, we're watching the movie Hitch with Will Smith and Paul Blart. What's the guy that played Paul Blart? That one. We're watching Hitch, and there's this creepy guy in a bar, and he comes up, and that's the line he uses in the movie. And she just looked at me, and she's like, that line was just stolen from a movie. And I said, I swear to God, I don't remember that. I mean, it must have been, planted, but or they stole it from me. But
one of the two, definitely.
Anyway, that's my story. I'll leave it at that.
Well, and so you and your wife have been married for how long now?
Oh my gosh, you're gonna kill me. I always have to look up the
you're one of those.
Wedding. I have to look up the wedding invitation because I did it in Photoshop, and then we printed it, and it's not that long. It's oh my gosh.
Wow.
Hold on. Hey, talk amongst yourselves.
You're not watching this, wifey.
No, I'm going to show her this. I want to show her this because this is the
forgiveness. I hope so.
This is the part where she'll forgive me.
Well, is this where you wanted to talk about the other girlfriend besides your wife?
Heck no.
No.
Heck no, the other girlfriend.
Yeah.
Oh
well,
no.
Yeah. I'm talking about the one that you still do have that your wife doesn't know about. That one. When she watches this in replay, she'll be like, "You didn't tell." No,
I'm a one-woman man.
Still?
I don't. My ex-girlfriends are forgotten and faded, and
I get it. You got the special one. You got the special one.
Oh yeah, yeah. No. She is incredible. She's like, because you can't help but you kind of glance back at the past, and I just sit here today and I'm thankful. It's like, whew, I'm glad there's none of that drama or that drama or that to deal with. I know I'm not the perfect guy, and she accepts me, and
perfect guy to her though.
Yeah. And if I hope she knows that I love her the way my dog loves me. She sees that.
Okay, hold on, Jeff. Cue, action, go. Say it.
What's that?
So when she's watching this, cue cut scene. Let's go. Okay. Go ahead.
So when she's watching this, I hope she knows that I love her as much as my dog loves me.
There you go.
He is like, we've only had him for a little over a month. He's a German Shepherd Husky mix, and he's
so how long have you been married again? Inquiring minds are still trying to figure this out. Huh.
Hold on. You know what? I think let's see if I did this. The same way that I do the notes in Google Earth.
Yeah. You got your whole wedding thing there?
No, I'm pretty sure in my Google Photos. Why am I drawing a blank on how to get to my Google Photos? Wait, Google Photos. I think if I put in the search word invite. There you go. That's what I should have done.
Yeah.
2017. July.
Oh wow! Really, Jeff?
Seriously, I don't remember years that things happen.
Oh yeah, 2017.
Serious. I got to get a tattoo, like that movie Memento. The guy has the tattoos all over of the things that he wants to not forget.
Memory loss.
It's what?
Doesn't he have the short-term memory loss? He can't remember everything.
That's me. That's me. I'm very much like that.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting you to give me like 20, 30 years type of thing. I didn't expect you to say 2017. So let me ask you then. So you were married and divorced prior to this then?
Yeah. So my son, I've been married just one other time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Until 2018. Okay.
Until 2018. So you have, how many children do you have, Jeff?
I have one that I have, miraculously made
sperm donor. Gotcha.
But it's sperm donor, yeah. But then I have a stepdaughter.
With
by my current wife. Yeah. So three. We've got three.
I'm just still in shock that 2017 was that far gone for you. That you must really, numbers stick in your head a certain way, but not other ways. Is that it?
I don't know. I think I'm just kind of, I wonder if I just kind of float through life and like where people would say, oh, I'm going to say, I have to really consciously say, oh, I'm going to remember that. And just like the Google Drive, the Google Photos thing I just did, that's my method. And like things that I want to remember. Actually, I have like in Mac, they got a notes app. So I've got a couple categories in there. Like anytime I see guitar tutorial tip videos, boom, goes right in there. And I started labeling them because what I was doing before that, I was texting them to myself. It's like, oh, I'm going to watch that later. And then that text just eventually just evaporates into the air, you know?
Yeah. Right.
So now
in your defense, a lot's happened since 2017.
Yeah.
Right.
Those were heavy years and some, culturally.
Do yourself a favor though. Associate it with the same year as Delphi. That way you can't forget 2017.
Right.
Just associate it with Delphi. There you go. When he married 2017, Delphi same seriously.
Yeah, so, and if somebody asked me, how do you remember that? It's like
it was the same year 2 young girls were brutally murdered.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny, it's like I don't know. I guess I don't really give that much significance to the actual number of a year.
Right.
I really have to stop and think about it.
How old is your wife?
Well, that I do know, but I'd have to go to Google, like, how old am I? Even myself, my own age. I don't. If you ask me how old I am, I think I'm 55, 54.
What year were you born?
60. I don't want to give out all my information just in case any weirdo.
What's your social security number?
No. If I'm 53 and I was born in 69, then that would be you were born in like 67 or something.
Oh my gosh, that does make me 55.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah.
I don't think no one's gonna hunt you down. Well, maybe.
I know. I know. I am seeing some AARP things coming in the mailbox now, and that just feels so weird because I still in my head and in everything I do, I still feel like a teenager. So I don't.
Yeah.
Well, I just want
to. It's so nice to feel that way, isn't it?
It's what?
I mean, you hear people say that when you're younger and you don't think of it. You're like, yeah, right. But like the older I get, I'm like, I don't feel any different than I did, when I was 18, 19. At least in my spirit.
Right. And you're how old now?
Occasionally your neck or back you could do it.
Right.
I'm 40. I'm 41.
41. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But I hear people in their 70s and 80s say the same thing, and so I now trust that 100%. That you never lose that feeling of that.
Jeff, I wanted to ask you though, have you ever heard of the poem "A Reason, a Season, or a Lifetime"?
That sounds familiar. How's it go?
It's basically like someone comes into your life for a reason, season, or lifetime. Some people come.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
It's always one that I personally really liked. Someone a long time ago sent it to me, and I remember reading it, and it's so true.
Was it during a breakup that it was sent? Because I think that's when I think back. I think that's probably would be the time that I'd hear something.
Well, mine wasn't quite. I just remember that it was when I was married to my ex-husband, but we weren't married at the time. But I just remember it was just like a very, profound poem to me because, again, I know that people come into my life for a reason, season, or a lifetime, and they either come to teach you a lesson, like say your pasture. I personally believe that everything happens for reasons. Life is a roller coaster. It goes up and it goes down. It goes all around. And it's how you ride that wave or how you, deal with the lemons that come at you, decide which route you're going to go. But there's people that come into your life to teach you things, and then they might leave your life, but yet they taught you something. I've had a lot of people that I've had in my life that I know I've taught a lot of things to. And yet you never speak to them again, maybe after a year or 5 years or whatever. But regardless, those people still have impacted you, or you've impacted their hearts and stuff like that, or you took something away, whether it was a teacher, whether it was whatever. So I always really found that poem very profound, because it's so true that, I believe that things happen for their reasons. And I try not to look at life too harshly. It's kind of like, I don't know, just.
Well, it's really cool. That's three very cool categories that people fall in. And actually, I'm glad you said it because it's something I ought to keep more on the forefront of my mind. Because as you come across people, like to actually ask yourself, because you have a role in what category they're in.
I don't think you're always aware of it till after it's come to fruition, though.
Yeah, but, sometimes, right?
Like we just recently had someone that came into our lives. Not for a long amount of time, but had a pretty profound effect that we became very close to. And not someone we ever would have had, we ever even would have probably thought we would have gotten close to, but we did. And he was only in our life for 4 months.
Yeah, he overdosed back in October 16th. His name was Blaine. He was on our channel. He had been fighting addiction for a long time, and I mean,
he had effects that we'll never lose, though. That always stay with us.
Yeah, I mean, in all fairness, honestly, like Blaine was an absolute opposite of anything that I've ever done in my life. He was in the Kokomo crew, the Vice Lords. He talked about things where, about knifing people and stuff in the prison system, and how it was one of those things that he was this big red oaf lug that we just fell in love with. He was trying to do things the right way. He was actually enjoying the fact that, the reason why, I don't know if you've heard of this, but the Karina McClurkin was murdered. And that was very close to the Delphi case in a sense. But so Flint Farmer was arrested in connection with the murder of Karina McClurkin. So Vincent Farmer, Flint Farmer's son, well, instantly, of course, trolls out there started attacking. Now, Vincent wanted a voice. So on one of our videos, he was talking, and then Deb answered it. And then Deb started talking with Vincent when we brought him on the show. Then Blaine, and I didn't realize it was the same person, but Blaine put out this video basically like barking at people saying, you don't know nothing, like this is my uncle you're talking about. Anyways, I didn't know it was the same person, but this person messaged me and said, hey, do you mind if I come on your thing? Because we always believe that this channel is about being a voice. Whether people agree with us or not, it doesn't matter. It's not their channel. It's about giving a voice to the voiceless. And if somebody wants to come on, because they're not the ones that committed the crime, for instance, his uncle or their father is possibly the one that committed the crime. So we have no judgment on that stuff. And that's hence even why Robert Lindsay, it's like, right? No, not everyone's going to agree with your choices, but we're not there to care about what everyone thinks around the world. If we did, you'd have the biggest headache if you always cared about what this person wants or this person wants or this person. We just try to be fair and listen to you. So Blaine comes on our show, and Blaine, he starts talking, and it was one of the most beautiful moments, Jeff. One of the most beautiful moments. Jerry McClurkin, which is Karina McClurkin's grandmother. So here Karina McClurkin actually came on the show during the live, and
Jerry.
Pardon?
Jerry, not Karina.
What did I say?
You said Jerry, but then you said Karina, came on.
Oh, okay. So
Jerry, that was the one that came on.
Yeah, so Jerry McClurkin, came on, and Blaine. So Blaine is the nephew of the person that's been accused of killing. Flint Farmer is his uncle, and he's the one that's in jail right now for the,
and this was like the week of the arrest. I mean, it was fresh.
It was fresh. And it was the most beautiful moment to watch. You literally had Jerry McClurkin, Blaine talking, and here it's two opposite things. So you have two families, one that has been searching for Karina for over 5 years. Okay. And then finally an arrest is made, coming into the 6 year almost. And that's kind of what happened with Delphi. Same idea, because Karina's case happened back in like November, October 13th or November 13th, October 13th, I think. Right. Yeah. And so here you have two families torn apart, one because of the grandmother to Karina who's been murdered, and then the other family the dad's been accused of murdering, and yet these two families came together. They actually knew of, each family knew of each other, because Jerry said to Blaine something about, I used to play with your mama.
Your grandma.
Yeah, or something like that, right? And it was like the most amazing thing. And then, Blaine and that just became kind of like a regular on the show. Talking about addiction and stuff like that. And unfortunately, you know, his addiction caught back up with him because Ashley, his girlfriend, that he has 3 kids. Well, 2 of the kids are his, and the third one is one that she had with somebody else, but 3 kids like his own. So
He was the dad.
yeah, so she went on probation and she was in rehab for 30 days. And Blaine, we could tell, was different for the last month. We could tell there was something different about Blaine. And, you know, and I straight out asked him in Messenger, like, hey, bud, what's going on? Like, this isn't stuff that you normally do. You always show up for a live when you say, like, what's going on? Anything, you know, even during an addiction show, we could tell that there was something wrong with him, but we thought it was drinking. We thought he was just really tired and he'd been drinking because he was like doing things like, you know, and acting like he had a cold or talking like he had a cold and everything like that. Anyways, and then it was a week after that, Blaine was found dead on the floor of his mom's attic. Yeah, and you know, so we recently just raised $800 USD for the 3 kids for Christmas, thanks to the loving participants of us and the other subscribers and followers of the It's a Crime and Shame, that we just recently actually gave them basically $800 there. So for the kids, in honor of Blaine's memory. So it's always one of those things, like Blaine is not someone that you would ever think that we would ever know in our regular life, you know, and yet I miss that dude so much. He taught us a lot and we taught him a lot. And he was trying to create a channel, Jeff, as well, that was to help other people. He was actually working on this case called the Trinity one. But I mean, it happened. Can't turn back time.
That's awesome. You can see the beauty, you know, within, you know. And I think that's a great way to be able to see people that, you know, they could be just. It
was instinctive. It was just effortless.
Yeah.
You know, even knowing what we knew about it was just effortless. It was natural.
It was effortless. Yeah.
It just we meshed immediately, the 3 of us, and we just and 4 of us, Deb too, and
yeah. I lost an uncle to suicide when I was in high school, and he taught me to play guitar, and that's why I still play guitar today. And he was. I remember the night that he committed suicide. He actually had his girlfriend call my mom, and she called up and she said, "Hey, Gary wants you to be sure to tell Jeff to watch this program that's on tonight. It's about drug addiction." And he, so he's basically pointing me in the direction of watching a show. And it was kind of like a Hail Mary pass to, like, just basically tell me, don't do what I have done. And that's why, like I said, and all through high school, I was drug free, alcohol free. Now, everybody around me wasn't. And I really should name all their names just for putting me through being the sober one, and always the designated driver. And
you're always a good one, huh? Yeah.
It'd be the kind of thing, where there was a, joint is being passed around a circle, and my buddy next to me like, "Oh no, Jeff doesn't," and I wouldn't even have to say anything. I do remember one time I was a little bit of a buzzkill, and I think a joint was coming around at some party or something, and I said, "No, thanks. That stuff killed my uncle," and I was like, it's like maybe a little harsh, but it's just at that moment I was just imagining, how many times my uncle was in a situation like this. And it's not that was the cause, but that he was on this path that I'm seeing all these people in this circle that they're on. Right. And I'm like, I can't help but look at him. It's like, wow, which one of you is going to go down that path? I hope it's none of you. And, a lot of people, make it through, and so many people don't. And I just think of what is the real, is it really worth the risk, is what I usually end up thinking. And I often find myself thinking, as I look at my grandkids and they're playing and they're having a great time and life is great, and I know that not everything is great in their lives, but I'm like, they're not on drugs, they're not using any substances. It's like, how come kids got it figured out at that age, but us adults that I see that are doing this, is like, well, I need this to do that, I need this. It's like, my grandson doesn't need that. What's wrong with you? And I do remember with my uncle, we would go to family reunions, and it was a little, a couple hour drive to this mountain. And he would sneak like a cooler of beer And I remember my mom trying to figure out, it's like, how come he gets in the car sober, and by the time we get to the family reunion, he's drunk? And it's like, oh, he's got a cooler back there, and
that's funny.
So, and
I
that's
mean,
just
not,
kind of a shame. It's like he felt like he had to have a few to be comfortable, and
right.
and,
A lot of people do.
Yeah.
A lot of people do, and I always find that funny because like I don't need anything at all to
any control.
Yeah, it's because some people brag. It's like, man, look how much I drank. It's like, well, let me brag. Look how little I drank, and I'm having a blast. When are we going to do this again?
Yeah. Now I know it's really late, guys. And Lewis, are you still awake?
I'm here.
Okay. Well, Jeff, because I know it's time to get going. My husband's going to want to go to bed here soon. If you would love to come on another live with us, we would surely love to have you back.
You guys are great. You guys are fantastic.
Well, again, we just, we talk about cases, but, you can talk about personal things too. Again, it's we like to think of ourselves as non-judgmental. We're just here to, make people feel at ease and be at ease with us. And it's like a family feeling thing. And, we just do us. That's all I ever do is just do us. And so only because it's like we're 5 hours and 20 minutes into the live, the eggnog queen. But yeah, I know tomorrow is like Christmas Eve, or tonight's Christmas Eve for a lot of people already. It's already like I live in Pacific time. I'm not sure what time zone are you in? Are you Eastern?
East Coast.
So you're okay. So you're pretty late there as well.
What's like 3 o'clock almost.
What's your plans for Christmas, Jeff, before we head out?
Yeah, well, my wife is from El Salvador, so they tend to do Christmas Eve is when they open presents and celebrate, which is perfect though, because then I go over to my mom's on Christmas Day. We'll go over there. Ooh. And now it should be interesting because we, like I said, we've only had this dog for a month and a half.
Yeah.
And I think we're gonna try to take him over there. Maybe he can stay on her deck. It's like a balcony deck. But I don't know how it's gonna work. We'll see. I'm excited that she offered to have him come over because she wanted to see us all, because the plan was that, like, well, we can't bring the dog. I guess it's just going to be me coming, and my wife and the kids won't be there. And she's like, no, bring the dog. We can just walk him a lot, and
yeah.
Hopefully it's not freezing cold, because it wouldn't be outside. That wouldn't work. So
dogs, especially. I mean, cats, no problem. You can leave them at home.
Yeah. Do you have both? Do you have dogs and cats?
I just have cats.
Okay.
That's
the other thing I'm trying to figure out. We had 2 cats first, and they're with me down here in the basement, and they're separated from the dog upstairs with a metal gate.
Oh, okay.
And I would love for them to get along, but it's just going to take some time.
It's just going to take some time. They'll get used to it.
They're scared to death of him, I can tell, and he's just so big, but I can tell, he's so lovable, and he just wants to play, and
I was going to say, I mean, at the end of the day, they usually will warm up to each other once they get used to each other. But so try to keep them a little bit closer, or let them, like the cats will take off, but after a while they'll be just like, you know what?
They'll end up like siblings, and they'll trauma bond.
It's so cute.
If anything, they'll just trauma bond.
Yeah.
If the cats could only figure out, it's like, we used to rule this whole house, and we used to have access to it all. And then this guy comes along. I guess we got to get along with this guy, and then we can have the rest of the house again.
I know, that's the thing. It's almost like dealing with children. You're like, okay, look, cats, this dog isn't going anywhere. So either you get along with them or you don't. It's up to you. You choose.
I tried to bring the one up to him. He was in his cage, and it was great. And I brought Milog, as one of our cats, brought Milog up to close, and he was just sitting there, and they're looking at each other, and I thought, this is going really well. And then all of a sudden, my dog started to raise up slowly, almost like a creature in a horror movie, like really, or in Monsters Inc. When the monster's coming up to scare the kid, and he went up and he put his paws on his cage. That cat hissed and scratched at him and then ran. Yeah. And then it was only like a few seconds later, when I was standing up, I realized I had cat pee all over my pants.
Yeah.
He just sprayed everywhere.
Yeah, right. I know. Just gonna have to let them in their own time. Just leave the pathway open, and it will happen. It will
Yeah,
happen.
we're patient. I mean, this
know.
arrangement is working, but it would be
Yeah.
great if they could play. I just don't
Right.
want to see any of them like ripped to shreds.
Right.
Meaning the cats, I'm sure. Oh, although I don't know, maybe the cats would rip the dogs to shreds. I might be
Right?
thinking of this
I
wrong.
know. I know.
But
I know.
I did see the dog when I was walking him out. We have a path behind our house, and we go walking just about every day. And he saw a turtle. He's like sniffing it, and he's looking at the turtle, and the turtle went inside its shell, and he's really curious. He wants to know what the heck this thing is. But as he was coming up closer to it to sniff it, I looked at his legs, and they were shaking like he's scared out of his mind, you know.
Yeah,
and I thought, okay, so he can fear a small creature. That's, this could work.
Well, anyway, Lewis, do you want to say anything before we head off? Even though I know you've been super quiet, Carol thinks you fell asleep on there.
I'm awake.
Yeah, I know.
It's just been a rough day today.
Pardon?
Yes, it was just a rough day today.
I know. I mean, you could have bowed out a while ago, dude. Lewis is tough and strong. He'll stay there to the bitter end, even if he doesn't have to. On there.
Now, what time zone are you in, Lewis?
I'm by Chicago, so I'm an hour behind you, but it's Central Time here. But if I go an hour towards my building, then I'm in Eastern Time. So I'm in that midline, so I share both. But I'm from New York originally, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay. I lived in Chicago for a little while, just for a couple of years. I thought I might get a job on the Oprah show doing like working camera or something, and it
Don't
just
talk to me about Oprah.
never happened.
Oprah's my best friend.
Well, you're in DC now.
I'm like a couple hours out. Well, I'm in I don't know. I still feel weird about giving because I feel like I'm going to slip, and you can't remember what year he was born, but he just gave us all the information of where he's located. But we used to live right outside of DC, and then then we moved about a little less than an hour away out to where we see more trees and where people like of all kinds, you can walk up to them and start a conversation. I can still remember when we first moved out here, and I was in a 7-Eleven, and I was talking to somebody, and this guy walking out the door of the store, the convenience store, he like jumped in on the conversation, and I thought, that's weird, but that's nice. This is really cool. Yeah. He was just kind of heard part of the conversation, jumped into it, and we talked a little while. And even too with there's a path, it's out in the, it's a nature path. It's a nature walk, and I'm out there. I think it was me and my son were out there, and this woman just walked up to us, and I thought, this is a great place. Even like a woman out here by herself in the woods, and I swear I can't ever.
Now, you realize this is true crime, right?
Right.
Are you in Maryland?
It's what?
Are you in Maryland?
No, it's in Virginia. I'm in Virginia.
Oh, okay, I'm familiar with Virginia too.
Look at this. Little by little, we're weeding out everything. Everybody, Jeff lives at one. Blah, 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 blah.
And is it a public school your son goes to?
I've almost got a fingerprint.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, just put your finger up to the screen and point to what you're talking about, Jeff.
Right, yeah.
All right,
on there.
That fingerprint shot. Photoshop it.
But anyways, go ahead. What were you gonna say, Lewis?
Oh, Sam, I was born at Norfolk on the naval base, so.
Oh, okay.
I'm familiar with the Virginia area too.
Okay, excellent. Yeah.
I don't know why that seems so wrong, because when you just said that, you know what I was thinking, right? Well, you say Virginia, I say vagina, you say Virginia.
Right. And then I'm like, and then the naval, and then I'm like.
See, I thought you were focusing on Norfolk.
Well, yeah.
No.
I mean, the one time I was in Norfolk, it rang true for me.
On there. But anyways, you guys, I need to get going here. Jeff, thank you so much for joining us. And again, you have the email.
Yeah.
If ever you'd like to come back on and chit chat with us about, your Google Maps properly and stuff like that with the Idaho case. We're kind of into the Delphi, Idaho thing right now. Delphi, not a lot going on really.
And we do other smaller cases too, yeah. And and I've got a channel, and you can find us both on social.
Okay.
You know?
Okay. You know, it'd be awesome to get my mom in here because she follows. I think. Well, she was the one who first told me about Gray, and then there's an older guy with glasses that sits in the bottom of the frame talking about the bridge, and I forgot his name already. But
Is that Harvey Carroll?
No.
Rick's name?
I'd know his name if I heard it. But he used to go out there and do videos with that guy who got in trouble for child support and went to.
Oh, Randy Gravitt.
I was going to say Randy. You're talking about Randy Gravitt. Yeah.
So she's you know,
so she's been around
commented and she followed me. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
well,
So she was into this kind of thing before I was. I mean, this kind of thing being on a live stream with my face and everything. This is something that just happened. Like it's been like less than a week and a half. You know, it's just like.
Well,
I would have never thought, and I mean, I've got a good mic and everything. I do voiceover work for my videos and stuff that I edit, and mine doesn't light up though. Cool, so
like I said, you know, the first time I came on here, just when she asked me to, never in my life did I think I was going to have a YouTube channel or want to be on a YouTube show. And
you guys may have inspired me. Because Aspen, you were asking me the question, like, what kind of like stuff do I do? Assuming that I do like a YouTube channel like you're doing here. I mean, that was a great compliment. I appreciate it.
Well, I dropped your link, and so I so I saw, you know, I saw that you had some videos up and that you had, you know, so I assumed you did some stuff.
But check out, everybody, give me a like on my guitar solo I did. It's the first video you see on my YouTube channel. I basically took a backing track that I found. And then I took my guitar and I laid down one guitar solo, and then I went back and I put in a second solo, you know, in harmony, which is the first time I'd ever even done that. I've never messed around with harmony. I watched a YouTube video on how it's, you know, that it's just taking the notes that are a third away from the note you're playing, and it just sounded so cool. And I was like, oh man! And so I basically built it, and then it's kind of sat around for like a couple months, and I thought I should finish it, and then I thought, all I got to do is fade it out and it's finished. And then it felt good. It felt good to finish something and then actually post it and get some nice comments about it. But I haven't done anything since. It's like I don't feel that. I guess it'll come with time.
Yeah, I just dropped Jeff Link's link again now. The link I dropped is the one that's to the Adam conversation with the words on the front, or I can't even think myself anymore.
Oh yeah from the camera.
Yeah, so either way, so you guys got lots to go through. Adam is Aspen Connor, right Aspen? Right, Adam? It's Aspen Connor is your channel's name. He messes with my mind too. Anyways, he's in the bio link here. If anyone does want to follow us on Twitter, Facebook, blah 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 blah, it's in the bio link there. All the different social medias, etc. there. So check it out. I also, I kind of like have a meme Facebook page because, again, you have to balance out stuff like this that's very heavy. But hey, if your mama wants to ever come on with you on the show, you tell her to come on. It's a crime and shame.
That would be awesome. She's got a lot of thoughts on that Delphi case.
Well, you know, you tell your mama, you set something up with us. Okay.
Yeah.
Set up a time, you know, that your mama can come on and you can come on. We'll talk about Delphi and stuff and have a great show. You just let me know.
Yeah, we could just as easily do what I'm doing right now from my iPhone, right? I mean, it doesn't have
absolutely.
Desktop, so
or
ad or anything.
All right, so on Christmas Day, I'll be seeing her on Christmas Day. We'll do your show on Christmas Day, and
you know what? Well, me and my twin will. Well, my twin will be on, I think, on Christmas Day on there. But it's one of those things.
You're actually going on Christmas Day? You're going to do a
Christmas night, yeah, because it's Sunday night, so we have a show that night.
Yeah, Christmas night. I typically like to do something because, you know, it's me and my husband and my husband's brother now. And so for all those people out there that don't have somebody, it's a place for them to come. Even if it's not a lot of people, it's just a place for them to come because there's a lot of lonely people out there that don't have anybody. And so, you know, if I'm not doing anything spectacular, I'm going to go to the movies with my twin. We're going to have dinner like with my husband and that. And then we're going to come do a live at night for, again, the people that just, you know, want to hang out with us on Christmas.
Cool. Right. I would have never really thought about family all day and they come home and they want to hang out then.
Yeah. Sorry, Jeff, what'd you say there?
I was going to say I would have never really given thought about that component. I did hear the other guy that I watch and talk to on that is a T-Rev, is what he goes by. He's been doing some weird stuff with the spirit box though. That I saw that I had to turn that off, and I was like, and I actually kind of put in there. I was like, you ought to pull up Van Halen's Atomic Punk, because it sounds just like Eddie Van Halen going.
What channel is that one?
Beginning of that song. It's T-Rev, T-Rev, REV 757.
Oh, okay.
He's been great about taking just so many phone calls and letting people just talk for 6 minutes each and just let them go. And it's really great. And he's not nothing negative, all positive. All thoughts are welcome here, which is beautiful.
Yeah.
But he was talking about, there was a woman, I guess, that was on there the other night that said that she's got nobody and she just loves to get on there. And she called in and said how much it meant to just look forward to talking to him. And he was just so touched. And he's got a great story too, of going from, sounds like a real rough, young guy's life with some stuff. He's got a ton of, his music is great. A lot of rap videos, but he's got this one rap video that talks about his life story. And it's just so beautiful how, like at the end of the video, he's like, and if I can do it, you can do it. You can turn your life around and look at it positive.
Yeah.
And he said, if you can't find somebody that can help you and lift you up, you call me and I'll do it. It was beautiful.
Yeah. Hey, you got blue blocker on your glasses, don't you?
Yeah, you can see it. Yeah.
And Libby's birthday is coming up, so we'll have that on the 17th. And that's what I was. So for everyone that is going around their Christmas stuff tomorrow and with their families and the next 2 days, do you try to keep in mind, like the victims' families of these cases, and just try to, say a thought or a prayer for them, whatever your thing is, or, send some positivity to like these families in Idaho. This is going to be the first Christmas for the rest of their lives that they're going to have to go through not having their child there. And so just
and having something like this happen so close to Christmas, it's just Christmas.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard.
It never makes it easier, but
no, I mean, there's always going to be a holiday it's close to, but Christmas always being the ultimate one. Their birthdays, things like that. So prayers and blessings to all the missing and the murdered, and to anyone that's lost their family member, whether they
even
were
like Belinda and anyone.
Yeah, and Mary. There was Mary on there. And all that stuff. But anyways, so blessings to you guys. You guys have a great Christmas. We'll see we'll see whoever shows up for the live on Sunday night on Christmas there. And again, Jeff, it was great having you on, and just email, talk to your mama, and you can ask mama. We typically do a show on the Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays. Sometimes we'll throw in one. So if you want to throw in one there before then, let us know.
Well, I'll definitely turn her on to the show so she can watch. Like when especially if you're talking about Delphi, I'm sure she'll be like, get that number, Jeff. What was that number? Let's get on there now. I want to jump in.
Well, absolutely. So, again, pleasure to meet you, and pleasure for you to come on.
Thank you for coming in.
Thank you for all your donations tonight. Didn't realize it was because you were.
I've been going a little nuts with donations on these YouTube channels. I am not even going to look at my bank statement. It's just...
yeah. I mean, it does get a little bit much sometimes
when you find something that you enjoy and that you're getting a lot out of, and you find that it's like something that, because some things in life, that'll only be fun for a couple minutes, and then I got to go do something else. This is, I mean, I'm up till 6 a.m. doing this. This is like,
I throw a lot more money at things that I don't enjoy. So
right.
True that. Anyways, thank you. So Lewis, thank you so much for sitting there. Thank you. and you, Lewis, you have a better day. I'll talk to you guys later. Again, thanks, Jeff, and thank you to everyone that did donate to us tonight, and everyone that just showed up. And thank you for the likes on the video. And God bless. We'll see you guys Sunday. And take care. And thanks again, Jeff, for joining us. Appreciate it.
Surely. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Great to meet you.
Take care.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
Good night. Good night, everyone.